All right. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to introduce us with those touching musical interlude. The first song I played was by Timi Dakolo. That song has power. It says, "We are all we have. We defend our land." And I'm sure many of us can relate. A lot of us have made sacrifices for the Peter Obi movement, the obedient movement that is currently changing a lot of the tides in our country, Nigeria. The second song I played was by a couple of Nigerian all-stars talking about Two-Face, M.I., YJ, Chidima, and a couple of other people that said, "No sell your vote." The next song after that was, of course, It's All Peter Obi. And of course, we needed to go through our national anthem. Just to be very straight, because I have my co-host here, Spotlight. Spotlight is one person that I don't know, but I admire so much of what she does, what she has put into this movement. It's beyond. I don't know. It's beyond some of us. I just, I see her. I usually feel like, she's in like 5 different places at the same time. She's capturing videos here, giving informations there, and all that. Then, I have a couple of persons currently on the speaker session that would speak to some of the topic. Then, of course, throughout the space, we are all free to request the mic. For me, for people that know, I'm typically not a space hoster or space host. But for this, I needed to, because it was something I wanted to do in a very strategic manner, in a very direct manner. So I said, let me pick it up myself. And like my brother Saddam, who I know is here or was here a couple of minutes ago, I'm sure he probably stopped by very soon. I have said so many times, and he has proven me, if you say you want to do something in this movement, or God lays something in your heart to do, and you don't do it. And I can see a couple of people requesting a mic, just to be able to coordinate the space so that, because like I said, this space is strategic. I'm not hosting this space because I just want to host space. To be honest, if I would need to beg you, please. I know usually jobbing spaces like this, people go and be following the host or follow codes. That's not the point of this space. Please, as much as possible, if following people will distract you, don't follow anybody, please. I would appreciate if you get the amount of information or clarification that you need to get, so that I wish we have like the whole of obedient movement joining this space, or we have a bigger platform to share what we are able to share in this space. But of course, what we are counting on is whatever we say here or we're able to discuss here. And I'm a very practical person. In fact, I have my laptop in front of me because I intend to, whatever we're able to come up here, some key points, I intend to note them down, tweet them. Hopefully, we're able to retweet them. Hopefully, people are able to get it. Hopefully, again, those that interact with the grassroots can begin to cascade a lot of these things. So for me, this space, I really want those of us that talk to people, which is all of us actually. We all talk to people. Let's get points that we can use to say. I know some people may think this space came up as an offshoot of Osun State. To be honest, it wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'm sure some of you know it wasn't, because I think as of some 2 Vawulence spaces away, I already made that call for, people that have been ad hoc staff, guys, reach out to me. Because I wanted to accumulate these guys so that we can discuss. And luckily, or thank God for Nigerians who are willing. As a matter of fact, one of the person, I was trying to, yesterday sent me some document and I was like, thank you. And his response to me was very shocking. His response to me was as if we were fighting. He literally said, please stop it. That was where it started. It was like, please stop it. I thought maybe I had offended him. But it wasn't that I got to understand that he was angry that I was thanking him for him trying to contribute to the movement. So he was angry with me that in his mind, why are you thanking me? I'm happy to do this. And I'm like, this is the kind of Nigeria that we want. So for this space, I won't talk the mic for very long. I'll probably go to Spotlight very soon, but just to set a pace so people understand the direction of this space. I know a lot of people were concerned about, oh, let's not discuss strategies in open space. I agree with you. We are not discussing any, like I said, just in Xavier's page for coming here just now. We are not discussing, of course, there are some strategies that are like, I don't know what they call it in the military, strategies that we are supposed to use to shock our opponents. They will not see it coming. But of course, there are also some strategies that align with education, align with awareness. Those are the kind of strategies we want to discuss here, so that if you go out there and you are talking and someone talks about BVAS, you can educate them and say, oh, this, and that. So this space, one of the things we are doing is brainstorming. If you have suggestions during the space, you can bring it up. For real, for me, before I got Spotlight, so it's one of the things you mentioned was, Spotlight, for those of us that don't know, she's a nursing mother, and for her to be here today, it actually takes a lot. So one of the things she said was, oh, the time and all that. So I actually promised her, and which is true. This space is not about the length. So, if maybe the conversation gets okay and we stay here till midnight, it's fine. But believe me, if by 9 o'clock, we have been able to achieve what we want to achieve, I will not be waiting for people to request mic and be saying, please request the mic, let's continue. No way. If by that time we've got what we want to get, we are totally out of here. For me, it has to be very direct as much as possible. So we are brainstorming, coming up with solutions, coming up with questions. Actually, I would prefer questions that we dig deep into the process, and I'll be able to jot down some of the solutions that we can start spreading. I really don't hope to have to organize a second space. Like, this is not a city, so don't think this is violent space. Don't be expecting obedient landslide space every 2 weeks. It's not violent space. So but if for any reason after this conversation there is another layer that we need to do, I'm willing to also do that. So I actually have another layer in mind, but it's just that that's not really within my control. What I have in mind is, after this space, the next set of people we should be talking to directly is IMEG. I'll try as much as possible to disturb them. That's what I do. Okay, so we'll be getting to the space very soon. All right away. I have like a fair idea of how I want the space to go, but of course we can always tweak it. I actually want it to be that those people that have had experience, they probably give us a background of their experience. In fact, I want it to be from the starting point, right? That they will give us their background. How from where, like, I went to collect materials. From there I did this. Okay, and in between, you can now say, oh, between these two, is there a loophole? Is there something that could happen? People can probe that process and say, between when you collected materials and when you arrived at the polling unit, what is the possibility? I really want this to be like intelligent conversation. So yeah, we have like Duke. His name here is Duke, but I think his real name is Daniel. Daniel conducted election in the FCT. Duke, the person you are saying as a Duke, with the BVAS. Okay, we don't have Balogun Ridwan yet. I can't say him yet, but I'm sure he'll join us at some point. We have Sir Phillips. Sir Philip is he conducted election, I think, in Ekiti. You can correct me when you come up. We have also, we don't have Dinaka yet. Yeah, then we have Tochukwu as well. Tochukwu conducted election. The one that brought in Soludo. Tochukwu, Kai. Anyway, so Tochukwu conducted election in Anambra State as well, using the BVAS. We have Otumba Dike. Otumba Dike has been like an observer and strategist for election within the space. When the other people come up, we also have some Emmanuel Ajali, although he conducted election outside the BVAS time, but I'm sure you probably will have one or two other things to add. So, but before we go into officially starting the space, maybe I'll just I don't know, Spotlight. Spotlight is a woman of few words, but heavy tweets. So I'll just allow her, probably if she has something to say. Spotlight, ma. Spotlight, are you there? So guys, you guys need to forgive Spotlight. I mean, she may take time to get to her phone sometimes because, like I said, she's a nursing mother, and I got her to this place because I have seen her insight on some of these things. Then also, please join me within the space. Can everybody hear me? First of all, let me confirm. We cannot be like saying I talk to myself. Can everybody hear me? Those of us.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So within the space, I'll also be sharing. I was able to lay my hand, thanks to one of the guys. I was able to lay my hand on the training manual that INEC uses for training, and I think at least, of course, they don't change it every day, of course. So the one I have may not. Maybe if they've changed it, might not be something extraordinary. So I may be able to get some pictorial screenshots on the either the jumbotron or the comment section, so that whatever we say, you can also put a picture to it. Like I usually say, we hear people say, "Oh, make sure the BVAS is reading zero." Where are you looking for zero? What if the PO, the presiding officer, decides to just open where they used to call and put zero and show you that, see, it's showing zero? How would you know that it's showing you the wrong place? So now you understand how important this conversation is. I don't know, Spotlight, are you there? If she's not there yet, I'm sure she'll probably come in at some point. I'll just go around from Dukes to Sir Phillips to Tochukwu to Otumba, then Emmanuel. Maybe just introduce yourself briefly, where you conducted election, and just briefly. Then before we go into talking about the process. So, Daniel, Dukes.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I go by the name Ekomedoka Daniel, and I conducted the election for this just concluded, I think, chancellorship and chairmanship election in Abuja. I think that was last year. I'm not sure of the month. I'm not really take that in note, but it was recently, like last, I think, couple of months back, either 6 to 7 months back, though. So yeah, the use of Vivas
So,
was
okay,
highly.
Daniel,
Hello.
don't worry, I'll come back to you. I
Yeah.
just want them to introduce themselves first, then so we can go like in a strategic manner.
Okay, no problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. So, Sir Phillips, can you just introduce yourself briefly?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Phillips Chidubim. I was part of the INEX staff that conducted election for Ekiti State in June 18th last year.
Tochukwu, you can go ahead.
All right. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Njoku Tochukwu, and I was among the hard hoc staff that conducted the election in Anambra. As our host rightly said, the election that brought in Soludo. So that was like 2022. That was when conducting the election, and I acted as the PO and a first-hand operator of the BVAS machine. So I think I have a clear knowledge of how it works and how it can be operated. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, thank you, Tochukwu. So Otumba DK, I know you are a popular person around, but let's have you introduce it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thanks for making our time to listen to this. I'm a political strategist for a party I wouldn't call, but in the course of my submissions, everyone will fit one on one to become two. I was involved in the 2021 Anambra State governorship election, 2019 presidential, 2017 elections, 2015 elections, 2013 elections, and 2011 elections. Actively involved as a party agent and also state control room and local government control room. So I think you should tune in and listen to things that everyone here is going to say. And thanks again for making our time.
Okay, thank you. Then Ima Ajali, quickly, and we go.
Hi everyone. Good evening. Thank you, OMing Nigerian for the space. So my name is Emmanuel Ajalia. I unfortunately had the privilege of conducting the elections that brought in the disaster that we had, or that we've had right from 2019 till now. Please pardon me. It was never my intention. But yeah.
Ima, that your pardon will not be enough. You can, we do not accept your apology.
What shall I
Anyway,
do?
it was not your making. It's quite, I don't want to say, the way you said unfortunately does it already. So just to quickly dive in to the point, I'll probably get some of my co-hosts. Sorry, give me a moment. I think Spotlight dropped off, maybe network. At least thank God that for now we are not having network glitches yet, but I know we will not have network glitch. Okay, yeah, so invite a co-host. Okay. All right, so I also have Adaobi as co-host as well. Before okay, maybe I should just allow them settle in. Okay, so starting from collection of electoral materials, I know some of, so what I will probably do most of the time is one person might answer the question or talk about it, but if someone had a contrary experience, and please, if you also had if they also experience from your colleague, usually during election, I've conducted election before. Oh, maybe I don't introduce myself. Good evening, everybody. My name is well-meaning Nigerian. I've also conducted election before. Actually, God forgive me. I was part of those that conducted the one that first brought Buhari. But
By you we supposed put serious fire on top.
I conducted election in 2015. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but at least my polling unit.
It's a very bad thing. It's not that you don't do it. It's a very bad thing. I'm telling you now.
Anyway, but my polling unit at least was not won by Buhari. I think that's enough. Spotlight, I think I've sent you a request to be co-host. Just you probably see it. So like I was saying, if you also had experience from your friends, okay, I have Adewale here. Adewale is also somebody that I'm bringing him up. If you also have experience from your friends, because when I conducted election, my election went very smoothly, because now God just helped me, because I was lucky enough, INEC did not give me so much ballot paper. So PDP and APC, or PDAPC as they are now known, could not really disturb me. But there were some of my co-coppers that were giving, or co-members, sorry, that were giving, like, let's say 1,500 ballot papers. And people that came out went up to 200. So APC and PDP will keep pestering them. The remaining 1,300 elections. So a lot of them succumbed to pressure, and I can't blame them. And eventually, many of them slept in INEC office that night. Many of them. Me, I just went to the rack, just took my result, saw my card reader, everything was in tone. He just collected my things. I said, "Thank you, sir." I went home. So it was a good experience for me. But so my point is that your experience might be good, but if you have an experience from your colleague that wasn't that maybe you got to hear, you could also put it. So talking about collection of materials, Sir Phillips, I know you were a PO, right? Like a presiding officer. And okay, for those of us that are listening, there are two terms I might use a lot in this space. One is PO. Please, it's not Peter Obi. Yeah, Spotlight, I invited you as a co-host. I don't know. Check it. So the PO is not Peter Obi. It is presiding officer. In a polling unit, there is an hierarchy. Let me quickly put this forward so that when they are speaking, you don't mix it up. The most senior person in a polling unit is the person we refer to as the presiding officer. Next to that person, at some point it used to be one assistant presiding officer, but I think since for like 2015 it is now two. You can correct me when you come up actually. So now there are two presiding officers, so they call them APO. So of course that's not assistant Peter Obi, it's APO. Then usually the PO is in charge of everything that happens in the polling unit. So please just have that at the back of your mind. So some of these people here were assistant presiding officers, some of them were presiding officers. But one thing is that they saw the BVAS, they used it, they know what it's like. So Sir Phillips, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what was it like going to pick up the materials in the morning? Like what just a brief story of what happened.
Okay, it wasn't. At first, we always do their thing. They always show these signs of not being ready for the election, almost at the eve to the election, kind of. We were told to actually come to the their office about 2 or with maybe APO one, that is assistant presiding officer one. And just a little correction. I think during my time we used about three APOs. So we were like APO one, APO two, and APO three. Okay. So I went to the office with APO one. We waited for some time before they started distributing the materials, the ballot box, both sensitive and insensitive materials. So it was a bit easy because I think Ekiti State election was just a single election. So resources were kind of enough. You get, and I think there was this contract they had with transport officers. So vehicles were available to convey us to the rack. So after we helped in bringing the equipment, the stuffs out, the materials out, the box and everything, then we now loaded it into the vehicle. Then they now took us to the rack. It was when we got to the rack that later, after they've taken attendance to make sure that everyone that registered or everyone that applied were all available, then before they started the distribution, I think it was early morning. Then there's around, let me say, around 3, 4 that they started sharing, giving the ballot papers, the BVAS, and the ballot box, and everything that is needed. So that was what happened. In fact, I think from the eve to the election, we did not kind of sleep because we are all busy preparing and getting all the needed information and all that. So
Okay.
that was really what happened.
Okay. Um, thank you, Sir Phillips. So, okay, I'm just going to say this. If among our speakers, especially those that are on the INEC process, if while one person is speaking, you have like a contrary, you had like a very contrary experience. Because of time, I wouldn't want us to say everybody's experience. So, if you have an experience that is a sharp deviation from the one he says, you could raise your hand like Ordinaka is doing now, then or Tumba, then so that I can know that okay, maybe you had the contrary experience and I'll come to you. If not, I'll probably go to like the next step after that. Okay, Ordinaka, let's just have you quickly.
Good evening, House. Good evening, women in Nigerian. I'm seeing Professor Saddam. Please, yeah, it's a bit nice.
Okay, Ordinaka, I think your background is noisy. I don't even think were you around when I did the introduction?
Sir?
Okay, you were not around when I introduced the other guys here.
Can you hear me? Please, can you ask?
Yeah, I can hear you, but what? Okay, don't worry, Ordinaka will come back to you. We'll come back to you.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Yeah. Maybe when you're in the last place.
I was going to say that if anybody else in the audience has had any experience, very crucial experience with this whole INEC and BVAS issue, they can just either send a DM or put their like drop a comment in the comment section. I'll be watching it and I'll just get them up to speak as well.
I totally agree. Thank you, Adobe. That's Adora. Sorry. Please, if you have if you had an experience, first-hand experience, I want us to go through this first so that we can later come back and ask questions in the process. But if you have it, you can put it on the comment section. This is our comment section. We are going to save it and glass it because that's where I'm even going to be putting probably some of the what's it called now? Screenshots I have or something. So that's quite important. Sorry, Otumba Dike, I guess you wanted to say something to what Philip said on the process of materials. We are currently on materials.
All right, on materials, just before materials, because of this is in two ways, because some obedience are going to the POs and APOs, while some are coming to vote. So I just want to keep something in because he said you come in a day before or a night before, and they release material by 4 a.m. I think. So I'm a public servant, so I was in the local government when INEC officials were when they came in. one thing I would love to tell obedience is to please take your wrapper, take your bed spread, because INEC is so how will I call it? They're unreliable. You guys are going to sleep on when open field, possible code will catch you, and there won't be any sort of provisions for you. So take your toothpaste, prepare as if you are traveling on that day. So that's just what I wanted to keep in before we start moving from collection of materials. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Otumba. Daniel, you have something?
Okay, yes, about collection of materials. I think the time I did, we were there like a day before. We arrived around 2 p.m. So I located my PO because I think I was APO 3. Of recent, yeah, I think it was APO 1 or 2 that I used to coordinate the elections before in per polling unit, but then from recent times they added one more. And that one more specifically holds the BVAS. Then for the collection of materials, I think it's divided into two categories: sensitive and non-sensitive. The sensitive contains BVAS, your voting cards, as where you complete and cast your votes. I think the attendance, the roll call, like all the particular voters in that polling unit. Then the some non-sensitive are like, let's say what's it called? The ballot box. Yes, ballot box, the cubicle, some chairs, table, I think some signs and some forms. Okay, the forms are included in the sensitive materials. Yeah, that's just it basically.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Spotlight, Adora, please feel free to cut in anytime. I mean, if maybe you have something you want to clarify among what anybody says, feel free to cut in at any time. So Chuku, I don't want us to dwell so much on this point because it's not like the real point. But it's just that I want us to create like a timeline, like something that from here to here to here. That's why I'm doing it like this. Tochuku, maybe I don't know if you had like a separate experience.
Host, 1 second. So this is what I'm thinking, Ed, so we can get a proper flow, right? We're coming up to the elections. A lot of people still don't know what to expect because this is their first time, obviously. So what we're basically looking for in this space is if you guys who have the experience, you've been there from day one, you've gone through an election period from day one. So while you're telling us about your experience with the BVAS, please, if you can tell us like a short flow of how the day started up when you get to the INEC, when you get to the election or your polling units. What do you see? What do you observe? How does this happen? What's the setup like? Just a little flow, and then tell us what your experience with the BVAS, being a previous assistant, was. Thank you.
Exactly. So that's the plan. The difference is just that now we're starting from the first point of collection of material, so that we can have that flow like Madara just said. So Tochuku, quickly, collection of materials. What was your experience? You had a separate experience.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, like Duakix really said, we go to the INEC office in my local government, then in Anambra, and normally the collection, like INEC was going to be INEC, so we waited, slept there, and there was a little token given to us for transport and every other thing. So we collected our materials like 12 midnight, 1 a.m. Then we left to our rack centers, and along the line, those participating in the election should bear it in mind that because my election was in Anambra, and then there was this security challenge and all that you get. So should bear it in mind that some of your APO and some of your APOs will not be available. Because then I had like 3 APOs, but none of them were available. I did the job from PO, APO 1, APO 2, APO 3 to more than 1,000 voters. So she bear that in mind also. I just wanted to chip that in. Get.
Yeah, okay. I actually get so your point is that it's possible for the other officers not to be available.
Just you. Yeah.
Okay. So of course, that's something that we should also have at the back of our mind. We are not training now to be ad hoc staff. If that happens, it's an next problem, but it's something that we need to be aware of, like Tochuku just said. It's very it's very important. Okay, I see some people raising up their hand. So I don't want us to stay on this particular place of collection of material. In fact, when I say if you had a separate experience, I mean if maybe your experience kind of separate I'm talking about is maybe you, for example, after you collect material, as you dey go, you go get one kind, as in one funny experience that is not funny per se. I mean, an experience that is totally out of the blue. So not really like, oh, an experience that is similar to the next person, similar to the next person. So, okay, so we don't dwell on this. So apparently we all know that you go to the INEC office in the morning. I knew that as well, but I also wanted to hear it from you. You go there very early in the morning. And when I say you, I don't mean voters. So, of course, it's usually wise for the agent. Let me quickly clarify this. Tochuku, you said you were giving money for transport. Is it from INEC? You are sure it's from INEC?
Yeah, from INEC. Yeah, we're giving like 3,000.
Okay, thank you. I needed to confirm that because one thing I experienced when I did. So please, if you're not speaking, maybe you just mute your mic. One thing I experienced was that the parties can also come and give you money. I had an experience where I couldn't tell the difference between PDP members and INEC staff. I had that difficulty all through the election. I see Philip just flashed on it. I don't know, Philip, did you have that kind of experience?
Yes, at the point they kind of came together and gave us, I think they gave us about 20-something K that there is need to support us, kind of. They didn't tell us anything to manipulate anything, or they just said, okay, for just being around, that there isn't this to support us. It was majorly APC and PDP. So
okay. I needed that to come in because you know why? Obedience. We have to have at the back of our mind that I am positive in this election because I'm believing that most of them are like core members. They are young people. Most of them are probably obedient, as in core obedience. But the truth is that to an extent, to a very large extent, these political parties kind of have a way of interfering. I don't know how we can control that, you get, from me. So if you are here and maybe while we are speaking later, you have a suggestion on how maybe we can control that, because for me, I really think that's something outside our control. You'll not be there when they will give them money. So you can't, it's not really something that you can, but if you know at the back of your mind, it will help you know that, okay, you are dealing with, so if a PO is acting extra, you just know. It doesn't mean you act on it anyway, but just having at the back of your mind, prepared, because the reason for this space is to be prepared. I wanted to confirm from Otumba and maybe Adewale, because Adewale is also an agent. Do the agents follow them from INEC office to the polling unit? Otumba and Adewale. Otumba first, let's go.
Okay, the agents, it's not compulsory that you follow them from that place. You have to just come very early at your polling unit and wait for them. What you people usually do is they follow them back. And the reason why you follow them back because you don't want that boss to divert to a politician's house. Okay, so you have to just come very early in the morning. Yeah.
Otumba, you are diving to the end. Actually, you answered the question. Nice one. Adewale, did you have to follow them, you yourself? I know you said you were an agent, yeah? Adewale, are you there?
I think he's having serious issues. I've been trying to bring him up. I've brought him up about 3 times now, and keeps falling back out. So, Adewale, if you can hear me, maybe get out the app, shut it down, take 30 seconds, come back up. You should be fine.
Okay, so I'm just going straight to the next process. So now we have arrived at polling unit. Oh God, I forgot to say this at the beginning. I wanted people to be on this space with a very strong sense of imagination. Nigerians, we are very imaginative. We are very drama they play for our head by default. If we just stand, drama they play for inside our head.
That's what I said. We're expecting a story, like a flow,
Yeah. So now we have arrived at polling unit. I'll skip through the process of setting up. Of course, when you arrive, the APO or the PO needs to set up the cubicle. The cubicle usually collapsed. Like, it's not something that they just bring already mounted. You have to set it up the same way you set up a lot. I don't know. I can't remember anything. But the same way you set up like a rack or something. So they have to set it up, arrange their things and all that. And so that time you are there, or at least the agent is there. But we advise be there by that time, because a lot of things usually happen between that 5 a.m. and the 8 a.m. the election used to start. Believe me, our lie. See, that's where all the magic that will happen. So that in such a way that by the time you are coming by 8, people, you're going to look people, you're going to say, waiting don't happen for this. But let's say they don't conduct one election, wait for yourself. So please, let's try to be there very early if it's possible for you. So now we've set up our things. So I'm going to go to what information do you need to because I know immediately you set up before you start the election what are you obligated to do? Maybe I'll give that to, I know, okay, Emmanuel, I know you have similar experience. Probably you can tell us first before we go to someone that had like a recent experience.
Okay. All right. So let me say this first of all. You see that time between actually not even just that 5 to 8 space. You see anything from 2 a.m. right? This is what I would advise. If you can, as a party agent, try to be around the RAC center from anything from 2 a.m. Now, what's the reason why? In the 2019 elections, we had the PDP coming to where we were sleeping to try and start bribing people as at 12 midnight. Now, like I said, you would have, it's something that you need to have. When I was speaking on I think it was on the People's Parliament, I was saying that if you want to curb, what's it called? You want to curb vote buying, you have to have a lot of people active, right? Actively watching what's going on around you at that time. So you see that after 12:01, when people are already getting materials, right? You need to actually be around. Just be close enough. Try to ensure that you have an eye on what's going on, right? So that you can call foul play when you need to. And then from that 5 to 8, right? Be with them when they're moving to the rack centers, because by the time your POs or your this could get to the rack centers, there are other party agents that are already waiting for them there. And what could happen is that some of them could start having conversations with them within that space of time, right? So those key times are very, very important to how you are able to proceed with the elections going forward. Then, in
Sorry,
regards
is this?
to
I'm sorry, is this including like now that we have the BVAS?
this, for me, covers whether you have the BVAS or not, right? It's something that it's like I said, it's a key period, right? Everybody most likely will start coming out from, let's say, 8 o'clock, or if we look at the normal Nigerian sense, which I would really hope that we don't do. For this election, what I would advise people to do is be on ground at least 1 hour before the voting starts. Now, what does this help you do? It helps you to observe the layout. It helps you to observe the people that are there, because most likely the presiding officers, the APOs, all of them will be on ground minimum of an hour or maximum of an hour before the elections. Why? Because they need to set up and everything. I know that when we were doing our own, I left my rack center by 6, and because of the kind of locality where I was going to 15-20 minutes, right, for the elections, and we're all set up. So by like 7:20, we were all seated and ready for the election. So what our advice is, anything from 6:30 to 7, try to be around. Now, this gives you the chance to be able to see everything in details. It gives you a quick layout of what can happen, the different points where you need to be worried about. Because now, understand that some polling units are sited in schools, some are sited on the streets. If you're able to get there early, you can see loopholes, areas where rigging can occur, where vote buying can occur, because at the end of the day, for them to buy a vote, they have to do it in a secret way to an extent. So this just gives you that avenue, except in areas where you have people that are, well, if you're in an unsafe area to an extent, they will be openly, they'll probably openly show you that they want to rig the election. So those things will just help to just guide your get the work done.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. I actually get that point you're saying, and it's actually very important. So that point actually is both for Labour Party agents. So if you are here and you're going to be a Labour Party agent, take that into consideration. Of course, hopefully, so people don't think that when meaning Nigeria is one of PCC member. I'm not a PCC member. So whatever we're able to raise from here, we'll also add it to whatever we are able to put out, and hopefully they to see it as an advice. Spotlight, I know you said you were having issue on muting. Can you unmute now?
Yes, good evening. Well, meaning Nigerian. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad that I was able to get in. I was having some challenges before. I had to go off twice, and thankfully I'm here now. Maybe I should just plead with everyone for us to share this space, because we are sharing valuable information here so that people can come in, and so we can spread this across, because we need so many more people to get to know what's going to happen, because this is for me, this is like the most integral part of this exercise. Thankfully, we've crossed the part about getting our PVCs, or people are still getting. I understand they just brought in some cards across the state, so people can still pick their cards within this week. Then beyond that, we need to understand what's going to happen. For most of us, we are first-time voters. Unfortunately, I've never voted. Because each time I try to get my PVC, there's this secrecy around it. There's this lots of obstacles, and then I give up. But this time I said I would not give up. And then thankfully I've got it just a few days ago. So we need to get more people to come in, share the space, retweet the space as well. Let's get more people to come in and learn how to, safeguard our votes, how to ensure that nothing untoward happens, under our watch, so that after the election we will now begin to do post-mortem and say we should have done this, we should have done that. It's so personal to me, because this INEC process is one that, by now there should be a lot of voter education, there should be a lot of simulations, there should be a lot of awareness being created by INEC, but, they're not doing enough. So that's why we're taking it up ourselves. We need to get it right this first time. We cannot afford, not to. So please let's share the space, and hopefully all our questions, all our confusions will be straightened out at the end of this space, or we'll take it forward from here. Thank you, and welcome everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Spotlight. Exactly. You just place everything in perspective. Please, it's not me naturally. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know how to say, oh, please do this, please do that. But I really advise us, like, we need to share the space, or probably tell people to come in. And if the more people we have here, if we have like 1,000 people sharing this information, it will be easier for us. You get. But if it's just you, before you tell one person, we need to save time. And like Spotlight said, we only have one shot. I've heard people say things like, hey, Peter Obi is just testing the water. We are not testing water. We only have one shot. One shot. It's not, we need to get it right. Only this once. It's not, okay, after we will now learn lessons. And remember Adora's video about lessons will be learned. We are not here to learn lessons. It's not lesson we are not here to learn lesson. Okay. Quickly, the point I wanted to get really is, what do you need to inform the voters? I want to believe, because when I conducted election, there are some things that INEC mandates you as a PO, presiding officer, to make sure that you tell the voters. In fact, you are supposed to carry the ballot box, shake it, and show them, it's empty. Everybody will say, yes, it's empty. You are supposed to, do a lot of things, probably flip all the ballot paper and say, it's empty. Everybody will say, yes, it's empty. Because what I'm saying this is, I don't want people to go to the polling unit and be thinking it's not their right to know. So you're now going to be meeting the PO and say, hey, PO, please, can you just show me? Can you just show me? When it's actually your right to say, PO, you've not showed us and you want to start election. Show us. That's what I'm looking for. So I want to know what INEC mandates you. If you can still remember, I know some of you have conducted election long ago. Meanwhile, on the comment section, I put a screenshot of the hierarchy in the polling unit. So you discover that it's the presiding officer over the APOs, and the security agent, which is another part of this conversation. That, I mean, this is now talking about it, I'm just saying that it's a very broad conversation, because normally the presiding officer has control over the police in the polling unit, normally, in real life. But no, normally, on paper, that's it. But in real life, I reserve my comment. All right, Sir Phillips, can you tell us?
Sorry, let me Nigerian. Could you put it on the jumbotron, the order of the hierarchy?
Okay, yeah, I'll also place it on the jumbotron now. Thank you. Sir Philip, so what are the information you are mandated to share at the polling unit?
Okay, before I talk about that, I would like to say something as regards to this thing, the party agents. One of the issues we encountered was trying to locate our polling unit. Okay, on the 18th, which is the day of the election. So many party agents, in fact, they will be the one, even some INEC officials could not even identify the polling unit. So the party agents were like, they'll be the one that will come. Okay, they'll be calling the polling units. If you're the PO assigned to that polling unit, you will answer and you follow the box to the place. So that is one thing that, in fact, we even delayed. I think we got to the polling unit around about 8 o'clock or so, while the election was meant to start by 8:30. So we had a few minutes to set up and all that. So if you are a polling unit, a party agent for LP, I advise that you know the polling unit you have been assigned to, like the location. Like you've gone there to know the place. Okay, this is where they'll be holding the election ahead before the day for the election, so that it will be easy, so that you won't delay the ad hoc staffs. Okay, that is one thing. Then concerning the information that the PO will give out to the electorate, the first thing, just like you said, is the ballot box. You open it, show it to all of those gathered, tell them that, okay, nothing has been, just to show them that nothing has been, okay, nothing is in there, that it is empty. Then we were told to actually show them our tag, which is more like a lock, what you use to lock the ballot box. Okay, in their presence, after you've shown them the empty listing box, you lock it using the lock. You show them the serial number also. At the end of the election, you also call the serial number so that they will know that nothing has really changed, that it's the same ballot box. Okay, so you show them the ballot box, you open it, show them, close it, lock it in their presence, then show them where they will be, how they will be putting in their ballot paper. Then another thing is the BVAS, just like you said. Once you start, once the voting process starts, once a BVAS accredits someone, it will read 1. So when the voting has not started, you need to show them that, okay, as it is now, it is 0. That it has not accredited anybody. It has not accredited anybody. That's okay, as it is now. This is the initial stage. So as time goes on, it will be adding up. Those are the information you will give to them. Then another.
Go ahead.
Okay, another thing we are told to actually tell them how to vote, like how to determine the invalid vote, rejected vote, and all that. So I believe from this thing that I don't know who shared it to you. You might have seen that there's this drawing. I think we'll go there with the manual. So we'll open the manual to them, and okay, that if the index finger, like the ink, is about 100% into the box of a particular party that is accepted. Like if it's about, let's say, 50% into another one, let's say in between two parties, then it's invalid. Then if it is, let's say, if you can see that, okay, a big part of it, let's say 90% of it is on a particular party, then that party owns it, so it's still valid. I don't know that you are getting what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Philip. So some of the points where we are getting from, Philip, you can mute. Some of the points that we are getting, I'm trying to list them down so that I'll be able to develop like something after this that we'll share to get all the takeaways. So the three things I've noted now, I'm saying it so that in case if I miss anyone, maybe any of you guys that remember could point it out. Obvious ones, I mean. And it's just power, it's points, it's not story. The first one is early arrival, polling units, polling agents, and this thing. The second one is identification of polling units. I think this one is very important. This one is very important. I really wish, I don't know, we have to find a way to pass this information, probably to the PCC or something, because, but the truth is that I also know they know about it. So, but it's important because if it is PDP, you know there's this thing that naturally, as human beings, it happens. Now, person where don't deal with you, your guy for a long time, now you recognize. If it's the PDP person that was able to direct the PO and the team to the unit, believe me, whether it's human nature, naturally will be closer to them. I don't know. For those of you, you know, if you go to a place, it's the person that identifies with you first that you always lean on. And that person becomes, and we don't want that in the polling unit. Because that's how these agents do it. They will go and, help, Copper, make I help you carry your bag. Copper, make I help you do this. Then by the time Copper arrives, by the time that person that have been doing Copper, make I help you, now say, Copper, beg, my party, if I don't do this, they go beat me. Natural, it's a human thing, it's not their fault. It's their fault, but it's a human behavior. So, but please, that is very important. That is very important. So that if there is anybody that should escort the Copper, that should go and show Copper road, it should be Labour Party agent. That's my point.
Sorry, let me just say something quickly.
Yeah.
So this is what I would advise some POs to do. So this was what I did when I did the 2019 elections, because we knew where we were told. I think it was about, I think a week or 2 weeks before the election. So if you remember, the 2019 election was postponed by a day, right? Or by a week, sorry. So we were told, I think, about a week or 2 weeks before the 2019 election where we're going to be handling. So what I did was, I think 4 days to the election, I took a bike and I went there myself. I went to the actual polling unit that I was supposed to work on, right? I found my way there, tried to identify where it was, saw the layout and everything before. So if you're a PO, if you can, right, I would advise that you try to go and know the place early on. Now, what will this help you do? It will help you know, one, it will help you know the layout. It will help you be able to get to that place and identify the area. Another thing to also help you do is to be able to plot out areas where, if need be, if there's trouble, you know what to do to get.
Areas where you can use to jump by for Allah show.
But there are some places though that you can find yourself that to Japa is a problem. Like where I was, my brother. Don't worry, we'll get to it.
I can relate, Philip. I can really Philip. I did my election in 2015 at Ogara. There are some people that went to JC. Those people collect beating. Only God. Hi God. I pity. I mean, Peter Obi needs to change a lot of things. That's why this election we need to win it by. And if you know JC, I don't want to digress because we need to be focused. So the other thing I also placed here is the need for you to verify the tags and all that. So please remember, he talked about they will show you how to vote rightly. And there was something that Phillips mentioned that I think everybody please take note of. Philip, correct me. You said it has to be at least 75%. 75%.
Yes, yeah. Like by looking at it, you'll be able to see that okay, this party has more of the print kind of. So but you even show them during my time. I was showing them. They were like they had to say okay, this one is valid. You get
okay.
After I explained to them, so they won't even say okay, this one is valid. The other one is not valid. Yeah. I think it was only one invalid vote that we recorded.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry, LP Ignite. I can see you've been raising your hand. Make your hand not on to pay you. I don't know. Are you?
I think
okay?
He has
You can mute your mic
as well. So I don't know if he can even hear me. He's been trying to come up. I've brought him up about 6 times at least. So.
Yeah, because I don't even think it was an ad hoc staff. But I mean, if he's here and he wants to say something, what about official?
Hello.
Official. Okay, LP Ignite. Go on.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Okay, so I actually have experience in terms of this ad hoc, INEC ad hoc stuff.
Wow, that's good. Sorry. Where did you? When and where?
Okay, 2017 Anambra governorship election, 2018 Anambra senatorial central election, then 2019 general elections. But the 2019 was in Lagos.
Okay, okay. I mean, I'm glad you're here, because there are some questions, some things that we also throw to people from the people we refer to as the OGs. Emmanuel is an OG. You now you're an OG. Myself, me, I'm OG. OG are the old guys. Those are the people that did election when there was no BVAS.
That's true.
You get so yeah. So I'll come back. I'll come back to you, LP Ignite, at some point. Okay, if you don't mind.
No
Yeah. Please just stay around, please. That's very important. Odinaka, I see you're trying to say something. Please go ahead. Odinaka, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening, no. In fact, my network has been trying to, but I've been having issue. I actually want to chip in some things because I will soon be jetting out. Very quick one. I actually did that of the FCT as APO 3. I did that of Anambra election as APO 2. I did that of Imo by-election, but not as APO, but at different level. Now, going forward on the part of the BVAS machine, because I won't lie to you, the advent of BVAS in the electoral process of Nigeria has actually changed the whole situation. As in fact, I would say it's just a game changer in the process of INEC elections. So what I'm just trying to say is that anybody or whenever you have been issued BVAS, you'll be told that, or in fact, they will ask you to check it if it is reading zero accreditation. As in, the BVAS must be showing 0 accredited voters. It will not be showing 1, it will not be showing 2. That is on the part of the INEC officials for them to issue it to you. On their part to show you the transparency on their own part. Now, it is now either going to be on the part of the presiding officers, who may likely take the bidding of any politicians by taking their bidding by going to their house to register some people, and then it will now be reading either 2, 3, 4, or 7 or 100 accredited votes in that BVAS. Then coming to the unit where they will now conduct the election, they won't, because if they see that people are not aware or informed of what they are to do, they will just start the process of the election. Start conducting the election. They will say, just come and thumbprint and they go. Now they cannot be able to stuff in or stuff out the ballot papers. Now let me make this thing clear. If it is 200 registered voters in a particular unit, 200 registered voters in a particular unit, it will be only 200 booklets, 200 ballot paper. That is what will be issued. It's not going to be more than 200. When 100 was accredited, you are expected to have only 100 votes in that ballot box, not more than 100. Because in that same 100, you also have either void vote and the one that is not void also. Now, what am I trying to say in essence is that in the whole look of things, where there is no manipulation in these processes, you will see that. In fact, please, I am losing my own thoughts now. Please, can I drop by and talk again, please? 1 minute, Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah. That's fine. Actually, I was even going to cut you because, in fact, we're already getting into some of the nitty-gritties, because I really don't want to confuse people on this space. I really don't want to say the one up front before the one behind. You get? So, where we were, which was our train of thought, was what the electoral officer needs to tell the people what is mandated to tell the people. So if you're on this space, you are mandated to know. You are mandated to it. You are supposed to know a lot of things. First of all, if the ballot box is empty, you are supposed to know. See the officer lock the ballot box with his tag, like a serial number tag that he said. Then also you are supposed to know that the BVAS is reading 0. I'm going to soon put a screenshot of that page where the BVAS reads 0, so that you will see where you are supposed to see 0 and what you are supposed to see, what you are supposed to see on that screen. So you don't go there, like I said earlier in the space, jokingly. It's my sign jokingly, but a very cunning person can type 0 somewhere and show you and say, oh, I put 0 now. No, you will not say I put it. Oh, it's 0.
Yes,
and because you don't know it, you would skip it. So now I want us to go to, I know a lot of people are raising up down, and I can see a lot of requests. Please.
Sorry.
Okay, Philip.
I want to say something. Many women in Nigeria. Yes,
Okay.
on that part, please, because I just actually skipped so many things. That's why I was trying to grab myself before going further. And now, if it is for that of now, if let me just take it. If it you are in a particular polling unit, please, what you are expected to know or do in a particular polling unit is that one, you ask the presiding officer at the ballot box before he set up the ballot box or before they set up a particular polling unit, you ought to make sure that you check the result sheet. One, you confirm the result sheet that is empty, that the result sheet is empty, that they have not tampered the result sheet. Please, that is one. You confirm that the ballot box is also empty, that they have not stuffed in any ballot box. Then that of the result booklet, ballot booklet is none of your, it's also your business, though, but that you have restriction on some things. Maybe I could say it's just the political party agents that can be able to ask questions on that particular area. And also what you're expected to do also is also as a voter, you can raise your voice on that one, is particularly on that BVAS. Not only party agents. As a voter, you can request and say you want to confirm that BVAS is showing 0 accredited vote. It's not even showing 1. It's not showing 2. Thereby, it is showing 1 or 2. You can request for change of BVAS. Please, let me stop you. I'm coming, please. Thank you.
All right, that's actually where I wanted you to stop. So please. So I'm just, from what I've been said, things you need to make sure you confirm: result sheet that is empty, ballot paper that is a ballot box that is empty, then BVAS that is reading 0. When we get to BVAS, I'll put up that screenshot. So quickly, like I was saying, I know some people are requesting the mic.
1 second. Please put your
Yeah,
hands
go on.
up if you have anything to say or contribute, and you're on the speaker section, so that we know who is going next and who to put down, so we can get more speakers. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Adara. I think I will need your help with that. So what will happen is I'll just tell you the people that has to be on the speaker session, like at every point in time, right? Then the rest of the people, maybe after they ask their questions, we could take them out of the speaker session for some time. Please, if maybe after asking your question, you now remember another question, request the mic again. That's why we are here, and we'll bring you up again, and you ask that new question. We want people to ask as many questions as they have. So, okay, maybe before I go to the next step, let's just clear everybody raising up their hand, so we don't, because the next step I'm going into is more like the election process proper. I see a lot of people requesting the mic. Please, once you clear the speaker session a little bit, I will bring you up. So, Adora, maybe you can bring people up based on those raising their hand.
That's correct. Thank you.
Please, okay, please, let's try to mute our mic if we are not the ones speaking. Okay, so I'll just tell you, people that needs to be on the speaker session at literally every point in time is Dukes, Otumba DK, Phillips, Tochukwu, and I think, okay, Emmanuel as well. Emmanuel. So aside them, the other people can, maybe after speaking, they can go down and come back again. Please don't say you've spoken before, and if I request, they will not bring me up again. If immediately after you finish speaking, you now remember something after we've dropped you, please request the mic immediately again, please. That's why we are here. All right. I don't know. So aside those people, maybe you just run through those that are raising up their hand. So before I go next, with the next processes.
Sure. Okay. So what we're still talking about is the BVAS. If you have experience with direct experience.
Adora, you could establish a queue
Yes.
so that they will know
Yes,
when.
I'm going to
Yeah.
do that right away.
Okay.
So, what we're talking about again is the BVAS. If you were trying to speak to people who have experience with this BVAS, so even if you've been a past election coordinator, but your election was conducted prior to the BVAS establishment, please sit it out and give us a little more time to speak with these ones who have experience with the BVAS, and then we'll get back in touch with you. So that said, let's go with LP Ignite. I know you haven't said anything in a while. And then we'll take IVIC. After IVIC, we'll circle back to Dukakes, Ima, and then Phillips. Thank you. Then Mary White would go after Phillips. Thank you, guys. Let's go, Ignite. Ignite, are you there? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I thought.
I can hear you.
Okay, I thought the rapture had taken.
LP Ignite, are you there?
I thought the rapture had occurred.
So,
Okay, LP Ignite, please go now if you can hear me.
okay. Thank you. So I want to share a bit of my experience with some person.
Oh, looks like she's still glitching. Seriously, Ignite.
Hello.
If you
Hello, I
can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Can you
We
hear
lost you.
me?
Yeah, we lost you for a little bit. So if your network is choppy, do you want to go back out and come back again? Do you think you can proceed?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, but I think you keep going off. So just go ahead, but please, as much as possible, maybe just I don't want us sharing so long an experience so that we don't
Okay, it's not a long
take.
experience. It's an experience and sort of an
Okay,
advice as well, because I do know that
okay, go ahead.
while most times they use call members POs, they also recruit non-call members, maybe students that are in the penultimate year, and even some people. For example, some people that are not even students. For example, even though I've decided that I want to use my experience, my INEC experience on the field this time around, I don't want to work with them. I had an offer to be added to the list, whereas I've not received the official what is it called now, the official email from INEC. But someone contacted me that, oh, do you want to work for INEC? They said, let me add your name. I just told the person no. So what am I trying to say? Based on my experience, I do know that some people, they come there to hustle. Like I mean, these APOs and all that, especially those that are non-call members, even some call members. So some of them try to, they are there to hustle. So if you are opportune to work as maybe one of the PO or even APO, please, fine, you are neutral, but also watch out for our interest, because some of them, they can kind of play smart. Some of them try to always play smart. In fact, you will see some advanced persons, like, this person cannot be under 20 or under 30 or even under 40. You're surprised that, how did they recruit this person? How did how did this person get this position? So we must, because if you don't do that, some of them, they go behind and start playing funny games. And you that is not in PO, it may not look as if you are being set up. In fact, because if you are not trying to stand your ground that, okay, this is what it is, this is what should happen. Because this, of course, this agent, they were always compressing, trying to do. I thank God for the awareness and the kind of awakening they're experiencing now. So it may not have such effect, especially in some parts of the country. But for those of us that they may send to some certain place where you have less voters, very vigilant. Because they may even deploy you as APO 1. But if you are smart and you can become the PO, because I've done it before. I was not deployed as a PO, but I saw that the girl that was in charge, she does not even understand what was going on. So I took over from her. Because if not for the fact that I took over from
I think we are losing Adora. I said
No.
Adora. I think we are losing LP Ignite.
Yeah.
Ignite.
vigilant and watch out for our interests. That's what I want to say for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, LP Ignite. Please, Adora, when you drop LP Ignite, I think there's one Balogun. Balogun is actually the guy. Balogun Ridwan is actually the guy I said when I told thank you for sending me material. He was angry that I told him thank you. He was telling me, why should I be telling him thank you when he's doing something good, like something to contribute? And
Okay,
that for me.
I've just pulled him in now. Okay.
Yeah. So I know he was struggling with network. That's why he didn't join us from the beginning. Please, before you bring in the next person, let me just quickly, just for 1 or 2 minutes, put light on what Ignite said. I'm glad she said that. That's why we need everybody to participate in this conversation, because even those of us that I think we know will forget a lot of things. Some people will say it and will not remember. What she just said, it's very crucial. I had that experience. I mean, it's one of the most damning experience of the election. See, it's only the presiding officer that is compulsorily, in most cases, probably over 90% or probably 100% of the time, the presiding officer is the one that is compulsorily a core member. The APO, so what they did now, why core members are now even APOs is because, there are so many core members, so all of after they fill them up with presiding officer, they now start making them assistant. You get? But aside them, if you even look at the advert that INEC released for ad hoc staff, you discover that the requirement for being an APO is not being a core member. It's just, if you are from 300 level in school, you can be an APO. So usually, like she just said, this thing she just said, they give me PTSD because I just remember people who work with me for Ghana. See, like she just said, those guys are, like she said now, when somebody called her now to say, would you have been interested to work now? Believe me, that person that called her is probably an APC or a PDP member. They just wanted to recruit her to continue something, or to help them do something. So usually, these party members stop some of the APOs with their party membership. I knew this because my 2 APOs were part of my biggest problem. If not, I think I was a little bit very stubborn. Like, see, my APO was going to tell me, like, Copper, be like, I don't want to die here. We could just green for what these people they talk now. And I was be like, you just say I call this place, can't play for you. And of course, because they fear you at the PO, they know without you they can't do anything. That's the presiding officer. Please, if you are in the polling unit, because it's painful because a lot of people here may not be presiding officers, but if you are in the polling unit, observe those people that are assisting the core members, especially those that are not core members. The ones that are core members will usually come with their uniform, so you will know the ones that are core members. But usually the ones that are not core members, they will just come with one kind of babariga and just anyhow. You will know that this one just came from his house somewhere. They've employed him to come and do something. So please, let's watch out for them. Thank you, Ignite. Adora, maybe you can bring in the next person before we move to the next process.
Oh dear, sorry. I didn't unmute. I'm sorry about that. So I believe the next person was Ivik. Ivik.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. So I have 3 questions for now, based on how far we've gone. First of all, this case of BVAS being at 0. So is it possible for the PO to reset the BVAS if peradventure it has been tampered?
Sorry, Ivik, 1 second. Are you asking questions or you're contributing to the BVAS experience? Do you have an experience with the BVAS? Have you been at a polling unit before?
No, not yet.
I think he's saying he wants to ask questions based on where we have gotten to on the conversation, right?
Yes, but he doesn't have any of the experience that we're looking for.
Okay, no, I mean, just ask your question quickly. You said 1, is it possible for the PO to reset it? That's your question 1. Go ahead.
Yes. All right. Then also, now that INEC has reassigned polling unit to some people, they try to make sure that no polling unit has more than 1,000 people. So will that also affect the number of ballot papers that will be sent per polling unit? Then number 3, for example, with the case of overvoting at Osun State, clearly it happens when BVAS records maybe a certain number, say 150, and then people vote more than expected. So who can actually see the BVAS screen while accreditation is going on? If it's just one person, that means if that person is induced with money, the person could actually let people who are not properly accredited vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ivik. So sorry, Adora, I keep interfering in your role. Sorry. Um, you asked three questions. The last question, which is regarding Osun State, we'll take that later. Actually, you'll be surprised. We'll take that when we get to that point in this conversation. You'll be surprised. I think a lot of us have a very strong misconception as to what caused Osun State. Osun State's problem, most of it, probably up to 98% of it, at least according to Mike Igini, let me put it like that, is not due to people overvoting, literally. It's due to a problem in the process. When we get there, I'll actually mention Osun State, but it's due to a problem in what they call synchronization. But I don't want to shoot forward. For ballot paper, if INEC has shrink people to 1,000 people, shrink polling units to 1,000, right? But I think so. It's not really that INEC is just going to give 1,000 ballot paper just like that or something. So, but I think we'll get more clarity about that because I don't think that's like a. But if whether a PO can reset the BVAS, I think I have an answer to that, but I wouldn't want to answer it. I would ask Balogun. Let this be the first point where you speak. Balogun, are you here now? Okay, if Balogun is not there.
I'm here. Good evening.
Okay. Quick question. Can he sorry, so let me just quickly introduce you. Sorry. This is Balogun Ridwan. He did the election. At least this is the most recent one, actually. He did the one in Osun State. And Balogun, just to be confirmed, you handled the BVAS in Osun State, yeah?
Yes, I handled the BVAS.
Okay. Is it possible for you or the APO to reset the BVAS by themselves?
Once you log in, the only issue that I say is that once you log in the BVAS, it must read 0 before you start any accreditation. It's not
Okay.
possible for you to restart it. You can only shut it down and on it back. Maybe the network is bad or it's acting funny. Maybe it's not getting the fingerprint or
Facial
the
recognition. Yeah.
facial recognition. So you can only shut it down and on it back,
Okay.
but you can't start the app. The app has been installed, and once you log in, there's code. They will give you the code and the password.
All right.
So once you log, that's it. I
All right.
can't start.
Thank you, Balogun. Actually, I think Balogun
Yeah,
already
I'm on my
answered the
network.
question. No, you can mute. I will go what he said. So just to put the question in perspective, you can't reset the BVAS. The BVAS has two kind of login. There is a login that you can log in, that's the people that are here. There's another login that is for the admin. So basically, to answer your question, I don't know the person that answered that question now. If the BVAS is not on 0, what they are supposed to do is to request for a new BVAS. I mean, that's what they are supposed to do. They can't reset it. Sorry, Adora, go ahead.
Can I chip in something, please?
Yes. Oh,
What did I just don't let Adora continue?
sorry, Odinaka. We did have a queue before Balogun had to step in on that question. So I'll reestablish the queue again so that we have a good flow. Dew Cakes is supposed to go next. Then it was Ima next, and then Dew Cakes, then Mary White, then Odinaka.
Okay. Okay. So quickly to speak to what Ignite spoke about before. Now, during the 2019 elections, we had cases actually where people were being added to as ad hoc staffs on the day of election. So, for those of you that are going to be POs, APOs, right? For people you do not meet the night before election, because some people will be added to your team um the night before election, possibly some will be added on the day of election, early in the morning on the day of election. Most especially those that are added to your team on the day of election, please, you have to keep an eye out for them, because the truth is, most likely those will be the channels that most party agents will come through to try to rig the election, right? To try to get favors from you. Because more or less, most likely, you as a presiding officer will most likely be seated all through the process. until it gets to the point of counting, right? So please be very aware of the people that are added to your team on on the whims of it, that they are just added overnight or on the day of election, because it will happen, right? It will most likely happen to almost anyone, most especially when they discover that, okay, maybe you're supposed to have 4 people in your team and there only 2 people are around. There's every possibility that they will add at least one person to be able to make up the number. Then next thing is to part of the information you need to know while you're on the while you're at the election ground is the positioning of the party agents. It's where the party agents are supposed to stay, because this is the party agents are not supposed to be standing close to the presiding officers. So you should be able to see that there's a clear demarcation and a clear distance, a very clear distance, such that if the party agent wants to walk to any member of the of the polling unit officers, you'll be able to see it clearly. Like, you can't, if the person is just like 10 centimeters away from the um presiding officer, you might not see what might be going on between them. But if the person has to walk for like maybe 1, 2, 3 meters before he gets to the presiding officer, you'll be able to see this. So try to ensure that you are able to ask, okay, where are these people supposed to stay? If they are election observers, there's a place for election observers and party agents to stay and observe the election, right? So trying to make sure you have a clear picture of where these people are supposed to stay. It will help you in at least being able to track, okay, something is about to happen, something wants to go down. Also track the APOs that are going to be guiding people to the cubicles, right? Those who will be either guiding the line or guiding people to the cubicles, because those ones are like the free men that the party agents will use, right? They would meet with those ones. That was the same thing that happened. It was true. The APO I had, who was handling the queue and the cubicle, that they came through. So they will speak to him, he will come speak to me and let me know that I have to speak to him back, and then he takes the report back. That's the way, that's most likely the form or the chain of communication they would use during the process. And then I think another thing that might be important is is knowing, having an understanding, right, of what's it called now? I'm trying to remember the name. Okay. When I remember what it is, I'll bring it up again. But yeah, thank you very much.
It's okay. You're still here. You're one of the speakers for the day. So, once you recollect your thoughts, please put your hand up, and I'll pull you back up. So somebody asked a question in the comment section about the BVAS being reset to 0. Sorry, not the reset. Like when you view it and it's at 0, right? So he was wondering, and let me just go what his question is, and I'm reading what he commented. Okay, so does this mean that each time the accreditation is done, it should read 0 for the next person? And if so, then how do we know that a lot more have not been illegally accredited, or is there a total accreditation that we should know about? So I thought that that's a good one. I have clarified him in the comment section, but it would be nice for one of our panelists to clarify again. I feel like the most important thing here that will tackle that question in particular would be for everybody to be at the polling units on time. There's no Nigerian time on that day. You have to be there early enough, if possible, before the polling agents get there, and so that you can view that BVAS has read 0 from get-go. So the next person should be Due Cakes. So if you have something to say about that, you can start with that and then make the rest of your submission. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Once again, Opus duly observed. So, firstly, about the counts, as time goes on, as you're accrediting more people, you start to have an increase in your accredited voters, because there's no point if you're accrediting voters and if it still remains in 0. So if you accredit like 10 voters, it will start to like increase gradually as the election goes on. Then there is this rumor going around that you don't need network to transmit your results. I want to say that that's quite wrong. You need network. You have to on your hotspot from your phone or connect, because the BVAS is like an Android.
Daniel, you are jumping the gun. You are going to the
Okay,
end.
okay, sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
but I think you already answered Adora's question as to it will not remain in zero. So when you do accreditation, I was just about posting the screenshots of that. I actually wanted us to take all the speakers so that we can now enter into the election process proper, which is mostly the BVAS, to be honest. So by then we'll probably discuss it. So questions that people should just ask now. So if what you want to ask is a question related to what have been discussed, or you just want to add one or two information, please let's try to do that maybe within 1 minute each, if it's a question or like an addition, so that we can go straight to like talking about the BVAS.
Duke, you can finish up.
okay. So concerning the BVAS, okay, let's say, okay, let me just explain how it is to everyone. It's like an Android it's like an Android phone or a mini tablet. Let me put it as mini tablet, okay? It has two methods of verification. Like, let me just share an experience or what happened in my polling unit. There was a woman that came with her sister's voter's card. I think her sister is late or something. I think they had similar face, but then what saved us that day, that the fingerprint was not matching, because when we like search out the details of the particular voter's card through the VIN or the name, we saw the particular the person there, but when she tried to like input her fingerprints, it kept on reading error. Then we now found out, like, after like so many tries, that this card is not belonging to her. It was like a different card for a different person. So we should still take note of that. And I think that'll be all for now.
Wow. Now, wow, Nigerians, I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't have words. Wow. Okay. So this is why we need you guys who have experience, like direct experience with this BVAS, to be up here. And more Duke, you have a long way to go on this space. Please hang on. We'll come back to you again. I believe that the next person should be Odinaka.
No, you said
After
it's me. You
oh
said
yeah,
it's me.
sorry. Sorry, Big Sis. I am so sorry. It's Mary White and then Odinaka. Mary White, you can go. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to jump. Hi, Wellbeing Nigeria. Thanks for hosting this space. This is really very informative. Hi, Spotlight. Adora, our sister. Hi. My
Did we
question
lose
is,
Adora?
I did. I said Adora,
Can
my
anybody hear me?
sister. She's one.
I can hear
I
you.
can hear
Oh,
you.
yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear
I can
us?
hear you now. I think I got lost at some point.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Don't crash the space. Don't you do that.
I know, right? So my question is actually two questions. The first one is, I do understand the presiding officers and APOs are like really coppers of students. So who decides how many APOs a polling unit should have? Because it seems like it's not uniform. It seems like some units have like one and some have three. So how is it determined? And another one is regarding the beavers. So when you do the accredited, right? First of all, how many beavers are allowed in a polling unit? And the second is, when you do a credit, how many people are doing it? Is it one person? And if it's one person, is it, when you do it, do you do one, like when it comes to the voters, do you accredit one person at a time? Or do you have different people accrediting the voters at that particular point? That's what I want to know, because it's kind of confusing. So, like, I don't know if you understand my question. So, how many
Yes.
beavers?
Yeah, I think I understand your question. Your question was first, who determines how many APOs and POs? Yeah, that was the first question.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just put it like this. In a normal scenario, I actually, on the Jumbotron, I just posted an architecture, a pictorial architecture of what a polling unit should normally, and I'm emphasizing normally look like. Normally, there should be 3 APOs, right? And 1 PO. There should be 3 APOs and one PO, and of course one security agent. That's what normally should happen. But like some of our panelists have said today, it's possible for Spotlight, I'm bringing you back up. It's possible for maybe one person not to show up, right? So you might not have a short of one person. So that's what can happen practically in real life scenario. But just to answer your question, it's supposed to be 3 APOs, 1 PO, 1 security agent. If you look at the picture I shared on the Jumbotron, I don't know, people that don't understand architectural picture, but maybe you may know, what it simply means is there's normally like a line and all that. Let me not go into the details. But for your second question, if it's different people that does the accreditation, right?
Yes, sir. And how many beavers are allowed in a
Yeah,
polling
okay.
unit?
So normally a polling unit only has 1 beavers and it's handled by one of the APOs. On the picture that I shared on the Jumbotron, okay?
Sorry for the interruption. It depends on the list of the polling unit as the number of registered voters in the polling unit. In my polling unit where I serve, we have 2 beavers. We have 2 APO1. So we have APO1A, APO1B because of the crowd, as in the number of the people in that polling unit, the registered for the voters in that polling unit. So we have 2 beavers. Shey you get? That it depends on the number of the registered voters. Some units have just only 1 APO with 1 beaver. Like mine, we have 2 because of the number of the voters. Thank you.
So, so that means that if that's the case, that's essentially what I think, because that means that you have 2 accredited voters at the same time. So one person is doing some people, another person is doing some people. So that means there could be a chance that if someone is not sincere, that could be a way of them tampering. I mean, I'm not trying to put anything out there, but I'm just saying.
Can I ask it, please? Can I ask it, please?
Sorry, who is that? Is that Otinaka or Phillips?
No,
Yes,
Ima
it's
wanted
me.
to say
You got
something.
Naka. You got Naka, please. I
Okay,
want to, because
Otinaka, go ahead.
thank you very much. You know, when it comes to, let me address on the issue of 2 beavers in a particular unit. For a particular unit that has over 500 voters, you have 2 beavers there. In a particular unit that has 500 voters, like 1,000 voters, and that is why INEC has resorted to decongesting the particular polling unit. They have resorted to decongesting the particular unit, whereby in a unit, if they have much populated voters, they decongest them by taking them to the newer unit that was created. If you watch today, in a good day, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you. When you watch today, I'm still in office. That's why I'm not supposed to be doing all this. If you watch today, you go to let me say Etiosa. Etiosa has over when you come to Etiosa, you have Efeke 1 or 2. In under Efeke, you will see over 100 and something polling units. Initially, it usually used to be at least 30 something polling unit for something polling units. So in those particular units that was created recently, you see that they have voters there. So when you talk of manipulation on that particular angle, there is no manipulation, because it's only when accredited votes is 200. Let me say if a particular unit is 500 and you accredited 200 accredited voters, and the ballot booklet, because the ballot booklet will be given will be given to you, that will be given to you, will be 500 ballot booklets, and then you are expected to use only 200 ballot booklets, but the ballot booklet that was accredited in that particular polling unit. So where they now have overvoting, that is where they now tend to have overvoting, is where after voting with that of accredited with that of booklet that has had accredited votes, and then you now add people, now they now happen to add another booklet in it. That's by printing more booklets, you will now have overvoting, and that overvoting results to cancellation of that particular polling unit. Are we together? Please, I don't know if anybody hearing me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for that explanation. Thank you.
So it will result to cancellation of that particular. Let me don't take much of the mic. What I'm just trying to say in essence is that because there's one other this thing I wanted corrected, because somebody raised a question that I can't remember again, but I was trying to recall that question before I was taking off the box. But when I remember, please, I would like to chip in on that part. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, please, if I could just comment again on that particular question. So in let me take the 2019 election for example. In Ondo State, so one of the polling units that was under the local government where I was serving, I think they had about, was it 1,500? What happened that day, or what was done that day, was that that particular polling unit was divided into two. So so it's possible that on the day of election, you could have a lot of people in a particular polling unit, and on that day, right, they divide the polling unit. So let's assume, the whole polling was supposed to be in location A, and because of the number of people, you will now have a polling unit at location A and another polling unit at location B. All of them will still be under the same ward or whatever it is. It's just that the BVAS will be handling them in different places. By the time they are done with the election, the two polling units, right, the location A and location B, will come back together to do a final collation together and submit under one polling unit. I hope that helps to clarify the question. Thank you.
Good. You're right. You're right.
Okay, just to put Adora, before you come in, just to put Mary White's question in perspective, to be sure that we have answered it correctly. So our point is, if a polling unit exceeds a particular number, they might technically divide it into two polling units, which will mean two BVAS, but not like physically divided. But I think Adora's concern is, is it possible for somebody to go to one BVAS, do accreditation, go to another BVAS, do accreditation? I don't think that is possible, but Philip or Odinaka, please correct me when I'm done. I don't think that's possible from the guideline that I read.
Can I respond to that?
You said?
Can I respond to that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my polling unit also had about 900 plus voters, registered voters. Okay, so we are giving two BVAS. And we should also know that each BVAS has been configured to that polling unit. You get? So, and another thing is this. If you've been accredited by the BVAS, the APO1, okay, let me say something concerning the POs and the APOs. The PO is in charge of the polling unit. The APO1 is in charge of the manual register. Like in my polling unit though, the manual register is a manual register that is backing the BVAS up. Okay? Then, and also the ink, because it's the one that will ink your index finger that you voted. Alright? So the just like the picture you shared, okay, the first person you meet is the APO3. The APO3 will now take you to what the APO3 will do. He will identify that, okay, this PVC belongs to this polling unit by looking at it. If it is not, he can direct you to go and locate your polling unit. But if it is, then he will tell you to go and meet the APO2. APO2 will now take your PVC. The BVAS does two things: verification and authentication before accreditation. Okay, so to verify now, to know whether you're the owner of the PVC. At first, after you've seen your name on the names, the list pasted on the wall, by a black and white paper pasted on the wall, you come with the number. So you give the APO2 the number, then they will now check the manual register with that number you've given them to trace your name. So when they have located your name, they can now do this, and they can now verify whether by looking at the face, or also taking 6 digits, the last 6 number of your VIN. They use it to look at your details to know whether you are the actual owner of that PVC. Then after they've done that, before you cannot be accredited. All right. So then, in case of having two BVAS, there is what you do to avoid issues, kind of. So when you've been accredited by a BVAS, which means you can go now to vote, your name will be ticked on the manual register. It will be ticked. So in essence, the number of names that have been ticked on the manual register must correspond to the number of accredited voters in the BVAS. Okay?
Yeah,
So
Philip, hold
basically,
on. Hold on.
for cases that they divide the polling units kind of that okay, they have A side and B side. I think what will happen is this: in the manual register, that is how everything is written alphabetically. So that is how they share it. If A is handing from names ranging from A to, let's say, A to F, okay, let's say A to J, then the other one will handle from K till the end. So basically, there is no how you can vote from here and go there and vote again because your name will not be on that manual register. I don't know if you are getting it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I have actually identified a loophole in this thing you just said. And Mary White, it's you that came to ask this question that can make somebody sweat like this. Anyway, Philip, because I'm someone that is very practical. So if something doesn't, like if it's not 100% clear, I will try to dig in. Otumba Dike, I see you've been flashing your hand. Say something, let me see.
Yes, you guys are looking at the one by the book. Let me tell you something off the book now. When you go and after accreditation, you want to go and pick a slip, be watching the INEC official that is going to give slips. Some give double slips. Some give double slips. That's why we've been saying a lot of things. I don't want to go back to what we said. Some INEC official might be compromised on their way there or a day before thereabouts. Now, for a singular election like that of Anambra governorship election, they'll put the two slips together and give to you. You go and thumbprint twice and then put that in on the ballot box. That's where overvoting can start from. That will contradict the manual. That's one. So I'll hold it on for now. I like the way you're moving.
Yeah. So Otumba, hold on.
Sorry, just one thing to add. So to what Otumba also said, right? Aside from giving you double slips, there are cases where to make it look like it was legit voting that happened, what then happens is, unlike your normal BVAS where you have to actually accredit with the face and everything, they only use the card. Now they use the card to identify. They can give a form of excuse that okay, maybe the BVAS did not get the person's face or this, and what they do is they use the card. Now these are cards of people that are not in, that possibly could be dead or didn't come out to vote, right? And the election officials now overlook that and accredit or give permission for voting to be carried out in those people's names. So on the register, it will show that this person voted. It's possible you might not see it on the machine itself, but you would be able to see that okay, they can tell you that oh, this person had issues with this, that, come up with one excuse or the other, and then accredit that person to vote. So those are some like this. I know this one happened in the 2019 election in my own polling unit, so I'm almost totally certain of this one. So those are some. That's another way where overvoting comes, and that makes it almost look totally legit.
Okay.
Sorry,
You guys should slow down. Wait, hold on. Like I said at the beginning, I know I've been to so many spaces, and you know there's too much information in the air, and it becomes confusing. So that's why one of the things I want us to do here today is to make sure that we have the information in an orderly, like in a manner that is very orderly. And when I know they carry us go where we don't know, but I can understand the enthusiasm because I too have this feeling of, I mean, you just want to say everything that can be wrong in this process, sharp as in and all that. But I'm someone that I know how to follow my train of thought, so I'm going to make sure I follow this train of thought. I am going to go back to Mary White's question. Otumba Dike already made a point which I think is worthy of note. In fact, the summary of everything that has been said, or that will still be said, is that obedience. See, one polling unit agent or two polling unit agents, their eyes are not enough. See, you read what people are saying, what they are saying here. It means we need like 200 eyes. I don't know how to put it. I think we need one person to be looking at the person tearing ballot paper. I mean, you can, to be honest, so you don't go there and overdo. We are not saying you should go and hear them. You can't go and hear them. But from far, we need one person that will be looking. and make sure that it's not two that was given, like just to be on the side. Although I know that's not what caused overvoting in Osun State, but I want to make sure I clear Mary White's question. That question is too important. What Mary White has asked is that has led us to know that it's possible for a polling unit, right, to have two BVAS, right? It's possible for a polling unit to have two BVAS. And the explanation we have given, which Philip have given, is that the way we can know is by the register. What I would have thought, although let me clarify this now, first of all. INEC, and I don't know if it was Otumba, or I think what Dinaka said it earlier, INEC have splitted the polling units a lot already. So truly, I doubt it there will be a lot of polling units that have two BVAS. I think INEC made sure that every polling unit now is no more than 500. So it means every polling unit has its full setup. Because I was in the space, I think Zari is here. Undikato actually mentioned that point in the space that they are now, and they created more polling units, which is true because they wanted to divide polling units that were over 500, right? But I don't want to assume. So I want to make sure we clarify the fact that if there is 700 people in a polling unit and they have two BVAS, please everybody follow me. 700 people in a polling unit, they have two BVAS. How will it go? Is it that the person can go to any of the two people that have BVAS and his information will be on the two, or his information will only be on one because maybe INEC could have already divided it before it went on the BVAS? Sir Philip or Dinaka.
Can I take on that one? Can I take on that question, please?
Yes, please.
Well, before I take on that question, please just remind me, please, on that particular question. I want to go back. I want to buttress a bit on what he said. I think Emmanuel tried explaining about 2019 election. The difference between 2019 election and this coming election is that during 2019 election, there was no electoral act passed then. The difference between 2019 election also and this particular election that is coming, because it will be a watershed, is that during Osun election, there have been electoral acts passed also. That electoral act that was passed is that there will be means of accreditation which will be done electronically. Now, 2019 election also was also election that was not done electronically, whereby people will come and show their BVCs without a means of accreditation. They will either issue them papers and they will just accreditate them. They will just accreditate them without means of electronic. Sorry, without accrediting them electronically. Good night, ma. Good night, ma. Without accrediting them electronically. So what I'm just trying to say in essence is that when you go towards that trade, you will see that this particular process of election now, everybody that will be accredited, good night, sir, will be done electronically. All the voters that will be coming will be done electronically. Now, to your point of whereby if there is 700 voters and then now have two BVAS, what is obtainable there is that if you watch it and then the particular BVAS will be ticked on its head with marker. There will be a masking tape on the particular BVAS, on the two BVAS, sorry to say. They will tick it from 100 to 350 or 340 for first BVAS. The other will be from that 340 to the remaining 700. Then it is now left with the pulling agent and pulling ad hoc officials, sorry to say, trained ad hoc officials, which are the POs and the APOs, to direct the voters where to go and they queue up and then know their particular areas to be accredited. It is not a rocket science, because what I'm just trying to say is that whereby Mr. A is supposed to be accredited in one BVAS and he goes to B to be accredited, it won't work.
Thank you, Kai.
It has already been programmed. So if your name is answering AB, and then you are for AB is for BVAS 1, and then you go to BVAS 2, it won't accreditate. So you will automatically be sent to that particular unit. So there's no mistake there. INEC. So let me just stop here. Maybe other people will continue. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm so glad you clarified that. But I just want Philip, because Philip said he has operated 2 BVAS. Philip, can you confirm that was the situation you had? Philip, are you there?
Yes. Oh shit.
Oh, yeah, in a noisy place. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you hear what Odinaka said?
Okay, I didn't get the question. Sorry.
Okay. Maybe when you leave your message. Okay, I just wanted you to confirm. You can
Okay,
hear me,
I'm
right?
sure. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. When you add 2 BVAS, is it possible for you to, I don't know if you can live where you are, it's kind of noisy. Is it possible, was the case that the 2 BVAS had 2 different sets of names? I think you're in church. Okay, let's just. Philip, okay, maybe we'll just, I'll probably note this question. Okay. The only thing I want you to do is confirm actually. Odinaka has given the answer. Okay, I think he already even dropped. The only thing I wanted him to do is confirm what Odinaka said, which is what I expect it to be. Because what Mary White asked is very crucial. If 2 people have BVAS and inside this BVAS, there is 700 name, inside this one there's 700 name, it's a dangerous place to be. So what I expect is maybe in some way, maybe this one we have 300, this one we have 400. So like Odinaka said, if you are among the first 400, you have to go to the person that has the first 400. If you go to the person that has the last 300, it will not see your name there, which is what Odinaka said. But Odinaka, that's what you said. Please confirm.
That's exactly what I said. And
Thank
I
you.
want to throw more light on the Ocean election, please. If possible.
Don't worry, I'm coming. Let's not, because I know if we go to Osun election, we this whole place, we scatter the whole place. Anyway,
Host, sorry, one quick second. I wanted to just say we have a whole lot of requests and I'm trying to get Spotlight up here. I'm not able to get her up because there is no space. So if we can, I know you have you're taking down points of the flow of questions and everything, and we'll definitely get back to it. If Ndi Dan and Tochuku, they're the 2 people who can give me some sort of
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so if they have questions that they wanted to ask, I don't know if they're part of the INEC panelists that we need up here. I don't think so, but if they have questions, they can go right away. Indy, you can go, and then Tochuku, so that I can recycle your spots.
No, Tochuku can remain. Let's say Undi and official vote LP, then maybe Savi.
Okay, that's fine. Indy, you can go. Then official can go, so I can recycle your spots. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I just want to say that there is no confusion about 700 or 500 in a voter's register. What they normally do is clear. You are split alphabetically. If they have to split you into 2 BVAS, that's what they do. Alphabetically, A to G with the first BVA, H to Z to the other BVA. So there is no confusion about it. But actually, what I want to say is that obedience have to make sure that it's not just the polling agents we have and everything, that we will leave this job to monitor INEC and the other political parties with. What I advise them to do, which we did for PDP in Okota during the last 2019 election, is everybody, once you finish voting, chill in your polling booth, find a space and sit and be watching what is happening there. It is very important. And please take note, at the beginning of the voting, the serial number of your presidential this thing form, you should take note of it when they say we've been given 001 to 00500. Take note that is complete, that nothing has been torn out of it. Also take note that the vote they won for the senatorial, everything, nothing has been torn out of it. Because they can show you an empty box But if they have removed from this, it's going to surface somewhere, and you will not be there when it's surfacing. But if you are sure that what they have is what they are displaying, then please keep watch over them. Even if somebody needs help at the polling booth, let it not be an INEC staff. Let it be one of the security agents that will go and help that one that needs help. Because I can tell you that most of the INEC staff sell up to the highest bidder. So if we can crown them in such a way that they don't have space to do these things, we can be sure that at the end of the day, we will get the result we want. Thank you.
Omo times 1 million. Omo times 1 million. Host, did you hear that? Oh my God, Ndi just came here and busted everybody's brain. Are you kidding me? Host, I beg, help us and clarify this thing, please. Please.
Yeah, okay, but I think the point she just really made, which is important, is taking note of the. See, let me just first of all say this: the one-off solution to all the problem that we are seeing now and that we will be seeing in the future is massive turnout, remaining at the polling unit, and making sure you are alert. Those are the three solutions. But we are just trying to know where we need to be alert towards. I think that's what we are discussing. But those are the three solutions. Say, if you say in a class, I say repeat after me. I'll repeat it again. Turning up in mass, remaining in your polling unit, making sure you are alert. I don't know. Maybe somebody please tweet that so that we can have go on.
Then we can't overemphasize that. We have to be there. There's no Nigerian time. If you snooze on that day, you will lose. You will lose. You're literally going to fight for your lives on the election day, guys. You have to be at the polling units before even the polling agents. Like, it's very crucial. You can hear all the information that's being passed on here today. It's very crucial. Be there on time, number one. Make your eye clear. Don't go and drink the night before. As in, make your eye sharp. Sharp. Put on, like, all your street sense should be on high alert on that day. And be watching, like, have all your eyes on the polling agents. In fact, anybody that says they're an INEC staff, have your eyes on them. Okay, please, guys, it's very, very crucial because you can see there's so many things that can go wrong in split seconds. Wow, thank God all this information is coming out and it's getting us prepared. Let's continue on the queue. I know, host, I know you're still taking down notes, and there are things that you've jotted down that we're still going to come back to. But in the process of for the purpose of having a flow, we can go to Savik. And it was Tochukwu. Tochukwu is a panelist, so it was official vote LP. If you can go, then we'll just circle on from there. Official LP, please take it.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Quickly, in terms of BVAS, I think one other thing I want to share with you guys, that I'm privileged to talk to some INEC, some people that presided in our show during the election. One thing is that late night voting, there's a lot of manipulation that goes once it's late night voting, especially in the opposition strongholds. That's where they can be able to give one accredited person 2 ballot paper to vote. That's when they have, mind you, BVAS. If you are being accredited for the first BVAS, the second BVAS can as well accredit you, and you vote. That's double voting. And the BVAS.
Sorry. Hold on. If you get accredited by the first BVAS, you can't get accredited by the second BVAS. You establish that. So what's your point exactly? Go ahead, let me hear what you say. Official vote LP, are you there? Okay, I think maybe.
Looks like we're losing him.
Yeah, but please, because I don't know, I'm too conscious of information. Please, pardon me, I'm sorry. Please, we've already established it. Oh, you cannot get accredited on the second BVAS. Please, I just know that. Just know that you cannot get accredited. Please, Savik. Savik was supposed to go next, right? I don't know.
That's correct. It was going to be Cervic after official. So if official is done, I think we're losing him. So maybe he can come back on. I'll drop him now and make room. So Cervic, please go and help us clarify one or two things. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Women. I think you guys are really passing out a lot of information with this section today. I think the lady that spoke that actually monitored the 2019 election in Anambra State is absolutely correct. You know, the BVAS is going to be preloaded on alphabetical order, right? So if you get accredited by one BVAS, the other beavers cannot accrue. In fact, if your name or your information is not preloaded on one of the beavers, it is not going to accredit you. So let's nobody confuse the issue here. The two beavers you're having there, we have preloaded information of people based on alphabetical order, right? So each of them will do different accreditation. So two of them cannot do the same accreditation. I just wanted to point that out. One other thing I wanted to say is, look, guys, most of this thing we've discussed here is centered around vigilance, right? The thing that I think we should be discussing more is, you know, I was thinking about what my friend told me yesterday. What if you have people in the polling unit and some of these area boys and come, chasing people out where they have actually mastered this thing and planned it with the ANIC official. That point in time where you lose distraction, that's actually where a lot can go wrong, right? Because right now they can no longer snatch ballot box, right? They can no longer do that. So they are going to be creating scenarios where we make you lose attention so that they can use that opportunity to do whatever they want to do. So I want us to kind of think out of the box. I don't have answer to it, but we need to have some kind of emergency response plan. Everyone that is on this space, go and think about it. We need to have some kind of emergency response plan on what we need to do if we're faced with this kind of scenario where these guys can come just to cause some form of distraction. Some can even go to the extent of shooting gun in the air just to make sure that people, get scared and run away so that they can do whatever they want to do. So let's think about it. I don't expect anybody to have an answer for it right now, but I think we need to start thinking about how we want to come back with an emergency response plan, what we need to do in scenarios like this. That's what I just wanted to say. Number two is that one of the guys that pointed out about overvoting is, INEC officials giving people double voting stuff to go do. That's another one that is very critical. They do it every single time, So at the end of the day, all these things we are discussing here is very, very crucial, but vigilance is all that matters. On that day, every single one of us, every obedient, we need to be very, very vigilant, right? We need to make sure that every single transaction that is going on that day, don't allow the polling unit agents to actually dictate what happens. Keep an eye on it, right? So women in Nigeria, let's think about it. I just wanted to point it out. That is very critical to me, and that's why I requested the mic. In situations where some of these hoodlums comes around, to scare people, just to distract them, so that they can manipulate what they want to manipulate. Let's kind of, think out of the box and come up with emergency response plan on how we want to mitigate such, occurrence from happening. Thank you so much. I yield the mic at this point.
Yeah, thank you so much, Savik. In fact, maybe Savik may have just given us an idea for maybe a subsequent space. Like you said, we need to think, we need to strategize as much as possible. The ones that we can discuss publicly, we discuss. The one we can discuss publicly, we discuss it back camera. But that's very valid. That's very valid. So I don't know if there's anybody that was supposed to speak next, because now, okay,
Well-meaning, please, can I just make a quick comment on what Savik said?
Sure.
Okay, I think one of the things that we can do basically is that town hall app, or the I think the other one is structure media app or something that PO talked about the other day, and Valentine also talked about. If we can, all go into that app, locate our polling units, get to know, all the people that maybe a few people that will also be there. There's something that happens when you know that somebody else is there with you, and there's a kinship. There's some kind of familiarity. You have a common purpose with the next person. You are able to form bonds. You're able to form a wall of defense when something like that happens. You even get to know each other, if possible, before then, so that you have that familiarity. And when you find people, when something like that comes up, you would have people maybe discuss one-on-one on what to do. I think that's one of the things we can do, because if you just step into that polling unit, you're alone, you basically know nobody, you feel like you're just there all by yourself. But something is binding most of us together, and we need to explore that to ensure that we create a wall, like a defense against these guys. Because when they see that there's a commonality amongst us, it will be difficult for them to penetrate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Spotlight. That's please, if you are here, even if you're in diaspora, go and get the town hall app. And even make sure you are there. Make sure, please, because that's where you can link up. Believe me, if you walk alone into a place, now there you go, no say that's the way patient talk, say now only you work out come get effect. Get effect. Please make sure you get that app. As we're stepping into the next phase of the conversation now, and looking at the time now, I mean, we can stay here as long as we can, but at some anyway, I just uploaded now on the Jumbotron the login page, what the login page of the BVAS look like. I actually had to screenshot it, plus what you should know, like on that. This is not really for you guys, but I mean, having an idea of it, like I said earlier today, I said the point of this space is for you to know it in such a way that even if the copper they shake say, how to do this, you will say, come, I know I go teach you. Although that might not happen in real life. That was just a joke. But the point is, this is what the login page looks like. After, there are two people that can log in, like I said earlier, the admin. I don't know what the admin can do. I think that's for INEC. But the second person that can log in is the APO, which handles the BVAS. Now, election is about to start. Really. Now, somebody is about, there's a queue, there's a setup, voters are about to. So I'm just going to go to, first I'll start. Otumba, I can see, Otumba Dika, I can see you are raising your hand. Maybe I'll allow you speak, then Undi, before we will start that progression. What happens before what happens before what happens?
Okay, on Savik's question, I'm saying it now, obedience. Let's not just pretend. Some people are not brave in this life they came to. They are not just brave. Any small bar, they don't run. If you know you're that kind of person, try and come out very early and cast your votes. Let me give you my political strategies. The talks don't come out till 12. They don't come out to 12. You don't see anybody. Check all your elections, all the videos of talks, they come out after 12. Please come very early in the morning by 9, 8. Let me tell you, 100 people can vote within 1 hour. So if you check that and you're about 200 in your polling unit, it means in 2 hours, if you're serious, you've done it. The best strategy we can use is come out in time, like you said, and vote so that you that's what that.
Okay, I think we are losing you, Otumba, but I get the point you went to, which I think Spotlight already clarified that. I think one of the first way is the first solution actually is getting on the town hall app. That's the first solution. Because if you're on the town hall app, even if you're not bold, by the time you don't link with 1 or 2, 3 people where you get mind, you go bold small. You get, but I get the point you're trying to say, so that by the time this talk they come out, we don't the old no way that they say before person go market come back, who want born don't born. So by the time the talk come out, we don't chop wash and come out. You get, I feel that's a very cool point, but please let's not forget, get on the town hall app. Undi, you want to say something again, then Odinaka, then After which, I'm about uploading the page. I'm about uploading the page that you will see, that the APO will see after he logs in. And this page is important because what is on this page is part of what caused Osun State problem. But go on.
Yes, you see, the multitude will be the defense. Even the talk does not want to die. I'll give you an instance of what happened in Okota in 2019. Lagos unleashed their talk on Okota, Amo Odoki, and Ajawa Estate. And the men stood their ground. Almost all the talks went home with broken head, some were near dead. Listen, the only strategy that will win this election for us is whether you are faint-hearted or strong-hearted, better get strong-hearted because you are fighting for your life. We are like people on oxygen. We are fighting for our life. So what we are going to do on that day, finish voting. If you can make some snacks, some water, whatever you can make to keep people company, we just hang around. Thugs are afraid of crowd. Any day, any moment, thugs are afraid of crowd. How many are they? 3, 4. They come in, they shoot their gun. The one in Okota, they tried shooting the gun before they knew it. People who had strength took the gun from them and beat the daylight out of them. Please, let's come out en masse. That's the solution. How many talks do they have? They don't want to die. And we don't want to die. Please, let's encourage, especially if you are in a hostile area. If you are in a hostile, I know that Lagos State, Jagaban and Co. will unleash their tongue on Okota and the rest as usual. But unfortunately for them, Okota is at least 98% obedient. They are not winning anything in Okota as usual. Please, let's go as a group. Stay there. On election day, you are not going to a party. You are not going to the delivery room. You are not going to the hospital. Stay there till they finish counting, declare the result, upload it, and enter their motor and start going. And we go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Please, Adora, maybe you can still be going through the comment section like you promised. So maybe if you have if you come across any question that is that I trust your judgment that you think requires urgent answering, please. You can bring it up. So now I've uploaded what the login page looks like. That's after I uploaded. Please follow this train. The first picture I uploaded was the hierarchy. The second was what the setup of the polling unit looked like. The third is the login page of the BVAS, what it looks like. And I emphasize, I said there are two kinds of login, which is not really, doesn't really have anything to do with you. So let me not emphasize. The next is what, after login, what it looks like. Ignore that emoji that is there that is wearing eyeglass. It's actually because there's somebody's face that is really there. And I don't know the amount of permission I have to use this one. I don't want to put that person up front. But what is important in this page, right, is the sidebar, which is elections, export data, and logout. Logout is logout. We all know logout. If you want to know what logout really is, log out from your Twitter, you will know. But logout is logout. So let's not talk about logout. The second one is export data. We'll come to that later on in this conversation. But now we are talking about elections. Elections. That's where the whole accreditation happens. And since Balogun is someone that has held the BVAS before, I will just allow Balogun tell us what typically happens when the election is about to start. Like one person now is about to vote. What happens? Balogun.
Sorry, I just wanted to
Thank you.
Balogun, one quick second, I promise you. I just wanted to say that I found a good question, and Balogun, if you can chime in on that question as well when you go on your submission. Somebody is asking how quickly like in the event of a BVAS that's been found to have preloaded numbers, how quickly can
No, you don't know what BVAS look like.
No,
Sorry.
yeah. I know that, but so in 2019, what we used was card readers, right?
Yes.
So the card readers, to an extent, are almost similar to the beavers. The only difference is that the beavers have more functionalities. But now, why I'm bringing this up is I knew people who had issues with their card readers, and what happened was that so the way every rack center is set up, right? The rack center is set up in somewhat of a central location to the different to the different what's it called now, polling units, right? So that in the event where there is a need, like I saw during the 2019 election, where there's a need to deploy another this thing, card reader or beavers or whatever it is, the rack tech is able to get to that location within a maximum of 30 minutes. Within a maximum of 30 minutes. That's the way the rack center is supposed to be set up. So if you wanted to give a time to it, a time frame to it, right? If everything is done right, configurations and everything is done right from the point of call to the time where the machine can get to that particular position, you can say within an hour. Sometimes it will be less, sometimes it will be more, but at least within an hour, every configuration they need to do will already be done and then deployed immediately.
Okay. Okay, that's kind of like an attempt. Tochukwu, did you have an experience where the BVAS wasn't working?
Not really. My experience was that the BVAS wasn't working, and I wanted to take note that each polling unit has a BVAS engineer attached to the polling unit. So you get is
it the polling unit or the rack?
Yeah, the rack. I mean the rack. So that
Okay.
the BVAS engineer works for all polling units in that ward. You get. So my experience was that when the BVAS
Sorry. Hold on. Just to clarify, for people that are listening, a rack is different from a polling unit. Usually, a rack is a collection of many polling units.
Yeah.
So exactly. Go ahead.
So the engineer is posted to the rack, which is the engineer for all the polling units under the rack centers. So when my BVAS stopped working, I had to call him. He had to come from the other polling unit where he was, and he updated my BVAS. I want to say something that the BVAS it cannot be changed. If you understand me very clearly, the BVAS cannot be changed. If there's a situation of overvoting, the PO has to make record of it in your form, because that BVAS has already preloaded all your voters' identities inside that BVAS. So you changing it has to come again from the INEC office, which will take longer, because this is Nigeria. You know how it plays here. It will take longer for the BVAS to get to your polling unit. So what you do, if there's a situation of overweighting, what you do after election, then you make a statement on your while entering your form.
Tochukwu, wait. This place you went to now, you are touching the tiger's tail. I'm hearing form. Let me allow Joel speak first. I don't want to wait. I'll come. Joel, please speak, I beg.
Guys, good evening. He just said something and corrected it. The BVAS can actually be changed. The BVAS basically is an Android phone. Let's take it first of all. It's an Android phone with different, or a mobile phone with extra capabilities.
1 second. One
with
second,
fingerprints.
Joel. Fabian, can you please mute
Yeah.
your mic? There's an interference. Fabian, please mute your mic. Thank you.
Basically, the BVAS is a mobile device that just like you have your Android or Apple phone. Now, if, for example, a BVAS comes and it's not updated with information, let's say BVAS are supposed to have 500 people comes to education, and you see only 2 names on it. What they can do is connect it to the network and try to update it. There's information you put and you log in with and to download the data for that BVAS. Now, if that BVAS becomes faulty for any reason, INEC says in every state there is extra BVAS. I know I read it somewhere, or even heard the chairman say that there's a backup. There's a backup machine that will be requested for and sent to the location. So yes, BVAS can be changed, but like he corrected himself, it can, even when it's changed, as in if it's going to take some time, But in addition, what I was going to say something earlier. I think something else we should do as obedient is, first of all, if there's any lawyer here, let us know what it will take for a mobile phone video, to be admissible in court as evidence in court. If it means that you have to say I'm recording this for evidence, as accreditation starts and as it finishes, please do a recording, upload it somewhere, Twitter, Instagram, anywhere on your polling unit. When voting finishes and when they are calculating calling out this thing, calculate it too. When they are done and they've called out the number, while the person is gumming that ECA form on the wall, record the person also. So when the time comes and you say the ECA form is written that 304 people were accredited, you just read it, you record it and upload it. I think that will help us a lot. But we have to make the recording in such a way that it is admissible in court. I think that's what I have to add for now.
Okay, thanks, Joel. I'm glad you clarified that. Tochukwu, I understand that, like that, the first reason why, when I was thinking about this piece, I didn't think of getting just one person, is really because I know that one person's experience may have been limited. So that's why I made sure that, we have like multiple, like people that have done it. Yeah, we have people that did it in Osun State, because I understand why Tochukwu may have said that he had just his own experience. It was not everywhere. But please, for sake of clarification, the BVAS can be changed. But of course, usually, the best option, which was what Tochukwu was saying, would be the IT guy for INEC at that rack would try to fix the problem first. It's only when he cannot fix it that he will now opt for them to change it. But through this, in reality, that process of changing can be very long. In fact, like Emmanuel said, I had an experience. I know someone that had experience during 2015 election and that was card reader, like Emmanuel said. But I think in some cases, if they are not able to do it that day, that particular polling unit may not have election that day. Just have that at the back of your mind. Or it might come very, very late. You get so, but that's like doesn't happen like everywhere randomly. You get it. Most of the issues that the BVAS will have will be resolved very, very quickly. So let's have that at the back of our mind. I know Balogun was about going. Balogun, I was trying to help you.
Can I throw more light on that part, please?
Sorry, who's speaking?
That was Odinaka, I believe.
Okay, Odinaka, quickly go on. Maybe you can have your 1 minute, so we can go ahead, sir.
Okay, very quick one. If it's for BVAS changing, it doesn't take more time to change, because every particular ward has what we call RATEC, who is in charge of changing of BVAS, and he has the sole duty or the sole motto to go to any particular local government, to go to his local government, assigned local government, to go and request for new BVAS where a BVAS has been tampered. So there is no. That's why INEC, like the chairman will always say, they are well sufficient and prepared enough for this election. So as such, BVAS can be changed, and it won't take much longer time in doing so, because adequate transportation and the payment has been made for that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Odinaka. Thank you for clarifying that. So apparently it wouldn't take more time this time. Hallelujah. I like it. When somebody comes, the page that it will be in. And I know Spotlight is going to be interested in this particular place, because Spotlight had raised some time back, Spotlight had raised a very strong awareness, which is what actually linked me to Spotlight, about, and on Zari's space today, Prof also mentioned it, the possibility of voting even if you don't have your PVC. It is very sad, because technically, with the way the BVAS is set up, if you have your information from the online portal, like you log in, you may not have needed your PVC technically. But for this particular election, INEC has already said you need PVC. It's already in the PVC, sorry. It's already in the Electoral Act. So that's why, because I know some people are going to say, oh, if I have since they can set with my surname, why do I need my PVC and blah, blah, blah. Please, in this particular election, you need your PVC. The question is it possible for you to have voted without your PVC physical card? Maybe, because there are other things for you to search. But I think I'll leave it to Balogun to clarify that. Balogun, what normally happens when someone comes to meet you?
Thank you. Once you don't have your PVC, you are not voting. That's the instruction they give us during the training. If you don't have your PVC, you are not going to vote. If we try to accredit you like 3 times and the BVAS is not accepting maybe your finger or your facial accreditation, you are not going to vote. Once we try it 3 times, they give us so we can move on to the next person, person on the queue. Once we try it 3 times, you are not voting. If you call, if your your PVC is not with you, you are not voting. They won't. We are not allowed to. Anybody is not voting. So that's one has been stated clearly. Because
Okay.
if you try to vote, if you allow the voters to vote without the PVC accreditation of a thing, there will be a problem during the results, maybe the collation of results, because the accreditation register, as in the number of voter accredited and the voter cast must be tallied. So why will someone come without their PVC
Okay.
and you allow them to vote?
All right.
So
Thank you, Balogun.
yeah.
Sorry, can I add, please?
So sorry, hold on. I want to go to Chukwu. I know Chukwu, you also handle the BVAS here.
Yes, under the
So
BVAS.
typically, what happens?
Yeah, first of all, when somebody walks up to you with their PVC, for my own instance, what I do, I either type in your surname or use your thumbprint. That's what you have to verify if the person is accredited in that center.
Okay, so Chukwu, yeah. So before thank you. Before I allow Dinaka come in, for the sake of everybody, I'm going to explain something, and please let's just pay attention. The accreditation process, there are 2 processes under the accreditation process. There's the first process. I think they call it verification. I can't place my hand on it. Maybe when Dinaka comes up after. But the point is that the first process is you will give them your PVC. They will scan your PVC on the BVAS device, and your information will come up. If you look at the picture I posted last, you will see there are 3 fields on that picture. If you are there, you discover that on the right side of the picture, there is enter voter's last name, there is enter last 6 digits of VIN, then there is scan barcode. If the person touches scan barcode, all he needs is to, I don't know, some of us maybe are not used to infrared payment, but normally, if place where they have infrared payment with your ATM card, you can just touch your ATM card on the infrared and you don't need to slot it in and put pin, right? But if they touch that button, then they will scan your card and your information will come out. I'll also upload a picture of what the page will look like when your information comes out. But after they do that, the next process is for them to now validate if it's you, which is where either fingerprint or face comes in. What Balogun is saying is that they cannot try, if they try your fingerprint 1, it not work, 2, it not work, 3, it not work. They try your face, it not work. They don't baby that, even if your face they there. And that's what Balogun is saying, which is similar to what Ochukwu is saying. But I want to hear what Odinaka has to say. Sorry. Odinaka?
Okay, very quick one on that one, on this particular this thing. What we need to know is that when you come to this particular accreditation, if there is no PVC, no voting, according to this Electoral Act. If there is, even though you have PVC, there must be accreditation electronically, and it is not manually. Though it is manual, you can do accreditation manually via ticket, but the one that is majorly accepted is the electronic means of accreditation. That is where you will have what we call this social number of accredited voter in a particular unit. So if you look at it in this situation, sorry, please, can you help me on the particular this again, because it seems I've missed my line on what was talked about, please.
No, so I think the particular question is, what is the process of accreditation? Like, I know there are two processes. What do
Okay,
you do? What's the step
fine,
process?
fine. The two process of accreditation, one is facials and the biometrics, that is fingerprinting. Without it, you can't proceed or you can't be issued ballot paper. Upon accreditation of upon accreditation of fingerprinting or facials, you must be sure that that particular unit is where you are voting. Some people will be looking at it that it is 010, but they don't know. When you look at your PVC will be written automatically as in a particular unit where you are registered. Some unit will be 005, some unit will be 006. So some that are 005 who doesn't know that their unit is some people that their units are 004 who doesn't know that their unit are 004 might find themselves in 005. So those are the disparities there. What they need to do is to be addressed properly, that this is where your particular unit are, this is where you have to go and queue up and get accredited and vote. So that is the mixed up there. So, but before you will be accredited, it must be done by facials and the biometrics. Without it, you are not voting. And wherever the hoodlums think they will come and discard, let me touch the other part again. Where the hoodlums think they will come and cut away or destroy anything or cause chaos for people not to vote, and like I had one of the respondents who said that is where the people who have to put eye. There is no putting of eye there, because whatever they do there, and it is recorded that is violent in a particular polling unit, that particular polling unit will be cancelled. There is no vote that will emanate from that particular polling unit. So long as the PO, that's the presiding officer, reports that there is a crisis, because the what's it called? That's what we call electoral management. They will follow up on that particular electoral risk management. They will follow up on that particular areas where crises are coming up. So wherever there is crisis, they will cancel those particular units. So it is done for them. It is no longer business as usual, where they will come and cause crisis and then feel that they will come and take ballot paper and stuff it, or thumbprint and go and stuff it in and say that they have social number of vote that comes in that particular unit. So that is where I want to say thank you.
All right, Odinaka, thank you very much. I can see Spotlight hand is up. Ripo, I can see you. Nedu, I can see you. Fabian, I can see you. Let's take Spotlight. So maybe you just go ahead first, then maybe we can go through Ripo, Nedu, and Fabian to answer the question. But while we are doing that, just watch out for the Jumbotron. I just put now what will come up after your PVC have been verified. Please know there's two processes. Verification of PVC, then authentication. The picture I want to put next now is what will come up after your PVC have been verified, and now they want to use your fingerprint or your face. By the time I've uploaded all this picture, we will be able to join the dots together. But for now, Spotlight, ask your question, then, or what? Just we give you a submission.
Okay. I'll be quick. I think the point of this whole conversation is that we don't even want to have violence and to have cancellation of the strong, points or the strong places that PO will, garner a lot of votes. So we don't want violence so that they will not even cancel, because that could also be a strategy to annul votes from places from his strong points. Then secondly, well-meaning Nigerian, you've touched on a topic that I'm very passionate about, the fact that in our laws, sometimes we just put in landmines to make things more difficult for people. If you even look at what you shared as per the screenshots you put up, you see that it shows that there are 3 ways you can accredit someone before you now go to validation. But I mean, it's not the conversation that we're having today, so I will not really go into that much, because I know hopefully when we put in PO there as a good government, we will know that we have to remove this commercialization of PVC, because it doesn't make any sense. If you look at that screenshot, you see that there are 3 ways. You either use the surname, there is even written, or VIN number, then the last one is the barcode from your PVC. But that's not the conversation for today. So I'll just leave it at that. I think I'll just stop for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can have Ripo go first. Ripo, my G, go ahead.
Hello, hi, well-meaning Adara and Spotlight. I just want to say thank you so much for organizing this space. I'm looking forward to sharing it after we're done recording. I have a question and then I have a submission, but let me start with the submission. So Joel Obedience was asking about whether or not it's okay to make a video recording and if that's admissible. So I just want to say yes, as long as, first of all, you just do some simple things. First of all, make sure that the person who is doing the recording is someone that can go to court, and if there's need to go to court, someone that can go to court and make like a submission in court to say, yes, I'm the one who made this recording, I'm the one who owns this phone, the phone is good, it works on a normal day, or when I made the recording, it was functioning properly. I've used this phone to make a video recording in the past, before I did it at that time. So that is like, if this is a video phone, like a phone rather, that can make video recordings. If it's, for example, let's say a CCTV camera, maybe for a shop, that's maybe like, let's say a shop has a CCTV camera outside of it, and that's the kind of video you want to tender in court. Maybe it may not be like an oral evidence, it could be maybe a certificate. Maybe somebody can say, okay, this is a certificate to say, yes, this camera works on a normal day, it functions properly, we use it to record normally, all of that. So what I'm trying to say is, don't give someone else your phone to make a recording if you don't know if that person can show up in court. So it's very simple. We don't really have any laws that will say no, you don't. You have to announce that you're making a recording. It's not like a case of someone trying to give a testimony on someone who has been caught doing a crime, or someone who's alleged of doing a crime rather, and then you're trying to get a testimony from that person. That's completely different. And then my question, so it's kind of like a request. Well-meaning Nigerian, please, I would really love it if you can mention the web address for the web page that you're referring to. I don't know if you have already done that, because persons who will listen to this space after you're done recording, they wouldn't have access to what's on the Jumbotron, so they would only be able to listen. So I was hoping you could do that for the benefit of those people. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ripo. So I'm not actually using a web. I'm actually using a document, and the only reason why two reasons why I didn't share it publicly before this space is because I feel like by the time I share it publicly, people are going to get confused with different information. It's like a 100-page document. That's one reason. Then two, I don't know if it's something that INEC wants to be in the public, right? So I actually thought about this thing you said. So what I thought to myself was, I will try and do some findings to see if INEC is okay with it being in public. If they're okay with it, all I can do is I'll probably upload it in a Google Drive and post the link up on my Twitter account so that people can probably go and download it. But so that's why if you notice, I'm even on the pictures I'm sharing, I'm trying to cover up some things so that doesn't, I know nobody said they will arrest me, but I just want to also respect INEC for what they are doing. And thank you for that submission. Okay, Nedu, you are here. I don't know if you have any question from the maybe you can bring that in at some point if you have any question from the comment section. But if you don't, maybe you can have Nedu go. Nedu, why?
Hello, yeah, good evening. The resource person, I thank you for taking out your time to answer all the barrage of questions thrown at you. I think this is one of the most informative spaces I've been on. Thank you so much for that, and thank you to the other co-hosts, Adora and then Spotlight. I want to ask you, owing to the judgment we saw coming out from the Osun election, that's the tribunal, there is this thing that happened, and I was like, how is NIGERIAN going to fix it? And that is that that the BVAS accreditation register, or maybe registry, doesn't get uploaded into the IREV. So this allows for multiple voting, or maybe overvoting. So someone comes in, let's say the BVAS accredits 250 persons, and by the end of the day, 350 persons voted or votes. So these 350 persons that vote, the numbers will be uploaded into IREV. However, the number of the accredited voters remain as a snapshot on the BVAS. So due to these lapses, or due to this particular lapse, INEC has effectively shifted the bulk on us, the electorate, to decide or maybe to begin as watchmen over the party agents and then INEC staff. So my question to you is there something that can be done to kind of, eliminate these lapse or eliminate these defects? Can't INEC or maybe can't INEC hard code the BVAS in such a way that the BVAS automatically on its own will reject any result, any input, will reject sending any data to the cloud, that's to the IREV, where there are discrepancies between the number of registered voters and between the number of accredited voters and the number of actual voters. So if there is an overvoting, the BVAS itself will shut down, will be like, oh, and it's just maybe 2 lines of code, just to check. Well, I don't know how they designed it, but if it's in Microsoft SQL, it's just a check constraint. If the number of accredited voters is more than the number of registered voters, don't send. That's just a 2-line code. So my question is, what can we do? I don't personally, as a person, I don't like the idea of hearing that the voters should be vigilant. Yeah, they should be. We should be vigilant. But what if we are not vigilant? Does it mean nothing gets done? So what can we do now to get INEC to act on this? Instead of pushing the bucks back to the electorate or to the voters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nedu. Nedu, you won't carry me go where I never want go. I like that your question. It means no. I actually appreciate your question. It means you are one of the very few people that have listened to the issue in Osun, actually, because like I said earlier in the space, a lot of people have a misconception. Some people think it was stuffed ballot paper. Actually, what happened in Osun is not stuffed ballot paper. When we get to like the next process, which is maybe where we would probably stop the space for today, which is the space of upload. Okay, maybe we'll go past there a little. I think we still have some time. Hopefully Spotlight will be with us for some time. But just to put your question in perspective, if I were talking, what came to my mind was that Peter Obi needs to win by all means. Because I imagine if someone like you was in Nigeria, INEC system will not be this, I don't know, this manual.
Anachronistic.
And maybe I know that's not like a big English, but I feel like this thing is, like you said, it's so simple. Very, very simple. INEC now, the only reason why we are here shouting, make sure you are watching, make sure you are doing this, make sure you are doing that, is because some of all these things could have just been resolved by INEC. What Nedu said is very important. That's one, I think that's one of the biggest place where we have to have our eyes peeled. I remember after Mike Igini spoke yesterday, I reached out to Spotlight in the DM. And Spotlight was like, what is he saying? I was trying to explain to Spotlight, like, see what this guy is saying. I understand that's not what it's supposed to be like, but it is what it is. But Spotlight, coming.
Oh, my dear, I've been waiting for. Okay, now you are saying I can stay with you guys till daybreak. My kids are asleep, so I have no issue. This is what I've been waiting for us to get to, because this is like the problem for me. This is the meat of the conversation. All these things we're saying, IREV, we have not even started, because are you guys even aware that we have 2 servers, the main INEC server and this IREV? That's even an issue that most people are not even talking about. That when you upload, and this is also the same issue that landed article in court in 2019, and they did whatever they did, and then the servers are the real issues. When they make laws, they always put in a backdoor for these guys to, I don't want to say they just exploit some loopholes, but these are obvious things everybody that is a process person can see. You do not just make one part digital or electronic and make the other part analog without putting a bridge between the two. And then at the end of the day, you now push it back to the voters. Each time you ask INEC officials, what are you doing about this? They push it back to the voters. How on earth are we supposed to be, the people that will, supervise this process? We'll do what we can, but you have to use processes to drive efficiency. You don't leave off rooms for exploitation like what we're saying now. It's a very simple thing. You can even put in such a way that when you accredit someone, you have you barcode your ballot sheets, so that before you give out a ballot paper, it's already you scan it and it's recorded. That way you don't give more than, you don't. These are very simple things. You cannot give more than the people that are accredited. So you cannot vote more than people that are accredited. But you are saying there's
Sir
a
Philip,
feedback from
it's Sir
someone.
Philip. Sir Philip, can you please mute
Somebody,
your mic?
sorry, Philip, can you mute the mic?
Please mute. So okay.
Yes, but like one.
So that is the meat of the conversation, and INEC has to, be forthright about some things. I shared something that I read in the papers. In fact, most of the papers carried it, but I don't know how come it didn't gain traction. That they were asking that it was like a whistleblower coming forth from INEC to say that when results are uploaded, they don't go straight to the IREV for you to see. So there are two servers now. There's the INEC back end, and then there's the IREV, which is the INEC electronic viewing portal, result viewing portal, the IREV. So you have those two servers. The one at the back end, when a BVAS report is uploaded, it goes straight to the one at the back end first. However, there's an intermediary between the one that goes to the IREV and there's an intermediary between the one that goes to the IREV, and that's, someone mentioned the RATEC, the registration area technicians. So they also get to either approve that report or edit it or whatever. So I was told and I read that it happened in Anambra State, because some of these guys came up to say the party agents were coming to compromise them. They allegedly refused to be compromised. So when they asked the INEC chairman to make a commitment that the portal that you and I are going to see, that there won't be an intermediary, they did not make that commitment. And when I was talking about all those being issued, that was when someone reached out to me from INEC and they gave me that information. And I also read it, I published it and everything. So the INEC processes, these are where we need to look very, very deeply into. Unfortunately, I don't know how far we can, take this, but that is the cocoa of the matter. What Lady has pointed out is very, very important, and it's something that all of us need to escalate. All of us need to be aware of, that there is a lapse in between. One system is digitized, the other system is analog. And if there's no serious bridge between those two, you and I in our polling units may be able to enforce one or two things, but processes are meant to be in such a way that wherever you are, no matter the level of awareness that the voters have, it should be the same. There should be an alignment across, because in our remote areas, who are you going to ask to be sure that the BVAS is reading 0? In fact, it should be so transparent that there should be an online system. If any BVAS machine is showing, before these things happens, there should, if it's showing, if there's any departure from the process, there should be, red flags or, things going or popping off on people's screens and people investigating. We're not that, how do I put it? We're not so uncivilized that we cannot do simple things like that. I mean, they are just simple programming that we can do. So I think that's what I wanted to just say, that this is the real matter that I want to hear from us. Yeah, thank you.
So Spotlight, I totally agree with you. Like, but do you know what? Before I thought about still this space, another thing I had in mind was, the truth is that we don't have a perfect electoral system now. It's why Peter Obi needs to be president. And I'm talking to like everybody, not just Spotlight. The current system still has a lot of lag. Kudos to INEC. INEC, if you guys are listening, you guys have tried to an extent. At least it's an upgrade from 2019. So we don't totally condemn you guys. It's an upgrade from 2019. But we know that there's a lot better that can be done, right? So a lot of the things that Spotlight have said, they do have said now, are things that we should be aware of, that we should have expected them to do. But in the context of today, guys, let's try as much as possible. Just have this in mind. You know, I'm a solution-minded person. So, and I have this problem with people. Like when people come to talk to me and they are talking about problem, I'm listening and I'm thinking solution. I'm not thinking. So usually people, especially and this is just a distraction anyway. I've discovered that ladies usually when they are talking to you, they just want you to listen. They are not looking for a solution, but I usually have that problem because you are talking and I'm listening, but I'm not listening to pity you. I'm listening to give you a solution. So in this space, what we are trying to do is there's a lot of problem, right? But I really just want us to, so like Spotlight said, they shouldn't have needed our help to be monitoring some of these things. But now it is what it is. So let's just let's help ourselves to get through this particular election. This one that's coming in less than 24 days, maybe 25. Okay, we are not in tomorrow yet. In about 25 days from today. So let's get past this one, do all they want us to do, even if they want anything they want us to do, let's do it. Then after which we can now sit down with Peter or people that. So that's why we are here. I've shared things on the Jumbotron. I know there are a couple of people. Sorry, Saddam. Where's Saddam? Okay, Saddam just left. I was seeing him not too long ago. I wanted to tell people that I can see Zos. Saddam was there before. I can see the obedient. Not all of us are born to this place.
Now I'm so scared. They're all here. They're all listening.
I can see them. I can see them. Why I'm saying that is because not all of us were born to this space. So I'm apologizing. I know some people have requested, but because of the way we want the space to like go in like a very progressive order, that's why we are not like. I mean, it's not the typical kind of space where people come, air their mind, or give suggestions alone. And other, that's why it may look slow. Please, we apologize. We apologize. So we're on the accreditation process, right? And I know Balogun gave us an insight to what he had, what he experienced. Tochukwu gave us, Odinaka kind of crowned it up. I can't see Jukes. I didn't see you for under. What did you do for them?
He fell off, and I've tried to bring him up a couple of times, still didn't work. So,
okay,
Dukes, if you can hear me, go out completely from Twitter. Shut the app down for like 30 seconds, come back up. You should be all good to go. And host, okay. I wanted to say that Fabian has been here and waiting to answer a question or clarify some more on the question that Mary White did ask a while ago. So if we can let him proceed, then I'll take a few and we'll keep the ball rolling. Thank you. Fabian, if you can hear me, you can go. Fabian, are you there? Fabian.
Fabian actually spoke a while ago.
No, he wanted to go and he couldn't say anything.
Please, I would like to speak. Fabian is on. Okay. Itching to speak.
Okay, welcome.
All right. Can I speak?
You can go, yes.
Sure, please go ahead.
All right. Please. Firstly, this is my first time speaking on any of this space. I just come listen and go back. But this is pressing issue. I want to thank you all for organizing this space. These are kind of spaces that even INEC chairman himself should be organizing because you cannot know it all. These things, you see loopholes here and there. You come and meet people like this. I'm still part of the old bees, people that have not seen the BVAS, but at least I've read about it. And I'm looking forward to a lot of upgrades based on my own experience. At least I've done the 2017 Kaduna local government election and the crossover governorship election 2019 and the presidential election there too. And I was posted to the APO as the APO 1, as a car reader. The car reader and the BVAS, they just little up. There are a lot of upgrades. The BVAS is of the facial capturing and the issue of uploading these voters, their accreditation automatically. Now, these are the two improvements that I can. I'm not saying other improvements are not there, but these are notable improvements. Number one, because everybody that have done this machine step will testify that will attest to the fact that this you do the accreditation, that's the verification. Accreditation is verification, authentication. The machine does basically three things. It does, number one, the verification, the authentication, and then uploading of results. Now, it gives you two passwords. The first one is to open the machine where the accreditation will come on. So in the accreditation, it has this verification and authentication. So the verification is not your registered polling unit. The machine will not pick you so you can't vote. And 2019 law was a little bit different, that you cannot, when once accreditation fail, that is the verification bit of the list of that I think INEC has improved on. When those people come in, based on some of these places that we've been to, rural areas, when they come with their thumbprint, they will come and say that probably this person is a farmer, this person's thumbprint cannot work, and this thing. So the person will now move to the APO2. Now we have APO, the APO1, who is in charge of the reader, the APO2, who is in charge of the voters manual register, and the APO3 that is in charge of the queue, the line controller. So now, when he moves to the APO2, that is what you see in all manual register, you see the fingerprinting place where you can manually fingerprint and then thumbprint, and then presidential election, and the person will vote. Some people have asked this question. I want to pin that Mary White question. I want to tell you because I have been in there. I've held this thing like this. I've checked it. I don't know if this place is even conducive for me to say this. That's why I say so that see the loopholes that can't have.
We are losing you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, go on. Can you hear you now? Go on.
All right. So, what she asked is, normally you see some polling units with 2 card reader with 2 BVAS, probably. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go on. Can you hear you? Just try to round up in 1 minute if you can.
Okay. 1 minute. I've been waiting my lifetime to speak, to just tell you some things about that question. Yes. Now, you see one particular polling unit with 2 BVAS or card reader. This happened in Cross River State. We had a maximum voters of 500 in one polling unit. So if you are more than 500, they call it spillover. So you are spilling to now create another unit inside that particular polling unit. So it's so when you are having a PO, a PO1, a PO2, and a PO3, if there are 2 card readers in that particular polling unit, what you will now see something like one PO. The next one for the other card reader will be called a POVP. That is a POVP. That's APO vice, APOV. Then the control by the APO. Now that card reader will be split into 2. The card reader does not know whether it is alphabetical order, like we just mentioned. I'm telling you this thing from my own personal.
Hold on, Fabian.
Yeah.
Sorry to interject. I'm very sorry.
Continue.
Do you know why I interjected? You are still talking about the card reader.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you well, meaning.
I can hear you, yes. I think, Fabian, we've gone, a bit
I'll
past
just drop down
that.
and then
So,
request.
Yeah, Fabian. What we've gathered now is that if you are using the BVAS, 2 BVAS in one polling unit, which may not even happen in this particular election, first of all, because INEC have broken down the polling unit. They've already announced it. But if for any reason, any unit has 2 BVAS, the data on both BVAS, if you go to the Jumbotron, and I was going to start from there to explain this. If you go to the Jumbotron, I don't know which image, now maybe from the left is the 5th image, right? You will see a picture where you have, I think on top, you have something like accredited voters, registered voters and accredited voters. If you have a polling unit, from what they are saying now, if you have a polling unit that has 700 voters and INEC now needed to offer 2 BVAS, that place where you have registered voters, it will only have, let's say, for example, if they divide it into equal half, that place will only have 350. The other 350 will be in the other BVAS. Do you understand?
I do understand you. Continue.
So what you are saying now is for the card reader that is not even really what we are using now. That's why I said I try as much as possible for us not to go to.
Okay,
I know there are a lot of people about it.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Things that people can look out for. There's a form called from EC68E. Yeah, I think so. That's the form that you're supposed to paste with result sheet. A lot of people, electoral officers, don't do it. People are concerned with APC 1, APC 3, Labour Party 2, and they go home. These result sheets, like EC8A, that are being uploaded, one of the result sheets is supposed to be pasted there permanently at the polling unit. People don't ask this question, and they are supposed to hold. These are parts of these things that the party agents should be looking out for. They are supposed to hold these people to put that it has been given. They are supposed to fill that form and paste it there as they are leaving. It is there. That's where people can snap and keep as another exhibit and as an evidence, so that they can always look back to. Because rigging of election, mostly, I am just being assured with this BVAS, rigging of election does not happen there at the polling unit. It happens at the rack center, and the movement from the rack center local government to the state, that is where it happens. So people will just finish and they go home. Those people will not, most of the time they don't upload, even with the machine. Sorry, I'm revisiting it. A lot of time they say upload this thing. People don't upload it. We were called, myself, I was called back to upload a lot of machines from other people, that their result sheet, EC8A, on that machine, that carried that. That's why basically I say it's an upgrade, because what a lot of things that they, like I've seen that the Beaver can do, the machine already was doing it. It's just that people never really took their time to see these things being done. That machine could upload it. If that machine in that 2 polling units, AB, if you upload that ECHA result sheet in your machine A, it is going to automatically reflect on machine B without inputting it. That was what the carrier was already doing. So if it is happening here in this thing, it's a code. But people should insist that that thing is pasted.
Actually, so that everybody gets it from beginning to end. I posted all the images on the Jumbotron already.
Also react.
So I don't know. Do you have like a queue?
Yes, I was going to establish a queue. I know that our panelists up here are number 1, Cakes, Emmanuel, Balogun, Otumba, Tochukwu, and Philip. So they're still on there, which leaves me with spots like Oladipo, Tolulope, and then Ignite. These would be the only 3 spots that I have to recycle. So if this
quickly move forward.
Yes, just very quickly. I know Tolulope has been struggling for a while, so let's do Tolu, then Ignite, then Oladipo, and that would be the 3 people to submit, so we can go back to the order of the day. Tolu, if you can hear me, you can go.
Hi, Happy. Hello, everybody. So for me, the matter of the BVAS in 2019, I actually happened to be a polling unit officer for the election. So on some levels, I kind of, I mean, it's been 4 years now, and I mean that's not what I've been thinking in my life, but I still have an idea of what some of these processes were. The Oshu judgment, I think what is consequential. I think what is consequential for 2 reasons. One, it makes it so that our opposition, our comp somewhere that are not be captured on the electoral register to win election. The second reason why it's important is that if they cannot deploy that tactic over voting, especially in the north and whatever, if they cannot deploy it to win the election, they can deploy it against us to suppress our votes, to make sure that votes don't count. Including polling agents ensuring that the BVAS is nil. Everything is nil at time election starts. Ballot boxes must be empty. There must be physical attestation that everybody who is coming to vote that day is actually accredited by the BVAS, right? There must be no situation where somebody comes, and because these people can collude with an INEC official. One person that does not belong to a polling unit can just come in and if they've colluded, fake accreditation, the person votes, and that's over voting, the whole polling unit is cancelled. So there needs to be physical attestation by the polling unit agents, by all obedience, that every single voter, every single person that comes to the polling unit that day is actually accredited. And again, for me, and I've been saying this on some of the support groups I am on, for my local government, for example, the INEC mock voting on February 4th is very, very crucial, right? I've told the people in my local government here that personally, I've committed to getting refreshments for as many, at least for people who belong to the local government, to those polling units and what have we that attend that day. For me, all Labour Party polling unit agents, all especially the polling unit agents, must be at the centers for those mock voting on that day, right? Because it will afford us a very key and important opportunity to observe these systems in use in real time, and it will afford us the opportunity to learn, to take important lessons from those lessons. We will record videos and whatnot. We share experiences that would likely be very, very critical when the election day itself comes. So for me, that is where I'm even zoning in on this. All the issues we've raised they are very, very key, but we have an opportunity on February 4th to actually go and attest to these systems, to actually go and see how these systems work, how the BVAS accredits, how the upload is being done, does it register on the server, all those things. We have the opportunity to go and see all those things for ourselves. And I'm just going to appeal to all obedience on this group. If you know you're a polling unit agent, or if you're planning to be, and you don't have to even be a polling unit agent, right? Please, and please, let's also ensure that for the voting centers close to us on February 4th, let's be there to observe the system, to observe how they work, and take important lessons. Important lessons that we can come back on a space like this and share. I think it's very, 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 very key. I need my mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tolu, because actually, thank you. Whatever you said about the February 4th, please. In fact, that was going to be what we used to round up the space when we're going to round up. That, because that's the next step after this. The reason why we're having this is so you have knowledge and know the kind of question you ask when you get there. Then after you get there and you've done it, then we can now talk about maybe organizing another space for you to now bring back information again. You get, that's very important. Sorry, Adobe, Adora, sorry, I don't know why they call you Adobe. Go there.
Yes.
I know you had a queue, but somebody. Sorry, is that Ignite?
Yes.
Sorry, can you just mute first? We'll come back to the person. So, two people asked a question on my DM that are so sound. First is Chino. I've not been going to my DM. That's why so Chino also asked a very good question about if the accreditation officer is compromised and allow people who are not accredited to vote and all that. So Chino, so to answer your question very directly, if you look at the second, I think it's the second slide on the jumbotron from the right, if you look at that flow, you discover that the person that does accreditation is different from who gives the ballot paper. So you cannot even give the ballot paper, right? So what normally will happen is when the person comes, when the voter comes, it goes first to who do accreditation. They do his accreditation. It goes to the person that will mark his name on the manual register. They mark it. Then it now goes to the PO. So of which they're all in the same place. So you cannot jump one and go to the next one, except if they use juju anyway. Except now they're doing the use. You get, so that's for that. But somebody raised, and this person's name is LP Enos Basil. This thing is said, please, I don't know if people are sleeping. Please don't sleep. Wake up. Not to collect your money, sha. But this thing is said is very important. I was in Magnific Dude Space some days back. It's in Magnific Dude Space. I don't know, Nello is here. Maybe Nello can remember. But we were in his space some day back when somebody came confidently and said that, he heard that it's e-voting, that they are going to vote directly on the BVAS, no ballot paper. So, he said it like he was giving us information. He was not asking a question. And I was like, okay. I quickly had to come up and quickly cancel that because information spread. Enumbasi came to my DM and said, what about e-ballot election? So in Kaduna, there is no e-voting. Please, what we are using on the 25th of February, it is ballot. Don't say it anywhere again. That's just in Kaduna State for their local government election. Maybe before, when Peter Obi becomes president in 2027, 2031, when that is about to enter, we can talk about that. But for now, it is there's no e-voting. Please, let's have that at the back of our mind. I'll just allow you go with your cue, then I run through the BVAS process quickly.
Yes, so thank you again to Lope. Next person was Ignite, if I believe correctly. Yeah, it was Ignite. So
Yes.
you can go Ignite. Thank you.
So I have a question for those that participated in the last election, I mean the Osun State election, or any other election that BVAS were deployed. Okay, so while I was serving, I actually said that I have experience in terms of ad hoc, INEC ad hoc staff, and there was one particular issue that occurred. There is a lady, in fact, the lady was the women leader of that, one of the women leaders there. So she came the first time and she voted. And then she came again and I said, Madam, I've seen you before. She said, have you seen this card before? So a sort of argument occurred and we had to check the manual register, and we discovered that she registered twice. So she actually has two PVCs. So the first one was ticked for her that she has actually voted, but the second one, she now came back again. That's why I spotted it. So my question is to those of us here that have, used the BVAS. Did you experience something like that? Maybe somebody with two PVCs that came to vote. How did you handle it? Did the BVAS, was the BVAS able to maybe just accredit one and maybe did not recognize the other one? That's my question, because I also noticed that the what is it called now? The voters register that were displayed online. I also saw some persons whose name appeared twice, and their pictures, you can actually identify that this is the same person. And we all know that INEC, of course, INEC said they're going to show us the register again before the election, and when it is going, how it's going to be like, we don't know if it's going to come out 1 day or 2 days before the election. So I want to find out, so that, because me personally, I've that I will be on ground. That's where I'm spending my day. So I've been taking notes, get an answer from those people that participated, so that when such an issue occurs, one will be able to, channel it to the proper, rather send it to the proper channel. Thank you.
Okay, let's go straight to your question. Anybody among those of us that did use BVAS, is there anybody that had that kind of situation? If you had this situation, maybe you can just wave your hands.
That's still that meeting.
Hello?
Balogun, you had it?
Not really, but can I talk?
Sorry, Juke, hold on, let Balogun go ahead. Did you have that kind of experience, Balogun?
I don't have that kind of experience, but what I noticed is that while we are using two BVAS, some made a mistake. Like once they left my side, they would go to the other. The lady input their details. It will bring accredited instead of there are some places that it will be it will show accredited directly, like this person has been accredited. Did you get my point like that? The BVAS, once you input the details, it will be accredited that this person has been accredited.
Okay.
Sorry, Balogun. So even if this PVC is a second one, like for example, someone who did a name change or something, which would now mean that this person has two PVCs, would the BVAS still be able to say, oh, this person has been previously accredited? And if, okay, yeah, you can go with that.
I did not see people with two PVC. The only thing is that once you are accredited, I know that the person used his fingerprints, his or her fingerprints or fingerprints while doing the registration or a facial look. So once the beavers have captured it once, definitely is going to bring it that this person has been accredited before. That's all I know. In my polling unit oh, maybe if the person do it in another polling unit, I don't know, but once you have been accredited, going back
So,
again for another accreditation, the beaver will detect like this person fingerprint has already been accredited. That's all
Okay,
I
looks
hold
know.
on.
I
like
don't
Yeah.
know.
So
sorry, host. Looks like Tochku has something to say to that.
yeah, Tochukwu, I was about saying that Tochukwu, you want blind my eye, just a flash and we are talk.
Yeah, I had that issue in my poly unit there in Anambra. Yeah, there was a particular man that came with two PVCs. Like he came with two different PVCs, but same him with same details. So what we did, he had to use one because I think the beaver somehow merged his details. You get, so after he was verified, he was to use the other one to vote. And then somehow merged his details, so he can only use one of the PVCs to vote or to, yeah, that's how we settled it, and there was no argument about that because he couldn't even vote.
Ha.
Thank you,
Host
Tochukwu.
there. See, man, Nigeria is unreal. Please, I just want to ask, based going by what Tochku just said now, why then has INEC been invalidating people who previously didn't have any PVCs, but just because they had registered before, just validates their second registration? Shit. Oh my goodness. Tell me you can see
You want,
what's going on here.
Adora, you want to make I sing Oma Umi for you? You know that song, If You Ask Me. I beg. Okay, I think
Sorry,
thank God
sorry,
Tochukwu was able to answer that question that
so,
Ignite asked. But I'm someone that is a little bit too detail conscious. When Balogun was talking, he said something that kind of hit a spot in my head. Balogun, let me just ask you this question. Can you remember? I don't know if you can. If you can't remember, just say you can't remember. But apparently, you were in a polling unit where you had two beavers, from what you said, right? Where there are two beavers. Balogun, did you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
So you were
I
in a
can
polling
hear you.
unit where there are two beavers.
Yes.
So can you know on the beavers, after you log in, there's a place that shows the number of registered voters and the number of accredited
Yes.
voters.
Yes.
On your beavers and the one of the other person, is it the same number that was showing?
Yes, that I wanted to clarify that when they are talking about the numbers of the things. What happened? The beavers show 1,000 plus. I think 1,007. Both on the two beavers, both my and my other my colleagues that day. We already shared it like from two. They stated it like from 200 to 500 like that. So when we're having issues like the queue are not moving, so our SPO now came in like it was like, okay, you guys use your discretion now. You too, anybody can just be on the queue with you guys, just accredited once they are with their beavers, forget about their numbers or everything, but just accredit them once their beaver and their PVC is for this poly unit. So you can just accredit them, forget about the numbers. So that's what is going on. Did you get me right? Did you get my point?
Balogun, I get you.
sorry, please. Let
Spotlight,
me
I don't know if you are spotting what I'm saying, Sha.
sorry, please. Can I just ask Balogun something quickly?
Sorry,
Because
who's speaking?
okay, it's Manuel. It's Manuel.
Okay, Mano, go ahead.
Yeah. So because
Sorry, go on. I think it was a mistake.
all right, no problem. So this was one of the areas I think I had an issue with. That's something that happened with the 2019 election, right? Where you can accredit someone, which was one of the areas I said we should watch out for. I want to know on these current beavers, for those of you that are using it for Balogun, for example, um, after you get the card, that's you verify the card, is it possible for you to bypass the area of facial or fingerprint. Because the truth is, if it's possible for us to bypass that stage, right, then it means that we can still have people vote. Because this was the situation in my polling unit. People brought PVCs, right? These party agents already had PVCs with them that were not for people that were for people that were either dead, old, or couldn't come out. So I think it's a place to emphasize, because this is something we also need to watch out. Where you see somebody coming back to vote twice, the very likelihood is that the first time they came to vote, they had their own personal PVCs. But the second time they're coming back to vote, what they are doing is that they're coming with another PVC that is still for that same polling unit, right? But a discussion has already gone down with the POs, the APOs, who will now admit such people to now. But if they can't go beyond that thumbprint before getting accreditation, then it means that okay, there's a level of security on that end. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know
Emmanuel, I think I
about
get
that.
your question. Yeah, I get your question. Um, when we did the election, and I mean we the OGs now, when we did the election, we there was incident form, so you can bypass, but on the BVAS you can't actually bypass. It's part of the screenshot I have upstairs, up on the jumbotron. When I run through it, you discover that you can't bypass, and you discover that if you bypass, it will keep reading the number of accredited voters that it had before. So you didn't accredit
Okay.
anybody. Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't
That's
accredit anybody. Let's quickly go to Oladipo. Oladipo have been here before I run through it. Senior
Sorry,
man,
can I just say
Oladipo.
something?
Who's okay, Balogun, sorry.
Is first, then they will give you incident form when you want to leave your rack center. But now during Osun election, they did not give us any incident form. So once
1
you are
minute,
not,
sorry. Anytime Balogun is speaking, I don't hear him. I don't know.
Oh, really? Balogun, sorry.
Yeah.
Because I need spotlight to always hear you are big. Can you drop and come back? Or Adora, please drop Balogun, then Balogun request again and you come back. Because I want spotlight to hear you are big. Yeah. Yeah, but before
Spotlight, well meaning Nigerian, I greet everyone.
Oladipo, can you please be a little more audible? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I greet everybody in the house. Thank you guys for being here. I have been a bit absent in the last few days. I was attacked yesterday by these rice smugglers and I was seriously injured. I had to get some stitches in the hospital. So I tell election, this madness cannot continue. This madness cannot continue. You see, my concern about this BVAS thing is because it is based on, you see, what Nidu was talking about the other time. It's not that we don't have people with common sense. You wanted to say something well-meaning? I can. Hello, well-meaning.
No. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's not that we don't have people with common sense that knows what to do. But let me tell you something. For every hacker, they always make sure that there is a back door. Because I keep wondering, I write Linux codes. I do Linux administration. I have some companies that runs on my software. But do you know that just me in my own little local way, I have a way of ensuring that nobody logs into that server remotely except me. I have IP addresses that are listed in a line of code that if I don't log in through those IP addresses, I cannot get in. Now, it is clear that they have already done things on this thing, because you see, all this nonsense is not even valid to someone with common sense. How can you tell me that these machines are not programmed to already ascertain that no overvoting can happen? Because I don't understand how overvoting can go on a machine that is listed and claimed to be what is to be used to work against things like this. Let me tell you something. They know what they are doing. That is why I tell everybody that we have to do whatever it takes in the right and legal way to make sure that we win, and we win with a huge margin. Because I won't lie to you, my life flashed in front of me yesterday. My life literally flashed in front of me. And this, let me tell you, let me make something clear to all of you. You don't understand. Maybe a lot of people don't understand. If this demonic man wins this election, you know, as Lagos has been under bondage of one man for the last 16, 17, 18 years. That is the same thing we are about to do to Nigeria. So please, this BVAS thing, I am going to spend my time on the 4th to see what madness they are about to do, so that we need to shout about it from the mountaintops, because it's not making any sense anymore. Maybe I am the only one thinking like this, but I'm being honest with you, it is not making any sense. The only thing we have against all these things, and let me now tell you another thing. Do you know that the bandwidth for their servers, as they have always talked about, the bandwidth is damn too low? Because on the day of Osun State election alone, they had issues. Now, can we all think about when everyone is trying to upload to iRev from all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria? Because we are talking about BVAS this, but when they cannot even upload what is meant to be uploaded, that is another part we are not even looking at. So I don't know how we are going to talk about this, but I just needed to bear my mind about that. I hope I've not really stepped on anybody's toes.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Oladipo. Thank you. You raised very key points there. It's very sad, like I said earlier before in this space, we need to get PO in office so that we can resolve a lot of this issue. I'm so desperate about it. I don't know about you guys. I'm so desperate. Don't forget the 3 points I said before as our overall solution. Right. The payment says it's not be class. Make I ask, what did I say? But what I said was that the overall solution is turn out in mass, remain after voting. Then the last one is to ensure your eyes, develop 4 eyes. Your eyes are everywhere. And it's going to be easier if you back it up with what I said before. If you are on the town hall app and you identify people in your polling unit, then you discover that when you guys are there, you can always say 2 of you, when I just go stay near with the tear ballot paper, just they watch out from far. 2 of you, go stay near that cubicle, they watch them from far. As in, strategic that day. Oh God, I beg. Anyway, I need to quickly run through the BVAS process so that, because that's the reason why we've raised a lot of issues. Balogun raised an issue which is still putting it. Earlier when we spoke, we had clarified that when you have 2 BVAS, you can't go between the 2 of them. But for Balogun said you can actually. But I mean, I'm not one that tries to stay on something I don't have power over. That's something we resolve with INEC. That's something we resolve with INEC. Balogun, you're saying something.
Can I go now? Someone comment under my my message now on the Jumbo Drunk. He asked that. So I want to answer that person. So when you have 2 BVAS, they upload exact number, as in once the BVAS belong to your polling unit, all the details will be there. All the details of the voters will be there. So I could remember we are having issue. I think my BVAS was not the network issue of a thing. So I have to direct them once my BVAS is giving me an issue. I will direct them to my colleagues. I go and meet them. It's not about the number. Both BVAS are the same voters details. So once yeah.
Okay, sorry, well meaning. I was not actually asked Balogun that. His reply or his answer actually makes more sense than what we agreed on before.
Yes,
However,
yes.
if that's the case, that means there must be a way that those two machines were networked for the second
Hello.
BVAS to be able to tell you that the first one has already been accredited person. I don't know if
So
you're getting my point.
yeah, I get you. Who's speaking? Is it Ivy or K? Because
Yes, Ivy.
It's K, please.
K,
I needed to
can you
learn.
mute first? Let's finish with Ivy. Sorry.
All right, all right, all right.
Sorry.
Sorry, K, just because of what Balogun was saying now, there must be a way those two BVAS machines were networked.
So
So that
Ivy,
if you go to the second one, yeah, I'm with you.
yeah, sorry, I'm so sorry. I know sometimes I might come off like I caught people. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm very sorry. I just what you said now, I think you are thinking it's in the same line that I'm thinking in. So what I think we need to do, or I'm going to do, take it on myself, is maybe, and I mean, we have spotlight, we have people that can. I think we need to clarify that with INEC, because the truth is that we can't clarify that here, to be honest. We can, and I don't want us to speculate. I don't want us to say, okay, this is what we think, this is what we don't think. But I agree with you. There has to be something. There has to be something, because at this point they've not really done synchronization. So how is the second BVAS saying? But my relief, what just made my mind calm down, is that one, let's have it in mind, this issue that we're talking about may not arise because INEC have already splitted up polling unit to be less than 500 currently, according to what we know from what they said. The only reason why I haven't allowed us to talk about it this far is because so we don't get shocked that day when we still see it, because this is Nigeria. That's one reason. Then two, another thing Balogun said that made my mind relieve was that after the person went to the other BVAS, it did not work. Yeah, but we can't deny the fact that there's a loophole there. So maybe we'll just leave that particular conversation there. I quickly want to go to the BVAS, run through the BVAS conversation. I know we've talked about it here and there, but I wanted to run through the process. Because for me, it is the process that matters. But before I go, maybe K, your hand is up. Just go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kay, and first I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I raised my hand in particular about this matter Balogun was talking about because, one, I have worked with the smart card reader. I've worked with the BVAS. I'm still working with the BVAS, and I'll still work with the BVAS in a couple of days' time. All right, and
Wait, hold on. K, slow down. You are working with the BVAS and you will work with the BVAS. No wahala.
Yes.
You can go on.
All right. I don't know how the one polling unit had two BVATs, and they were both seeing the work of each other. I don't think that's possible. All right. First of all, the BVAS doesn't need internet to accredit voters. All right. The process of accreditation is done by that BVAT with the register that is uploaded on it. All right. Now, what may have happened in that election was, the two BVATs having the same number of registers of voters in the register at the same time. But that's not going to happen this time around. All right. Polling units that have large number, all right, that will require an extra BVAD, all right, will have one BVAD having maybe, let's say, A to I, as in people, their names start with A to I. And then the next one will have from J to whatever number, depending on the size of the register. All right, that's how it's going to be split. So you're not going to have a situation where someone's name is in this BVAD and at the same time in this other BVAD. Of course, it will be labeled. All right, you get to know this is where your name falls in, this to this and this to that. All right. Then, if in the scenario that what Balogun described happened, all right, the only place you will have the error is on the BVADs when they are doing collation, as in summing up the results, the votes. All right. If you add up what you have on the two BVAS, you're going to have a high figure, all right? And that will suggest an overvoting, all right? Because if someone was accredited on both devices, all right, that person could actually be allowed to vote if the poll officials were not careful to spot that out. All right. So if that actually happened, it would be an overvoting on the BVADs, as in that's what the BVADs will record. Because when you sum up the two BVADs, the a number of accredited voters on the two BVADs, you have much more accredited voters than actually there were. But if those two BVADs are synchronized with the back end server, all right, the multiple accreditations. Now remember, each person has a what's it called, a VIN, all right? So when the server
I'm
picks the
so sorry,
VIN
Kay.
of
Wait 1 second.
accreditation,
Peter,
it,
can you
it merges the two.
Peter, can you please mute your
Hello?
mic? Sorry, Kay. 1 second. Peter, please mute your mic. Peter Nteja. Thank you. Kay, you can go on.
All right, thank you. So at the server end, it merges the both data as one. So at the end of the day, if there were, let's say for instance, 330 persons were accredited on both devices and 5 were double accreditation, all right, which made it 330 now, which is actually should be 325. Yeah. So it picks one accreditation, all right, for each. So at the end of the day, but the challenge is that nobody gets to see that part of the data except there's a litigation, for instance. That's when maybe INEC says, okay, bring, they get to bring whatever the data they have on the server out. So I don't know if that answers that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. now me request for deep dive into BVAS. I don't see deep dive. I don't run.
Don't
Okay,
forget
you made a lot of
Otumba
sense.
still has one big.
Yeah, I have another response to, I think, Otumba or someone. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay.
About
Okay.
whitelisting and stuff. Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, I would like to say that INEC is committed to a free and fair election. I'm in the system, so I can say that boldly. All right. Of course, there may be sabotage by one or two persons, all right, in the course of the work. But from what I've seen, I've sat down to look at our elections over time, from the smart card reader to the BVAS and everything that happened in between. So I have a level of assurance in what INEC is doing currently, and I know that we can get it done. All right. Now, what I'm going to tell you happened also with the smart card reader, and it's happening also with the BVAS. There's something called whitelisting. Now, Tumba was talking about, okay, how possible is it to, the devices that INEC uses and so on and so forth. They are whitelisted. What whitelisting means is, let's say you have 10 phones, for instance, here, and maybe there's a network, a Wi-Fi available. All right. Now you could whitelist, meaning that only the devices that you pick their IP addresses or MAC addresses could send data within that network or in that to the server. All right. You could blacklist, meaning that I am spotting this particular device either with the IP or the MAC address and say you're not going to get access to this. All right. So what INEC does is whitelisting of all their devices. It's part of what we do. All right. So you can only have access to the server with the approved devices. Now there are two levels of the whitelisting. There are device whitelisting. There are network whitelisting. All right. INEC is going to use special SIMs from the telcos. All right, the different Airtel, MTN, Glo, Etisalat, yeah. And then those SIMs have firewalls. INEC server has a firewall as well. So what with a smart card reader, all right, is we could have a breakdown of the firewall for the SIMs. For instance, we had elections where at the end of the day, the SIMs that were supplied could not provide internet access. So they had to like open the server to any internet access. So we could use our phone hotspots to power the internet for that upload of whatever, either the e-collation or the accreditation details. All right, that happens. All right, so but the devices are whitelisted. All right, then also someone asked about voting multiple times. All right, now at the point of accreditation, for someone that understands data and data comparison, you have a 1 to 1, 1 to n. All right, 1 to 1 means you're comparing one data to another data. All right, 1 to n means I'm comparing one to a number of data. All right, so what happens at the point of accreditation is 1 to 1, meaning that I call up the data, like what the picture we have on the Jumbotron. All right, you have a picture or the data of a voter. You've called it up either by scanning the VIN or by typing the name or by typing the VIN. All right, and then you're comparing the data you have on that person with this physical individual here, either with the fingerprint or with the picture. All right, that could work. Now, if okay, at the point of registration, after registration, there's what we call um, automatic. Okay, sorry. Then we had automatic fingerprint identification system, but now we use bimodal. Um, Let me get that. But essentially, what it does is to compare the data of these new registrants with what we have on the database. So at this point, it compares with everything on the database. That's why most new registrations are rejected, because maybe your fingerprint may have been used or something that looks like a fingerprint. Because back then, I have 10 fingers. I could, from the 10 fingers, generate at least 10 different other persons, at least. All right. It could be much more than that. All right. So now we have the 442 scanner, meaning that I scan 4 fingers of the left, 4 fingers of the right, and the 2 thumbs at once. That's 442. All right. So the system now is more secure than it was then. All right. That's why a whole lot of people would definitely their registration didn't pass through because of this. All right. But at the point of accreditation, you're doing one-on-one comparison. You're comparing the data you called up with the data of the person in front of you, either the fingerprints or the it might go through if you check the second one. But the thing is, of course, you machine is just a machine. All right. You won't outsource all your sense to it. All right. Let me give you an instance of something that happened in a rerun election in Imo State. All right. Now we came into then they were using the smart card reader, of course. We came into the polling unit. It's a cluster of polling units. There were about 4 polling units there. All right. Now the particular one of the candidates, was there, which is Hilos and Prado and Ace and everything. All right. Now when we came in, everything was calm. Election was going on normally. All right. But then we stood a while and observed that it was the same set of people. Let's say maybe about 10 guys, young people, they'll come vote, they'll go back, come, as in, it was just like a circle. All right. So at a point, when I noticed that, I had to call one of them. I said, please come. He came. I collected the PVC that he was with. It wasn't him. It wasn't his face. It wasn't him. I called the next person. All right. So we discovered that this politician had a catch of PVCs that maybe they bought or they stole or whatever. So these people were just going around to, complain for them. All right. So we had to stop them. So when the guy noticed that, someone has discovered the game, they just drove off. But by then it was already around 2. So election is more or less concluded.
Sorry, K. K. This
Yeah.
was during card reader, yeah, not BVAS.
Yes. This was during card reader. So the point I was trying to make is your vigilance as a person. All right. You're a voter, of course. Don't just say, I just casted my vote and then you go sit somewhere gisting. No. Shine your eye. That's our local parlance. We say that. All right. Shine your eye. Be involved in what he's doing. You may not cause issues, but just keep your eyes open. Get to know what exactly is happening here. Ask questions. All right. Is your right? Okay. And if there's something that needs to be escalated, I really thank God that we're in an era where there are smartphones and internet. So I could quickly pick an evidence of something. All right. And either broadcast it, let everybody, oh, this is happening here. And that could actually form an evidence in the court. All right. If a matter comes, okay, this is what we observe. And they can go through like, oh, this is how you can do, however you can help the system. Don't just they put 100% confidence in the machines. Of course, the machines have a certain level of security they can give you, but you as a person, you can still be vigilant and watch out on what is happening. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
K.
Yeah.
While you were speaking, I listened very closely. I'm just going to ask you one question, which I think, because there's only one particular conversation we have. Nello, I can see you. There's only one particular conversation we've had, at least till this moment, which we have had contradicting information. And that's on the issue of 2 BVAS, right? The initial conclusion that we had, and that was based on some form of consensus by former ad hoc staff, was that if 2 BVAS is in a polling unit, they won't be pre-uploaded with the same. So basically, it's more like, the expectation was that, if it's in a polling unit, maybe people that have a name from A to like M, depending on numbers, but will be in BVAS 1, while the other one will be in BVAS 2, in such a way that if you go to BVAS 2, your details will not even come out, like when you check. But when Balogun came, he gave, and he remembers the number, so I believe him, a situation where you have 2 BVAS and the same information is preloaded in the 2, which makes sense, because the reason why you would have 2 BVAS in a polling unit is because you want to expedite things. So really, it makes sense to say, okay, the same thing, so that the way a queue is in a filling station. If there's a queue, you go to the one that is free, then next person go to the next one that is free, and you keep going like that, right? So I want to confirm, because I don't want to believe that maybe different states have the way they approach it. Maybe some states will decide to upload the same information on the 2 BVAS, while some will decide to separate it. But I want to confirm from you, if you have a good knowledge of what happens with the 2 BVAS. Is it that all information are loaded on both BVAS, or it is separated? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The elections that well, I can't remember having a polling. No, I've not had a polling unit that had more than one BVAS. All right, but I can tell you that this particular election, you won't have the ones that have that are going to have more than one BVAS won't have all the register on both machines. No, you have a certain number, maybe from A, like I gave an instance, that A to I, the instance I gave actually right now was from a machine I touched today. All right. And at the point of configuration, we'll notice that they split the polling units into 2. All right. You had A to I, then J to Z in that machine. So now why, like I said, INEC always tries to improve the process. They may have had the scenario that Balogun described, it may have happened, all right? But I gave an instance of the issues that could arise from it. One, which is basically that you could have an overvoting without it's really been an overvoting. For instance, someone that has been accredited on this BVAS, all right, goes to the second one and gets accredited. Now, at the point after accreditation, the next thing is to issue ballot paper.
Yeah.
All right. So if I was accredited on this and I was issued the ballot paper and I go to vote, and I go to the next BVAD and I was accredited on it, and I go to vote. Now remember, it's the same person, it's the same voter, it's the same record. All right. You're going to have an overvoting, but
Yeah.
when this data is synchronized, yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't think technically it's over voting. It's more like over accreditation. So basically, they're going to have someone that voted one.
It's not over accreditation.
It's gonna be
All right,
overvoting.
but it could be
It's
overvoting because
overvoting.
at that point, I don't know if you get my point. At that point,
Yeah.
all right, this same person, might be issued 2 ballot papers, and
If he wants to, yeah, it's calling, yeah.
Yes. So that at that point could be an overvoting, because when
Yes,
you marry,
yes.
when you okay, no, it won't actually be an overvoting because when you merge, okay, when you sum the numbers of accredited voters on the votes, all right, it will give you the same figure. It will give you a figure. Now, but when you do the back end synchronization, that's when the figure is going to drop to what it actually should be.
Yes.
All right. So that's when, okay, like for instance, the judgment in Oshun could come in and say, okay, this is actually an overvote.
So basically, from your own experience, they don't preload it with the same information. That's what you mean.
Well,
like the two BVAS, they have 2 different information. That's your point.
I'm saying in this election, they will have 2 different information.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Hold on. Sorry.
Can I?
So I think Spotlight, you want to say something? Nello, sorry, I'll come. I don't know if it's Spotlight or Nello.
Yes, it's me. It's Spotlight. I just wanted to say that what he has described is what is most likely what will happen. My husband and I, we transferred our PVC to a particular polling unit. Initially, as of December, when we checked, I was still in the same polling unit with him. But when we went to collect our PVC, we only found his. So probably, but later on, during the times I was going back and forth to check, that was when I discovered that I had been taken to another polling unit. So maybe that was why my PVC did not come out. I'm not sure. So when I did a reprint, I now found out that, okay, yes, it now carried another unit. And they now explained to me there that it's a spillover from the other one because they did not want to have more than 500 people in a particular polling unit. Maybe it was a decision they took afterwards. Now, the last time I went, when I finally got my PVC, I found other people that just came to make inquiries. They also had collected their PVCs before, but when they checked again online, they found out that they were in another polling unit. So they were now asking the guys questions. How my PVC is carrying 1 polling unit, but if I check online in your register, I find out that I'm in another polling unit now. Those guys, the INEC officials there did not quite have answers to the question. So I'm wondering if K may have a better understanding. Will INEC staff, when they are taking those guys from the polling unit that they were in previously, when they are taking them to a spillover unit, I hope they would also, be kind enough or, thoughtful enough, how it is, to also do a back end transfer, because naturally that would mean printing a new PVC for them. But I hope that would not be a way for people to be disenfranchised. So that's just the question I want to ask. And for other people here too, you might want to check to be sure that the PVC and the polling unit you thought you were in is the same one. Yeah.
It's all right. Thank you. First, the migration of voters slash the congestion of polling units was targeted at polling units that have above 1,000 voters, all right, and have a polling unit either in the same location. For instance, I have a primary school, a community primary school, all right, and then I have community primary school 1 and I have community primary school 2. And for instance, community primary school 1 has 1,200 voters, and then community primary school 2 has 200 voters. Now remember, it's the same school, just in another polling unit in that same location. All right, that's one. Then the second scenario is a polling unit within 500 meters from that polling unit that is being decongested, meaning that it's walkable. You can walk to the polling unit. It's not a far place. All right. So those were the polling units that were affected. Polling units that are more than that 500 meters in distance were not, or should not have been, touched. I use that because human beings
Yeah,
act
I agree with
somehow
you.
sometimes. All right. So now, at the of the decongestion, I've been moved to this other polling unit that is, close by, maybe the next polling unit in the same place. Or, okay, I've been moved to this other polling unit. It's just, look at it over there, just a stone throw. All right. So it's easy for me to get there. So there will be a register for those people that are affected. All right, and I believe subsequently they will get a new PVC because their old PVC will bear their former polling units. All right, so subsequently they should get a new PVC.
Yeah,
I don't know
thank
if
you,
that
Kate.
helps.
Thank you, Kate. I think you actually have resolved this issue because on my notes I had a very big question mark, but now the question mark have reduced. Sorry, can you mute? Okay.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now the question mark has reduced. That makes a lot of sense. Like I said, this is not one issue I want us to dwell on because, like Kay just said, which I already knew today because Indicator also said it today. INEC have decongested polling unit. Yeah. So that's a key point. So Nello, you wanted to ask something?
Literally, that was the question that you asked him about the two. Yeah,
Yes.
that was what I wanted to
Yeah.
ask, but
Yeah.
you have asked it. And actually,
Yeah.
I think that it's a good idea that the two beavers don't have the same the same
Information.
information. Yeah, because that's a very very easy way for overvoting to happen. And knowing the people we are working with, this Agbado club, those guys, they will look for every loophole, and see how they can manipulate it. So yeah, I'm quite
Yeah.
satisfied with case explanations. And yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, meaning,
okay.
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
No, 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 go ahead.
I think sorry, I think this issue of migrating people from their polling units to another one is one that we need to actually raise awareness, a lot of awareness about, because in the past I've heard people say they went to the polling unit on election day and they did not find their name there and they went home. It's something that we need to encourage people to check and know exactly where they should be going, because on that election day there might be a lot of chaos or disorganization if people come in and they are not sure, because the PVC they had is carrying the place that they are going to, and then they get there and they are told, oh, you're no longer on this register. I hope someone will be kind enough to check and say, okay, look at where you are at. So all of us should also look out for such situations and also assist people, just so that we raise more awareness about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you
Well,
very much, Spotlight.
sorry.
Sorry, I'm coming, Emmanuel. I'm coming. But whenever somebody mentions something that has entered my notes, I used to emphasize it. What Spotlight said is very crucial. And I'm so surprised that INEC or even maybe political parties have not started giving out this information. Because the truth is that what I expect INEC to do, on the very least, is to so for example, if a PO is going to be in the mother polling unit, what would have been the two of them? If someone comes to a polling unit, can direct the person to say, go there. You get, not just, oh, you are not here, and we know Nigeria now. The person can just be like, you are not here now. You'll be like, I'm here now, I'm not here. You are here, I'm not here, I'm not here. Okay, I go out and just go home. And we don't want that. So it's one reason why we need to actually, like you said, we need to create some form of awareness around this particular concept. We need to create that awareness. Emmanuel, you were about saying something?
Yeah. So added to that though, so I don't know if they've changed the process, Well, I know that in cases where you have polling units like that have been split. So, for example, where I actually did my election, right, was the polling unit elections unit under we're at the KBS's palace, so that was where everybody was normally supposed to be, right? But because they had split it, right, all we just did was we informed people using the numbers on the register. Okay, if you're from this number to this number, you've been split and you've been moved to this other polling unit. We showed them where the polling unit was, and then so I believe normally any of the POs or the APOs will be duly informed if their polling units are like that, so that they can make such announcements. Because when we
Yeah.
got there, that was like the first announcement we made. Like if you're from so number to so number with your name starting with so letter to so letter, um, move to this polling unit. That way, we do your voting. Then if you're from this letter to this letter with number this way we voting. So I think
Yeah.
it's something that will already be passed. If even if INEC doesn't necessarily announce it to the public.
Okay, Emmanuel, I totally agree with you because that's what should happen, and I think that's what will happen. But it can never be too much. We need to start creating that awareness so people know what to expect. Nello?
Yeah, I actually wanted to buttress spotlight some points because I know the other day we were on the space and there was a lady that came in and said, she checked again and she found out that her polling unit has been moved and she was like, she doesn't know this location, and we escalated this on the timeline and someone was able to, point her to where her new polling unit is. And just like, Kay has said, it wasn't very far off from, the old one. It was, yeah, so definitely. But again, I agree that we should encourage more people to keep checking, because I remember a lot of people were saying that my polling unit has like 1,000 or 2,000 people there. So definitely INEC is going to be breaking it down because they are very, very resolved that it's going to be 500, per polling unit. So a lot of people are going to have their polling units changed. So yes, I agree that, we can all tweet about it and, just, escalate it and let everyone around us know so that they can check their check again for their polling unit just to be sure.
Yeah, yeah. So, Nello, I totally agree with you. We need to create that awareness where people would know that this thing is possible. So when they get, for me, the most important part is when they get to the polling unit that day, they don't go back, because I have been in election venue before. I know the way people are people are one funny way on election day. I don't know why, but it's fine. So quickly, let me just run through. I know, but this was the point of this space. We're going to stay on point. I knew this was going to happen. We're going to stay on some point and hit on it hard before moving forward. Honestly, when I thought about hosting this space, I never thought we were going to need to have like a part two, because truth be told, we've not even gone. I mean, to an extent, we've covered enough ground. But my point is that there are still some other things to cover. Let's just see how the time goes. I think at some point, I think I'll probably, maybe the permission of my senior co-host, Spotlight, Honorable, maybe at some point we may draw the curtain and maybe have like a continuation of this space. I'll try to look at I really did not anticipate um I didn't know that this conversation would be this consuming. But let me quickly go through the BVAS process because it's already on Jumbotron. If you are on the Jumbotron, you discover that from the right, the fifth slide from the right, I think it's also the fifth from the left because there are 9 actually. So literally the slide at the middle is what happens. So after you get to the polling unit, when you get as a voter, when you get to the polling unit and all that, it's your turn to vote. You enter, a PO or somebody appointed, let me just put like one of the APOs will direct you to the person with the BVAS. Meanwhile, the person with the BVAS would have logged into the BVAS, which is the third slide from the right, logged in, he would have checked his own self and clicked election. Now he's on this page, which is the fifth one, the slide at the middle currently. I know some people might not be able to follow me the way I'm saying fifth slide, sixth slide, but the fifth slide from the right, the person is currently on that page. it has three options to bring out your information: name, your VIN number, or your PVC. But the truth is that your PVC currently, in 25th of February, you have to carry your PVC. There's nothing like, hey, I forgot my PVC at home, but I know you can use my name to find out. He will not accredit you. Just have it in mind. Carry your PVC. You show him or her your PVC. The person places it, scans it, and your information will come out, which will come out as the next slide after that one. That's the sixth slide from the right now. I used one angel emoji to cover the person's face, but it will come out with your details, and it's going to touch that particular details so that it can have, now he has brought out your details. He knows that, oh, you're having your card is real, it's not fake, right? Then after it touches your picture on that page, it will go to the next slide. I'm scrolling to the left. So now this is like the third slide from the left now. Sorry, if you're not following me, just try to follow me. This is like the third slide from the left. I wish this was on Zoom though. The third slide from the left. That slide, you discover that it has accreditation on top, photo on the left, fingerprint on the right. What they are advised to do, or what POs are encouraged to do, is that they are supposed to first try your fingerprint. It's when your fingerprint does not work, they try your face. But of course, usually some APOs may have a mind of their own. They may decide to do one. That's not our problem, as long as you're accredited. So the point is that when they get to this page, after they've checked your BVAS, when they get to this page, it's going to select if it's fingerprint or picture. But of course, the best practice, you will select fingerprint, you will put your fingerprint on the BVAS, and of course, your fingerprint, if you are an obedient, you will not have problem that in Jesus' name. Your fingerprint will authenticate once. Once you put your fingerprint, you will now see successful, which will be the portion of obedience. All obedience, your accreditation must be successful. You will see successful, that's you have been accredited. But if for some reason all these APC members, their own now show declined, accreditation failed, which is the last picture I uploaded now. That's the last picture from the left. That's what accreditation fail looks like. So for example, an APC member, the accreditation fail to show X, accreditation fail. Because INEC have said they should try it multiple times, the APO will try it again, like Balogun said. You encourage them to try it maybe like 3 times. You try it again, maybe now try your face, and hopefully, God help me, can't pray when I pray for these people. Hopefully, all the methods fail, and show X, so they will not be able to vote. God forgive me. So, but I mean, I'm just joking around. But I needed to put those 2 slides, the last 2 slides, for a particular reason. And the reason is because I want you to know, if the APO tells you, I know people on this place have somehow dropped, it's fine, but for those of us that are here, let's try to cascade this information. If the APO tells you that your accreditation failed, tell him you want to see it. Do you know why? It could tell you your accreditation failed, meanwhile it actually succeeded, so that after I tried 3 times, you will now say, it failed, or go. You will now give your ballot paper to another place to go and use it to thumbprint. Please, that's why I put this slide here. Make sure you confirm that my accreditation really failed. Try it again. It failed. Try it again. It failed. Don't allow them to tell you, oh, accreditation failed. I say, okay, thank you. It's not my fault. Just please make sure you confirm. This is a very key point. Make sure you confirm. You see it, that it failed. But normally, you're supposed to try it over and over again. But of course, for the case of obedience, it's always going to be successful. You are going to carry after you leave him, you go to the next person that will just look at the register, tick your name. You are going to go to the PO who will now see a ballot paper and give to you. My DP is how to vote. It has been there for a reason. It's not because I don't have any other picture. In fact, it's there for a reason. The way you vote is with your index finger. Forget your thumbprint. I know people used to say thumbprint too much. Index finger, just touch it small and put it there. Then fold the ballot paper from side to side, from left to right. Don't fold it from top to bottom like Buhari took Nigeria from top to bottom. Don't. And we did this, I think, on Magnific Dude Space, because it's very important. If you fold it from top to bottom, what may happen is, if the ink have not dried, because Nigeria now, Some people go see ink, wetin go touch small, go lick am, use one lick the ink, as if say you wan carry some go house. I no dey understand. Please, best practice is to touch it small and just put it in between the space. Don't over-rub it and now use it to stay. Which will bring me to a point that somebody raised earlier, which I think we should be aware of when counting is ongoing. I'm bringing it now because it's very important. When counting is ongoing, usually, maybe some people, because even with all these lectures, some people may still make mistake. Their voting may pass the line. If the voting pass the line small, you hear somebody told us it's 75%. Argue. If you have seen when they count results, you know it's not a joking play. It's not something they will just say. Because when they raise the ballot paper, you see a PC agent here say something like, see, now I crossed the line, I invalid. See, now I crossed the line, I invalid. You should be there to say, lie, now small. See, you know this 75%. If you like, carry ruler, go. Say, you know this 75%. You will argue and argue and argue. Don't get tired of the arguing. Argue. Don't agree. Make sure they count it. Because what they usually do is when they see that you are docile, you are that kind of person that if they just tell you, oh, it's invalid, and you just really agree it's invalid, or more, forget to after your vote, so that polling unit will invalid. Because even the one that is inside, they will not tell you, say, now in near the line, If you don't cross it, in near the line, in near, you too will just say, not true, in near, please. Sharp, and sharp. The next process that we're supposed to go into now is actually the process. But I don't know, for me, I don't want us to talk to so many people that are probably sleeping. Maybe we could pause it here. But I'll explain that process as it relates to Osun State election. The next process that we're supposed to go into now is the process that relates to Osun State election. And if you look at slide number, the fourth slide here, the fourth slide from the right, that one that has the guy with eyeglass, the emoji with eyeglass, the cool emoji. On the right side, on the left side of that picture, you remember I said it. I said during the election, the part that you are supposed to, that they are using is the election part. When the election is done, the next part that they normally use is the export part, which we'll talk about in details. Maybe like when we host the next space, like a continuation of this space, right? We'll talk about it in details. But just to reference it to what happened in Osun, according to the only person that is related to INEC that I've explained. INEC have not officially explained, but Mike Igini explained what must have happened, which is where obedience needs to also come to play. That's what Nedu said earlier, and Spotlight hammered it that. That's what they were saying when they said INEC is giving us a lot of burden, when they could have just used some line of code to resolve that issue. I don't know. Am I speaking to myself?
No, we can hear you.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. So that's what they meant. What happened in Osun State? And we'll probably end around this note. Maybe we'll allow some people to speak, some people that have one or two things to say in the space. Then we'll now come to the details of how it happened or how it could have been avoided, maybe in some subsequent space. What happened in Osun State was that normally, and this is in Mike Ejimi's explanation as I understood it, normally, when everybody have finished voting, on the BVAS, on that page that shows registered voters and accredited voters, registered voters will still be showing the number of registered voters in that polling unit. That means people that are eligible to vote in that polling unit. Accredited voters will now be showing the number of people that came and were successfully accredited. So please follow me. I'll just call numbers. If when the election started, number of registered voters was showing, let's say 200, which means there were 200 people in that polling unit. Please follow me. I know it's night. You might be feeling dizzy and all that. I told you people that this was going to be like a classroom. 200 were registered, right? Then after election had finished, accredited, let's say like 105 people came. But out of that 105, it's only 100 that were successful. 5 APC members, their accreditation failed. Or 5 PDP members, let's say their accreditation failed, right? So at this point that the 100 Labour Party members, LP members, Peter Obi voters, the accreditation, those who are their accreditation were successful, it will now be showing 100 registered voters, 200 registered voters, but 100 accredited. So that place where you normally have 0 in that slide will become 100. Of course, that place on top you have 23, but I'm using 200 in this case, not 23. You now have 100. So from what they explained, this 100, which is why the point that Kay said that time was very crucial if the two BVAS have the same data. That 100 that came out to vote successfully and they have voted LP. LP now have 100 votes. APC has 0. PDP has 0. Right? What's it called? It will now the presiding officer will write 100 because on the result sheet there's a place where it's going to write the number of people that are successfully accredited, because the total number of votes is supposed to sum up to that number, not more, not less. Okay, no, sorry, not more, but can be less. Because do you know why it can be less? It's because someone can actually come to the polling unit, do accreditation successful, and just say, I know they vote, I don't vote, I go ask. It cannot be held. So the point is that it cannot be more, but it's okay if it's less. The Electoral Act actually also spells that out. It cannot be more, but if it's less, it's fine. But you can't have more votes than people that were accredited. So now you have 100. On the result, is going to write the place where they provided for number of accredited voters is going to write 100. On LP, people that voted for LP, you write LP, or I think there's usually a picture there, I can't remember, but LP, you write 100 votes. APC, 0 votes. PDP, 0 votes. Invalid, 0 votes. So total 100 votes. Apparently, total 100 votes of LP is now equal to, since I didn't apply for this 1,000 for this vote, 100 too small. So total 100 votes is now equal to total accredited votes. Please just follow me. 100 equal to 100. Now, what happened in Osun State? While he was sorting the results, the next process, which we are going to talk about in the next space, which is exporting, which is the process where the PO we send all the data on the BVAS. Remember, Kay said it that the BVAS does not really work online during accreditation. It works offline, right? So it's when you are done with the BVAS, like done with the voting, the PO is supposed to send all the information that the BVAS, all the accreditation that the BVAS has done to the server before now stamping the results and send to the server and other process, which we'll talk about in the next, in any other space that we have from now. What happened in Osun State is that while and I'm saying this from Mike Igini, please, anybody doesn't say, when he said, this is what happened, he's sure of it, please, what Mike Igini said must have happened, that's what I'm saying now, is that normally, why the BVAS is resting, or rather the PO has done, the pictures I actually have them, but I can't post them today because on the next week we probably should have, why what's it called? The PO must have started exporting, they will drop the BVAS and start to deal with counting of votes, where they will raise one ballot paper, say LP, say yes, LP 2, LP 3, LP 4, LP till they get to 100. You get. Now, while they are doing that process, the BVAS is supposed to be synchronizing. But for those of us that have phones, for those of us that use technology, we know that anything that has to go to the internet requires internet reception, internet network. So the point is that it is possible that if the network is fast, that as soon as the person just click export, all the 100 has gone. But it is also possible that because the network is slow, because the records are going one by one, actually, it doesn't go in a one file, from what Mike Igini said again. So it's possible that while the file was at 80%, which means, remember, 80% of 100 is 80, which means only 80 that has uploaded, 20 has not uploaded. So that time of uploading might take till they've got into INEC office, they've got into work, done everything. So what happened actually in Osun State, according to Mike Igini, was that apparently, maybe while the BVAS was uploading, the BVAS didn't finish uploading. But of course, because they've seen the results, they've seen the total number of accredited voters as 80, as 100, they've written the results as 100. And normally, there's a report that is generated from the BVAS after the election. So when they generated the report from the BVAS back end, what will come out or what came out was the 80 that have been uploaded. So it's what I've been saying. Some people have been saying, oh, it's really overvoting. Technically, yes, but it was not like people voted more ballot paper, at least not in all 200 and something cases, right? Maybe in some few cases, yes, but not in all the cases. So what probably happened was that, because as of that time, it's only 80 that had gone to the server. That is why when INEC brought out their own completed information, Spotlight, sorry, I'll come to you. When INEC brought out their own completed information, it was different. Sorry, I'm not going to say different from Bala Blue, but it was different. So please get that. Where the body now lie on us, obedience, in our polling unit, where the body now lie on us in our polling unit is that we may need to have an extra work of reminding the PO and ensuring, which is why Spotlight was complaining earlier, ensuring that everything was uploaded. This process that I just explained now, we'll review it in details with pictures and every other thing in a subsequent space. Spotlight.
Okay, thank you, well-meaning. I know you are really a well-meaning Nigerian, but I'll just ask you, please, you see that explanation? I'm a fan of my Guinea, but let's call a spade a spade. Let me talk like Rufai now. Let's call a spade a spade. INEC should come out and explain. They went to court, 3 different reports. Even the BVAS was actually, maybe, okay, K has put his hand up. Maybe he will explain more. 3 different reports at different times. Even in court, they also got the BVAS machines and they ran their reports and it was a different thing. So the judges did not base their judgment on the BVAS report that they generated in court. But that's one side. But the thing that this whole issue is bringing up is that the process needs to be thoroughly checked. You can't tell me that BVAS that they did accreditation. The BVAS machine was idle. It uploaded 80 or 100 or whatever number. Then after the exercise, the rest were not uploaded. Then you sent in a result. At every time T, so assuming there was no network, so even there has to be a process check along all these lines. This is something that is so important that we cannot trifle with it. INEC has to be the one to explain. Let's leave what Mike Guinea. If you watch that interview, if you did not watch it, go and watch it again. INEC needs to explain. Mike tried, but he did not quite cut it for me.
Sorry, just to buttress what Spotlight just said, right? When you're submitting your election results, after you're done as a PO with your calculations and everything, right? It goes to the SPO. Your SPO cross-checked. So what it means is that probably almost 3 levels of checks were not done before these things were uploaded on the election day, which is where it becomes a problem. Because if you're having those level of checks that are supposed to be done, because like I said, when immediately I was done with my election and I came back to the RAC center and I was submitting, my SPO came down to sit down with me after I was done writing my report and everything. She came down to sit down with me and said, okay, show me all your materials, show me everything you used, show me the number, show me the machine, show me how many you calculated. If these checks were not taken after that time, then it means for me, like I said, I do not really believe in the judgment and I do not believe in some of the stories that are coming out, right? I believe that there were some things that were done, but for any result at any point in time, these checks are always there. Your SPO must check, your RAC, there's a check process to it. So that's what I'll just say on that.
Yeah, Emmanuel, I agree with you, but a lot of the times, believe me, in my election, that's the one that brought Buhari in 2015. God forgive me for doing that. The first one, um, I think the SPO was strict. The second one, the SPO was not interested. But like I agree with Spotlight. The truth is that, in fact, the only reason why I'm going with Mike Guinness' explanation, like I said before I started, was that at least he's the only person closest to INEC that has said something that made sense. Because I've seen so many information. People have started planning for stuffed ballot balls, stuff. And the truth is that if you even really look at it, it doesn't make sense that, well, like, I don't know, but since we know that's a process within the INEC process, that's why the only reason we are going to go through it in the next place is so that we will be aware of the process, not really because we are sure that's what caused Osun State issue. Nello, we'll get you. Then I want Kate to like probably round up this. Nello, go ahead.
Actually, can we have my
Me
theory
too.
about what must have happened? But let me hear from Kay first.
Yeah, Kate, please go on.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now there's a poll official called, or an ad hoc staff called a RATEC. That's Registration Area Tech Support Staff. All right. Now that person, his duty is first to make sure that the devices to be used are working. If there's any need to change any devices, they want to run the configurations and change the devices. All right. And then at the end of polls, all right, is his duty to make sure that the data is synchronized. All right. We have two levels of data to work on. One, the accreditation data, and then two, the result upload in whichever format is going to happen. All right. Now, I've worked as a RATEC, all right, over time. And one of the things we experience is, for instance, a PO comes back to the collation center, all right, where that's the final meeting point, so to speak. And then you ask, have you communicated your accreditation details? This person says yes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But experience has taught us that you don't do that once. All right. If you've ever tried importing a, let's say, VCF into your Google contacts, for instance, if you're using your, I don't know if it has changed, but I've not done that for a while now. Now you could upload the VCF, all right, and then it adds up. You refresh, and then it keeps until when it's done importing everything. All right, that's exactly what happens in this at this point. Okay, you've exported or you've communicated or whatever lingo that was used. All right, for maybe based on traffic or whatever, it could not go. Maybe all of them didn't go at once. All right. So we tried that again. As a RATEC, we've been trained to do that over and over again. Now, in one election, that should be a governorship election. All right. Now we came from another state, all right, into Edo, and the back end gets to receive the report of these uploads. Okay. What I don't know is if they have the facility to match maybe, okay, the result upload and then the accreditation data to be sure that, okay, this polling unit, I don't think the accreditation data is complete. I don't know if they have that check. All right. But what I know they do is they have a list of polling units that have been synchronized. That particular election, actually, we were done Sunday morning. All right. We're just about leaving to our states, our respective states. And then we got a call. This data, they've not been done. Now, we had staff from headquarters from different places that came, because usually the RATEC for off-season election ICT staff, all right? So we had to call back everyone that the polling units under your ward, your registration area were affected. So we had to come back to run that process over. It was when we were certified that, oh, we've seen your accreditation data, that we were free to go. All right. Now, the Oshun matter, the accreditation data was finally completed. All right, which was the confidence with which INEC brought, okay, see the BVAS, see the final report, you can check. All right, but the courts, the tribunal chose the report to go with. That's on them. All right, is anyway, because INEC really gave them the data, everything. So if maybe the preliminary report was a preliminary, that it was obvious, it was said that it was a preliminary report. Then when the final report came out, it was still said this is a final report. And then to confirm, they had to bring the BVAS. All right, so you can check and be sure that this thing was not cooked up somewhere. It was actually, something that is real. So that judgment is on the court. It's not on INEC. It's not an indictment on INEC. All right, so well, my point is this: there is someone that is his job to make sure that that data is uploaded. Now, that person also, his job is to confirm the result upload. Now, when the PO snaps the EC8A, that's the result sheet, and uploads, this person is has access to that result to look at it and say, this result is correct. I can see there's no mutilation, there's no falsehood, there is correct. And then he approves it. It's when he approves it that it shows up on the IREF portal that every other person can view. All right. He has the power as well to cancel, in quotes, to say, no, this result is not correct. Re-upload the correct one. And normally he works with, the RATEC works with the collation officer. He sits with the collation officer, all right, to, confirm that what the PO wrote as the accreditation data is actually what is on the BVAS, because they will turn on the BVAS at that point to confirm that, the accreditation data tallies with what is written on the EC8A. All right, so we also have to.
Oh my God, I'm so grateful that what the RATEC. You know what? I mentioned this when I was speaking earlier time about the publication and what I wrote about. So, Kay, I want to ask a question. The RATEC, you say you can cancel the results. Can you upload the results?
Well, actually, yes.
Hey.
If, for instance, the thing is this, all right, that you can cancel a result, so to speak, all right, is only in let's say in conjunction with, remember I said the RATEC works with the collation officer. So any result that the collation officer rejects, all right, for instance, there's an overvoting on the results. Okay. Now, there's something we did in some elections back. All right. Because you must submit something. Okay. You could make a note on the results that, you can see is overvoting. Maybe you just write it boldly so that someone viewing the result could say, this is actually the issue with this result. All right. Then the collation officer also makes that note, as in is on his own, because he too has an EC8B, for the word collation. Do you understand? It's not as if your powers are unilateral, yeah. You don't have all the powers to say, okay, this must not be or this must no. It's usually the decision of the collation officer, because that's the person empowered to accept a result or reject a result. So what I meant by cancel is if the result doesn't tally, is not supposed to be, you could actually say, this is the reason for this result not being accepted by the collation officer.
But I think Spotlight's question is that.
Sorry, 1 minute in Nigeria, please. Collation officer, where is that person? Is he at the polling unit as well?
Word. It starts from the word.
Okay, now the results have moved from the polling unit to the ward level.
Wahala.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that the whole point of BVAS is that the results are uploaded right there and then at the polling units.
Yeah, when did I
Yes, yes, yes. Now, let me explain. I mentioned earlier something about e-collation. Okay, there was a time we had a web app and also an Android app. All right, that you could type in the um, um, details of the election. For instance, total registered voters, total accredited voters, total cancelled votes, or so on and so forth, and then votes scored by each political party or whatever. And then you upload that. That's is basically test. All right. Then we have result upload. That's you snap the EC8A to upload. All right, those are two different methods of e-collation that we adopted. Okay, the results is supposed to be uploaded at the polling unit at the close of polls. Once the results have been written, the next thing for the PO to do is to snap and upload. All right. Now, over time, as in this is I'm talking from experience. Okay, we've seen POs mess up. All right. It hasn't stopped. It still continues. Like where someone says, "Oh, I was pressurized to use a manual accreditation," and so on and so forth. So you allowed people to vote above rote as you accredited. That's already a red flag. If the votes allocation doesn't match, it doesn't tally, that is also a red flag. So he can actually flag it and say this is overvoting, and then it cancels that. So it's the collection officer that can say this result is cancelled for overvoting or for whatever. I don't know if you get the point.
Yeah,
So
okay, I get the
if
point.
that happens, all right, that result that person uploaded, the presiding officer uploaded, becomes invalid. All right, you won't let it stay. Okay, there might be instructions on what to do in that case. Should you leave that one there? Or sometimes there are situations where the collection officer can help the presiding officer balance. Maybe it's just a calculation error or something, not like there's an actual fraud. Maybe it's just a mistake that he made, and then can help you. Okay, write this properly and then sign against it so that we can be sure that this is real. It's not like someone did a fraudulent something on it. All right, you sign against it or whatever. So if there's maybe a correction on the EC8A, all right, remember the poll party agents. There's a ward level party agent. There's a polling unit level party agent. All right. Now the ward level party agents of all the parties are there. So it's not as if you're doing something behind someone's back or something. All right, everybody is there seeing, okay, they can explain, see what happened, or see how this got to this. He needs to correct this, the figures here are not correct, and then he makes the correction. So this new result sheet that was corrected replaces, he has to, the writer can delete the first one that he uploaded, and he uploads the right one. Do you understand? It's all about transparency, making sure that whatever you upload stands. What if the result is taken, or if it's scrutinized, it can be said this is true or this is not true. So if we can see, everybody can see, oh, there's an overvoting here. The collection officer marks on his own collection sheet, the EC8B, he crosses it out or writes a note or whatever. This is why this result was. Every one of them writes a report. Do you understand? So this person now, this polling unit presiding officer, if there's an overvoting or whatever issue that his result is rejected, he writes a report which must be attached to his to the result sheet he's submitting. Do you understand? Because he may not be there to ask to say, because from the ward collection, the collection officer moves to the LGA collection. Do you understand? And so on and so forth. It keeps going until it gets to the last, collection for that level of election. If it's a governorship, there's a place it ends. If it's a House of Assembly, there's a place it ends. If it's a federal House of Reps or Senate or presidency, there's a place it ends. So the presiding officer may not follow the collation officer to get to all the places he will get to, but that report he writes can suffice to say, okay, this is what happened in this polling unit, and that explains, why it was cancelled or whatever. And the collation officer also have to write his own report. This is what I met. This is why I rejected this result, and so on and so forth. I don't know if that helps.
And is willing to share. So you probably not think that he did not show his INEC ID card or anything. I don't know, okay.
He also
I'm
works
so
with the
happy.
machines. He has worked with them. He's going to work with them
Yes,
in
exactly.
4 days. So
just like Duke Cakes and the rest of them that have worked with them, you get. So people should. That's good information to put out there. Okay, Spotlight has a very good question. Like, you guys know me, I'm stuck on something. When I'm stuck, I don't move. She asked a very important question. At that point where the RATEC and the collation officer decides that, oh, let's say for some reason they think this is invalid. For now we've talked about legit reason, but let's say they decide it's invalid. Is it possible for them at that point to upload what they consider the correct result?
Like I said, all right, if it's a mistake, all right, there are things that falls into mistakes. Okay, I didn't sum, because sometimes the POs they make a lot of mistakes. I must be sincere. All right, they make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
And sometimes we advise them, please use a rough sheet to sum before writing in the EC8A. All right, there's a result sheet. So they could make honest mistakes. Mistakes, maybe they didn't sum correctly or whatever. That could be corrected and re-uploaded. All right. Then there's the obvious.
Sorry, Kay. I will interject a lot now. Sorry. Who would make that correction and upload it back? The RATEC and the collation officer. At this point, the presiding officer that made that mistake will not be there.
No, he's there.
Okay.
Now remember, all right, election is done at the polling unit. They are done. So he comes to the collation center to submit the results of the election he conducted. So they're going to ask him questions about the results and the result sheet he's holding. Do you understand? If there's a discrepancy noticed, he's going to explain it. Do you understand? So if maybe in the course of explanation, we discover it's just he was supposed to write 1-9 and he wrote 1-8. That's an honest mistake. Do you understand? It's not a fraud. But you have a situation where someone, accredited voters is 200 and votes cast is 250. Guy, explain. Do you understand? So there's no explanation for that. That's an overvoting. So that result is rejected for overvoting. So if it's a mistake, maybe a summation, something wasn't quite added up correctly, he can make that correction and countersign it. He signs against it to be okay. This is me. Now remember, his signature is at the lower part of the EC8A. Yes, the presiding officer.
So if the presiding officer is not there,
EC8A, no, he cannot not be there.
Okay, I just want to clarify. If the presiding officer is not there, maybe the collation officer is seeing it while the presiding officer has gone. The only option he has is to cancel it and cancel it. He doesn't have the option of correcting it on behalf.
No. If the presiding officer must be there to submit the results, and the collation cannot move on from there, all right, until that result is submitted, except if maybe, okay, there was no election there, or there was so and so, there was violence, and so there's no result to submit. So it is written, there's no result to submit. Do you understand? But so long as there's a result to submit, the presiding officer must submit it and defend it sufficiently before leaving. If he doesn't do that, he's not leaving there. So there are two options. It's either it's accepted or it's rejected. If it's rejected, the presiding officer will write a report on what happened. The collation officer will also write a report on what happened. Okay, this is what I met. We discovered that so and so polling unit result is the accredited voters is less than the votes cast, and so we rejected the results. He will write that as his own report. The presiding officer that had the wahala in his polling unit will also explain why he did that. Do you understand? And if INEC decides to take it up with him, of course he will go in for it.
So okay, I actually sorry, spotlight Nelo. I know. Okay. I think I get the point you're making, which is actually true. You just reminded me of why is a truthful person. The RATEC is a truthful person. Me, I'm not here looking for truthful people. I'm here looking for criminals. My question is, if for some reason the PO, right? Let's say the PO, God, I have to think like a criminal now to ask this question. Let's say I'm the PO. I arrive at the polling unit at the what's it called, in front of the RATEC, right? Or not just RATEC now, the collation officer. And the collation officer goes like, oh, this is my results. Labour Party has 100 votes. APC has, let me be nice, 1 vote, right? And he goes like, Alpha, Copper, take 100K, make we change these results. I go give them, just edit them, give APC 100, Labour Party 1, then upload them again, I go approve them. RATEC, you did.
For every ward. There's a designated collection center for every state constituency, federal constituency, local government collection, and so on and so forth. All right. And the same way you have crowd at the polling units, the same way you have party agents at the polling units, that's the same way you're going to have them there. All right. Now, it is actually wrong to proceed with collation without a quorum of party agents and security agents. Do you understand? You cannot do that. So if you do, whoever a party to the election can sue and say, we did not see the collation. It was not done anywhere we know. So we don't know the result that was written and brought. Like we've had that happen in the past. Do you understand? So it is done openly. So you cannot. Anybody can. Okay, at the end of the what's it called? Collation. All right. The party agents and the police and security agencies get a copy of the collation sheet. That's the EC8B. That's what collation. Remember, at the polling unit, every party agent gets a copy. The security agencies in the polling unit gets a copy. So it keeps going on and on and on and on. Now, we had the situation in one state that I know of that after the election, we discovered that the collation. Now, I spoke with the EO myself. He said there was violence in this ward, so there was no result sheets written. I still have the result sheets in my safe in the office. Now, there was a connivance by someone to break into his safe and to take the sheet, but by then he has moved it from the safe, his office safe, somewhere else. Do you understand? So that person got a result sheet from somewhere else. I don't know how, and they wrote a result and submitted. Okay. Now, when the matter came up, the guy brought out the result, the collection sheet that was given to him by INEC and said, "Look at this. Nothing was written on it, so I don't know where this result sheet came from." Do you understand? And the party that went to court, the court ruled in their favor because there was no collection in that place. So where is this result coming from? Do you understand? So people do all manner of things. I remember, I think that was in preparation to 2019, there was a news about someone, people printing INEC stuff and all of that. It happens. All right. But if, you have the right, it's done in the right place and there are people monitoring the process, there'll be evidences if there are issues. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think the only part of my question I need you to answer so that I can go to Spotlight, Nelo, I can see Ma waving and so on. But I have a feeling some of my question may probably clarify theirs. Is that I think you are still assuming good people everywhere. Maybe I did not burden that scenario enough. Let me burden it if there's any English like that. See, what if for any reason everybody in the collation center have been bought over, including the Labour Party or the party agent of, is there any other place where it will be flagged? That's what I just want to know. Maybe at now the state level, can that be flagged?
Okay, remember the collation officer will still have to submit that result to, where it stops is at the desk of the returning officer. Returning officer is the person that declares the result for whether it's a local government, or a state constituency or a federal constituency, a senatorial district, governorship, that's the state level, or the presidency, presidential, which is the INEC chairman. All right. Now, whatever you do, you still have to go up to a particular place and defend what you've done. If you're done with word collation,
I think that
you have
answers
to
my
go
question.
to LG
I think that answers my question.
collation.
Yeah. Spotlights. Okay, Spotlight, are you there?
My brother. Please put that my article on the Jumbotron so that everybody can see it. I won't say much, but I think I'll just wait to hear what other people think of the process.
Okay.
And the implications for this forthcoming election.
Okay. Before I go
because
to Nello,
the power is being taken away from us, the voters, because the impression that we've always had, or that INEC has given us, is that from the polling units, you can the BVAS machine will transmit the results. Because when you say we should be vigilant, we should exercise vigilance, we should be vigilant again. They've drummed it in our ears, and we are all now getting prepared to be vigilant. So what we have been thinking or banking on has been that our decision at the polling unit is going to be transmitted straight to the IREV, which is the INEC results viewing portal. But like I mentioned before, there's a powerful group of people, intermediaries called the RATEX, and Kay has established that fact. How do we see that information? Is it good for us or bad for us?
Don't hold on. Don't give up hope. But I get, so why Kay was speaking, you know one thing that came to my mind? I was like, see, this election, all these politicians, they go, yeah, win. Our eyes are opened. Like, our eyes are opened. Like, we are looking at everywhere. See, the thing that Kay just said, what it brings to my head, and I wrote it down here. I wrote it in bold on my notes. Ward party agent. Ward party agent. Every party has an agent in the ward. Apparently, we need to beg Labour Party that even if, see, all the ward party agent has to be people that, God, ward party agent. Nello.
Yeah, I think from listening to Kay, I kind of have an idea of what's actually went down in Osun State. This is my theory, is that
spot on.
The BVAS machine, on the both BVAS, the same numbers are uploaded on them. So what you have is probably somebody found out that you can accreditate and vote in one BVAS machine, and then go to the other one and do the same and vote. And somehow they thought that they can beat the system. So now you have people going, after voting on one BVAS, they go to the other BVAS to vote. But at the end of the whole thing, when it gets uploaded to, because as in by the time the whole votes finish, by the time they finish voting and collating the results, because what you're still going to be seeing on the BVAS machine is still maybe at the after they have tried to cheat, thinking that they are, and I'm sure. Listen, I'm very sure that APC is behind this. Literally, they know what they're doing. But then again, some of their strong zones as well, there was overvoting. But because Adeleke has, more I mean, he was much more popular. So it's, most of those overvoting happened more to his own benefits, now. But where I have my issue is this. Now they've collected the results, they've seen that probably they had like 200, and when they did, the math, they had like 400, and they were able to get 400 ballot paper to tally. But you know that by the time these numbers finish, by the time they now synchronize, all those double voting would be eradicated, and then you're going to maybe end up having, say, in that polling unit where you have 400 voting. By the time it synchronizes, you're going to end up getting maybe like 250 or 200, depending on the number of people that overvoted. Now, where I have my problem is this: when they have gone back to the collation officer to collect these results, I believe that the result that they should be collating is the synchronized result, is it not? Because then they should make sure that the network is there and these results have been uploaded, right, Kay? Because if
Yeah,
they
yeah,
don't,
okay,
if
Nello,
yes,
I think maybe you probably didn't get K fully. From what I think K, when he was explaining the case in Osun State, alluded to what I already said. K, can you, I mean, because K, let me just
no,
summarize what I said.
because from what I've from what I'm getting, not just everything that's been said, that I've been able to put together. Yes, the overvoting definitely happened in Osun, and why it happened is because somehow they were accrediting, in the two BVAS. You go and accredit in one, you vote, then you go and queue. Because if you remember, a lot of people came out to say that people were voting twice. You go to the
Okay,
other, yes, you go to the other polling units, and then you go and
If
accredit again, and you vote.
if you could let me, all right. I said earlier that I do not think there was an overvoting in Oshun
exactly,
to
yeah.
that
I
extent.
agree with you, Kay. I agree with
I
you. That
do
was what
not
I wanted to
think
say.
so. Do you know why I said that? Now, remember, INEC brought a preliminary report. INEC brought a final report. INEC brought the beavers in contention to court. Do you understand? Someone that has something to hide would not bring these three things. Fine. The preliminary report doesn't agree with the final report. Good. Can we explain it with the beavers we can see here? All right. Look at them. Check the figure. Do they tally with what is on the final report? They do. Case closed. But the tribunal chose to go with the preliminary report because that's the one that suits their bias. Do you understand? It doesn't mean that there was an overvoting. I don't think there was
Yeah,
to
K,
that
K,
extent.
actually, I agree with you. And that's what I said earlier. That
What, please, can I?
sorry, hold on. At soon Loto, don't worry, I'll come to you now, then Manuel, then Ivy. I
Coming
want
in
us to
Nigeria,
we are
more
supposed to
go
be rounding up
sleep,
the
oh,
space soon.
more go sleep.
Yes, we're supposed to be rounding up the space. Actually, we are done with the part of the educating of voters for today. All these things that we're discussing now is actually the next space would hold, which apparently, I don't know if it's fortunately or fortunately, but I really wanted to quench everything today because of my own timing. But I also want to expose people to this other part that are discussing in physical terms, what it looks like in real life, right? So I think Kay already explained this Osun State issue. Let me just quickly go to our Kay. Kay, just hold on. Atuno to see what you want to say.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for this space. Kay, thank you and God bless you. See, I read the judgments. I have all the judgments, the majority, the minority. I read it, and if you go and read the minority judgments, you will understand that what was in contention was not even over voting. It was just the report. The minority judge, the one who gave the minority judgment, said something that I find really interesting. He said, rather than rely on the final report that INEC brought and the inspection of the beavers, that those who gave the majority judgment chose to rely on what APC brought to court.
So what happened was that I've worked with data before. Do you understand? I've worked with data. If you conduct surveys, at times you send enumerators to the field, and they will conduct the surveys. They are meant to send the data to the server. Now, when they send to the server, there will be a data administrator who sees what they are sending and can approve. Maybe they make errors, you can approve them to go back and recapture the data, or if there is no error, you approve and then goes to the final server. Now, at times, an enumerator would have sent a report on the field, but because of data issues and the way our network infrastructure is in Nigeria, it will not get to even you that you are the data administrator. At times 78 hours, at times you need to go and capture that data again because maybe there was a loss of data or loss of information somewhere. In fact, it can take up to a week at times that you'll be refreshing your server and you will not find that data. So when INEC was explaining that, I perfectly understood it, that synchronization issue is a big problem. And because of the way okay, some areas you will not even find network at all, and some places in the process of trying to communicate that result from one point to the other, the information is lost. Do you understand? So I completely agree with INEC on this matter. What APC went to court to do was to compel those judges to look at the preliminary report they got the second day of the election, which is possible that data might not have synchronized. It is possible. So they went to court hiding under the Freedom of Information Act, and INEC was compelled to issue that statement. And INEC went to court and defended it that when we gave this report, it was a preliminary report. So I've had it. People are shouting overvoting, overvoting. See, what they are creating is fear so that people will not have belief in the election. You guys to know that even today now, I confirmed my bias because initially I was thinking maybe I was just agreeing with that with those minority with the minority judge. But now, after hearing a RACTEC speak, I understand how this thing works now. That in fact, it is what I was thinking, that data issues and the way our network is structured in Nigeria is the main thing. So if we are really going to be talking about this, it is to start shouting so that those judges will also understand that, see, Nigeria, we are not currently structured in a way that maybe electronic issues can go smoothly. And so they have to factor this in whatever it's, because I see the next election also going to court because the APC has already created a pathway for them to challenge every election. That's what they will do. In fact, what Kay explained today has to be said over and over again for people to stop shouting about overvoting. There is no way overvoting is going to happen. You go there, you are accredited, you vote, they capture, they tally the result, they send to the server. But what happens? What happens if what they are sending did not synchronize properly to the server of INET? So I know this thing happens, and that's why I have been raising my to give clarity. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that submission. I actually laugh because you gave K a new job. K, you don't get work. Oh.
Well,
I don't know when.
well, meaning Nigeria, let me still come in again, okay? Because
Yeah.
if accreditation could happen in two BVAS at the same time, there is room for overvoting. I'm
Yeah.
happy
Okay.
that
No,
Kay
no.
has said that, that will not happen again in the coming election. So that
Yes.
eradicates that problem. But
Yeah.
if it did happen in Oshun, and some people have come to confirm that in Oshun, there were people that voted twice. Because when we're saying that with the BVAS and accreditation, you cannot vote twice, I know someone came up and said, I was at a polling unit and people voted twice.
No, no.
So, wait, let me finish because I'm getting somewhere. If this
Yeah.
happened in Oshun, and they go to the courts and they bring the BVAS reports, after everything must have synchronized and there's confirmation of overvoting, I think that they can now drag INEC because it's fine. Yes, people try to manipulate the system, but of course INEC shouldn't even leave the system open to manipulation in the first place. This is just me, just looking at it, trying to cover all base. But I'm
Yeah.
glad that for the upcoming election they have seen that problem, they've seen that loophole, and they have worked to block it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Nello. Sorry, Emmanuel, I'm coming to you. Ivy, I'm coming to you. Ivy, if you did vex, I'm coming to you. See, um, I want to really separate this issue so that we don't get. So this is not us arguing if it's over voting or what's have been said by I think Kay, myself, and Atunuto. I think the thing is, of course, because if you go and read that judgment, I don't know, maybe somebody can correct me, but INEC staff agreed that, I mean, compared to the 240 something that APC said they were overvoting, if there was even overvoting, according to the INEC, I think one of the judgments said they were like 6 or something, which I don't know, am I correct?
Yeah, you are right. So in the judgment, APC said there were 749 polling units where overvoting happened, but what really happened is if you check what the INEC witness that was brought to court, what she was actually saying was that she was responding to a question from the council of APC, and the person was showing him his own report, that preliminary report, and saying, look at the number in this report. What is this? Okay, look at the number you have here. What is this? And they say, okay, how many votes is that? 37. So what do you mean? There is seemingly overvoting. So if you've been in the court, you understand that they were leading her in witness. Do you understand? They were leading her in witness. What the judge should have done was that, okay, INEC was put in charge of our election. The constitution empowered her to issue reports. INEC said, the first one I gave you is preliminary. Now I'm coming with this one, and this is my BVAS. Go and check. Are they in agreement? So who do you believe? Is it the APC claiming that on the second day of the election, all the results should have been synchronized, when that's not the reality in Nigeria? That's just the
Yeah,
point.
yeah. Atunuto, I actually get you. Anyway, I think that's quite clear. That's quite clear. This whole process that Atunuto, K, and we've been discussing is what we'll probably look into in the next time we meet on this page, which is on synchronization. Emmanuel, let's quickly hear you quickly as much as possible.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Kay, for those clarifications. So this is what I just want to try to do, right? I want to put everybody's mind to rest to an extent, in the sense that from all the discussions we've been having, we can progressively see that we progressively know that there are issues, right? So let me even say this first of all, right? For anyone who believes that there won't be attempts to rig the election, I can categorically tell you that you're not ready for the elections, right? Just expect it to happen. Now, to the issues on ground, right? If you look at least for the progressions that we've been having, you'd already see that there are certain things that are like I said, even during the Vawulence case, I already believed that there was no overvoting when it came to the Osun election. I knew that there were some discrepancies, but definitely not an overvoting, right? So these things are already being tackled. So rest your mind in the fear of, okay, the RATEC can actually what's it called influence the votes now, because understand also that when you have a RATEC in an area, it's not like the RATEC is easily accessible to everybody. That's something I think everybody needs to take note of. You can't easily, even for us that were even working as presiding officers, it was not that, okay, see the RATEC here sitting down with us and we're gisting. No, right? The RATEC is somebody that, because of how important his role is, right? He's somebody that is somewhat safeguarded, right? So before you can say, okay, you want to influence the RATEC just like that, you have to go through a lot of people, right? And that lots of people means there's almost no way they won't find you, right? With the current situation, there's almost no way they won't catch you when you're trying to influence an election like that. So first of all, rest your mind in the fact that, okay, we have a position where we don't really need to bother so much about the RATEC. What I would really want more people to focus on now is on getting the strong people to be the ward
Thank
agents, right?
you, Emmanuel.
Those are the people that you need to focus more on, because like I said, in the 2019 election, we saw cases where after we calculated, like all of us that did the elections, we calculated, we discussed the elections, we calculated our results, right? In the current note, we already knew that PDP won by almost 100,000 votes. Then at the end of the final election, we're hearing that it's only like 30,000. We already knew that something happened. We're hearing different results being announced. Now, this is where your ward party agents come in, because when your ward party agents are strong and they are smart, they can easily detect when a wrong result is being read, pull it up, show the evidences, right, that have been shared by the different party agents, combined together, and push for a correction.
Yeah.
Right? That's the main thing to concentrate on, because the truth is, most of, like, we need to understand, when the local government returning officer is taking his results, he's taking a result that he has recorded based off of what has been shown to him. It's just information that he just writes down. It's not like he's taking all the papers of all the polling units to the state level. So it's something we should just more or less just concentrate your efforts on getting people that are much more intelligent.
But Emmanuel, this is what the BVAS is supposed to mitigate.
Okay, please. So hold on.
Yes, it is, but
Nelo, it seems that you and I are the only ones seeing this issue.
Okay.
But, I don't even know.
Nelo, hold on. Emmanuel, hold on. I hear you clearly, Emmanuel. I think I'm coming. OIK. I really want us to round up this space very soon, but
one minute. Maybe we just take it. Let's have a line of each person will talk. We'll not resolve it this evening.
Yes.
Let's give people's room to talk. We're not going to change anybody's mind, but let's talk. Then we'll now go back and think about it. Yes. I think this calls for a space on its own. This issue of RATEC, Oga, if people know what we are going into.
Hey. No, but Spotlight, do you know why I don't want to see it like that? It's because the truth is that at this point, this is not even the point where we can go and tell INEC, change this. It is already done.
There's no other way to see it. We don't see my point. My point in all of this is not even, we cannot make changes now, but we can create awareness. This is something that people don't know. What people have been thinking is you use the BVAS machine, take a picture, and then it goes straight to the INEC viewing portal. But that's not the case. You are telling me again that at the ward, some group of people that are not the voters, when you ask us to protect our votes, what do you mean? When you say stay there, let them count the votes, blah, 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 blah. What do you mean? I have explained to you that machine it's uploads
based on INEC's what information that INEC gave to us. I know Kay is saying something, but if you go to INEC's portal, they said the results will be uploaded right there and then at the polling center. And literally, this is the thing that the BVAS is, this is supposed to be like the major selling point of the BVAS. The fact that the results will be uploaded right there and then at the polling unit. And once it's there, according to them, it cannot be changed because it goes straight to the INEC server. Whenever it connects to network, it would, synchronize. So it's kind of confusing now. That's
the point. That is the point that that's been sold. However, like I mentioned, there was a whistle blowing that explained. I've never spoken to a RATEC before. I got this information from someone that worked in INEC.
Thank God K came.
And then and when I no, don't worry about case. No, but I'm saying that someone that actually has information corroborated it. So it's not like but because Nelo is still doubting it, and I was doubting it as well, even though the person was so assured, and newspapers reported it, that during the press briefing, they actually put it forward to the INEC chairman, give us a commitment here and now that there's not going to be any intermediary between when this thing is uploaded and when it gets to us. And he did not make that commitment. So my point is, I'm not going to ask that we say but it's just to make these things known. Let everybody know.
Okay.
That's my
Yeah.
this
Yeah. Yeah.
democratize this information.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me come in here. Nelo, Spotlight, you have nothing to fear about the Ratex. All right, let me explain. Now, when at your polling units, okay, the results is published. Okay, one, there is the EC8A that goes to the collation center. There's another sheet, I can't remember the code number right now, that is pasted on that polling unit that has the scores of every party in that election. All right, it's pasted. It should be pasted at the polling unit even after everybody has gone. All right. Now, the only time a result has an issue that could, need maybe to be removed or whatever. All right, is if that result it doesn't tally. Do you understand? So the job of the RATEC is to make sure that the correct result is uploaded. Now, remember, he doesn't. That decision is not unilateral. He's not the only person taking the result. That decision. He's not the one to say, okay, I must remove this one. I'll put this one. And he too is liable for whatever actions he takes. His job is only to validate whatever the PO uploads. All right. Let me give you an instance. A PO could upload a result that doesn't have like you have the four edges of a sheet. All right. He snaps something that doesn't show what is on the sheet properly. Maybe it's skewed in one direction. Is bent as in something is not clear. Maybe it's even blood. All right. The RATEC has to ensure that whatever is uploaded is clear, legible, and contains everything that should be there. Do you understand? Someone could snap something else and upload and say, okay, that's the result. No, he ensures that whatever is uploaded is the accurate result. So it's not as if he's going to, play any pranks. No, if he does that, he is like, because he too has someone he reports to. Do you understand? So
I
that's how
understand. I
it moves.
understand. I am
There's
not going
nothing
to
to
change.
fear.
I understand
Absolutely,
the explanations, but
there's
I
nothing
am.
to fear.
I I understand, but
Okay. Spotlight. Hold on. Let me quickly go to Ivy. Ivy, quickly, or I don't
I thought
know.
you called
Can
me.
you make it short? Oh, I can.
Ah,
Oh, I can. I'll come to you. Oh, I can. I'll come to you.
well, Mini, don't do me strong thing today. Oh.
I beg, no vex.
Anyways, so I'll try and be brief. K takes a lot for coming on this space today. And just to reiterate what K said too, I think it takes a lot to change that figure, that value. You need RagTech, you need CO, you need PO, you need word agent. I think you need minimum maybe 10 people for you to change that value. So it's not going to be easy. We know the big guys have a lot of money, but it won't be that easy to change that value. Now, I'm coming back to polling units. The form has been filled, right? And has been uploaded. I don't think INEC talked about a case whereby you can screenshot the BVAS machine. Because the issue we have is synchronization, right? But the fact still remains that BVAS machine is always correct. So in that space that displays accredited voters, why not just screenshot it and also upload it? Let us see what your machine had and then upload the ECA form as well. And we can also tell if it tallied. Why make the whole process so difficult?
Yeah,
I know
so
K might not
spot
be
on.
able to answer that. But I'm just saying. Now, K, I don't know if you have an idea. At what point exactly does the IREV receive data? Is it when the PO uploads it at the polling unit? Is that when the IREV receives the data? And secondly, the RATEC, does he replace the data on the IREV? Or are there two different servers? Like one, the RATEC and edit, and then there's another one, the IREV is different, where finally, the final results will get to. So if you could shed more light, if you could shed more light.
There are two. I said that earlier. There are two data being uploaded. All right. One is the accreditation data. which is exported, like in the Jumbotron, you can see one of the slides there, show the export page, the screen. All right, that's the accreditation data. All right, then there's the results sheet upload, which the PO does at the polling unit. The RATEC only validates what was done. Do you understand? He only validates that, and he does that at the point of collation. Do you get? So, this result has been adjudged satisfactory. It is correct. Do you understand? He validates it, and that's when it becomes available on the IREF portal. I don't know if that's clear.
So we don't see it on IREV until RATEC has approved it.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Validated it.
Yeah. I was going to.
So which means it's not really at the polling unit that we get to see the results. That was
no.
Because definitely it has to go to the ward first before we actually see it on the portal.
Yeah. Or I don't know how what's it called? I don't know the modalities that will be employed this time around. I can't speak for now. All right. I can speak based on the past experiences. All right.
Yes.
Because I know that. Let me be sure.
So
I
sorry.
think yes, you must validate it before it shows on the yeah.
All right, Kay. Thank you.
Madam Bolanle's hand is up, please.
Yes, actually, I wanted to go to Madam Bolale. Madam Bolale is my auntie. Madam Bolale, now we go close this space together. Just wait, I'm coming. Let me just go to OIK. Sorry. OIK, you quickly wanted to ask a question?
Yes, I did. Well done, everyone, and lots of information. I want to say that the Electoral Commission has come through a long process from 1999, and they're doing well, but there's still a lot to be done. Even the INEC commissioner did mention that, and they have loads of engineers. It says, they actually were the ones who created the so-called BVAS, and then took it out of Nigeria to produce. So they're working on it to improve on it. Like we all know, or we've all learned, there's so many areas to vote in or to get in a result. You have to do your accreditation, then you have to vote, ballot box, then collation, and whatever Mr. K was talking about is a lot. But my key questions are this, because there are a lot of loopholes. The ballot papers, do they have numbers? Do they have identifiable numbers to link the voter to a ballot paper? Mr. K, can you answer that? Or are they just plain ballot papers?
Well, they have serial numbers, all right, but they cannot link a particular vote. You can't pick out a ballot paper and say this was the person that voted on it. No, you can't.
You see, that's a loophole, and I'm sure they must be working on that. I deal with a lot of data, clinical trial data here in the US. Then another thing is, after voting, what happens to even when the results have been sent, what happens to the ballot papers itself? We call them the source. Those are the source documents. Because even when you have a case, a court case, or somebody, challenging the results, you have to trace it back to the source. So what really happens to the source? I'm just thinking in the Nigerian setup, what happens at the end of everything, who takes away the source? Where they take them to?
I think K gets that. Mr. K, the ballot paper. I know the answer, but just answer it.
All right. Now, there are things we call sensitive materials, and there are things we call non-sensitive materials. The result sheet is a sensitive material. The ballot papers are sensitive materials. Now, at the end of polls, all right, any unused ballot paper is supposed to be crossed out. All right. That ensures that it cannot be used anytime again. All right. So I'm done with this. Maybe out of 100 sheets, I was able to use 20. So I cross out the 80 remaining, and then pack that with the what's it called, the result sheet now. All right, those are part of the things you hand over to the SPO, sorry, the collection officer. All right, because they could have two. Yeah, they use ballot paper handed over. I think it's the unused that may be left, but it's crossed out such that it cannot be used
Okay, that's
again.
great.
All right,
What
because
about the youth?
sometimes they
I
make
got that. Sorry,
reference.
I'm not trying to rush you.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
just quick questions. I don't want you to
Okay.
go too deep since they want to close. I just want to get all these answers in my own brain to think about this later on. Okay, so they crossed out the unused ones. That's good. That's good data management. What about the used ones? The source. Those are what we call the source documents. Who goes away with them? How they're sensitive, all
Okay.
right, but who is in charge of them?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I actually have the answer to that question. I think Kay already answered it. Kay, hold on. Let me just help you out here. So don't look at it. Actually, the ones that have voted, which is the one you're asking, is actually handed over to the collection officer who wants everything to the. So it's actually kept because, like you said, rightly so. If there's an election case, there have been election case that took them back to get the ballot papers to recount it.
Yes.
So it's not thrown away if that's what you're asking. It's
So
kept.
who is in charge? I just want to know at the end of the day, who takes charge?
Okay, where it is kept, I don't know if they kept. Kate, do you know where it's
Is it
kept?
the polling officer? Is it the IREP?
No, it's INEC. It's with INEC. It's in
It
charge of
comes
it.
back to INEC. INEC has a modality to keep those items safe
That's what I'm
because
saying. I know
a
that.
tribunal could call for them at
I'm
any time.
sorry. I know it's INEC's property, but who is in charge? Who is the officer in charge? Who takes responsibility?
I don't get your question.
Okay.
Like in INEC, who take responsibility?
INEC is the commission. Who is the INEC officer? Who takes responsibility that day? It could be a polling unit in Gwagwalada somewhere or Nasarawa,
Okay.
some village,
Okay.
who takes the
So I
source,
get your
and in
question.
what
So
manner? Do they
that
have a lock box where they lock it? Who is in charge?
so from the election I did, which is still the past practice to today, I think the only difference I've changed is BVAS. That's why BVAS is this conversation. So what normally happens is you at your unit, you are going to wrap all your ballot paper and put it inside. They give you a bag, a particular bag, sensitive material bag or something, and hand it over to the collation officer with all the things that they give to you, BVAS and whatever. He too, because there are different level of collation, he too, when he gets to the local government, he will hand over everything, paper, to the local government collation officer. When the local government collation officer gets to the state,
that's okay. So it's the collection
so
officer that takes charge of it, but there's no process. It's not like there's a lock box where Okay, I got it. Okay, so collection officer
Well,
takes it to the local government.
there's actually a tamper-proof envelope. All
yes.
right.
Okay.
So all of those papers, the ballot papers, collation, what's it called, result sheets, are labeled and then put in that tamper-proof and sealed and handed over to the collection officer.
Okay.
From the collection officer, it goes back to INEC
Local
depending
government
on
level.
at what point it gets.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it keeps moving until it gets to
Yeah,
wherever.
office.
yeah. So if there's any case at some point and they need to see the physical ballot papers, INEC can produce
I'm
it.
sure by law they're supposed to keep those papers for a particular period of time. It should be in the INEC manual. That's
Yeah, I want to
how it
believe so.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Auntie Bolale, sorry. Okay.
Thank you for the information. That
Yeah, no
helps me
problem.
to
Auntie Bolale, you
tie
can go
things
ahead.
together.
Hey, thank you. I'm in Nigeria. Adora, Spotlight, everybody shall greet you all. Thank you. I've been focused on. I've never really listened to something so with such intent, because I was like, I don't want to miss anything, right? The silly thing I didn't do was take notes because I had a lot of questions, right? But the one that immediately comes to mind is, right, we've kind of, we're at that point in terms of the information we've been given, that we recognize that it's BVAS as the machine and people along the way before result is it ultimately gets to the portal where we can see it, right? My question is, if we're doing all you guys have suggested, being vigilant, making sure that the processes are at a PU level are followed, right? And it really checkmate the possibility of somebody, I don't know, doing any, coming up with some of their shenanigans, which they do from at most elections, right? So fine, we the voters are checkmating that on at our level, but as it goes from the PU to the ward to the local government, clearly it then becomes people. So what is in place to what kind of checks and balances are in place? Because what what will stop somebody changing numbers at a point and say there's overvoting, so we're canceling that result? How easy would it be for somebody to do that? Because from memory, most I don't even know what to call it, most Nigerian magic that happens during elections don't happen right until we get to the ward and then the local government. I mean, that's when they like swap forms and what have you. And I know there's BVAS, but it's not a complete, system, because the interface between the machine and the people who are operating it has too many, I don't know, holes in the system that raise a bit of concern from my side. So what is it? What has INEC done in terms of checking that at each stage of this process that none of their staff can abuse or change something and truncate the will of the people or the votes of people? That's question one. Right. So question two, at PU level. So when we were talking, I listened intently to what you said about people being accredited and the processes they go through and what we need to be vigilant about. Elections start, to request that before people go in to cast the ballot, they show us from afar that it's only one ballot that's been given out. And the final question I have, I forgot what it was, Right, forget the final
Auntie B,
question. I can't remember.
Mommy B, you want to drive and no way, no, no.
I'm so sorry, but I was listening and I was really trying to,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
I
keep
understand. I
up as
actually
much
understand.
info which is why I didn't ask for the mic, because I wanted to listen properly, right? And thank God for everything. Oh yes, the last thing I wanted to say, I remember now. 1 million Nigerian, you've taken us through a process. Are you able to do, a dummies guide to BVAS for the voters? Because it seems like what has come out of this space is a huge amount of info, that we can use, for the election. So is that what's going to happen, with like nice pictures and very simple, so that people, understand kind of the responsibility they have as voters as well, and what to look out for, basically. So that was
Okay.
what I wanted to say.
So, sorry, host. I just
Mommy
wanted to
B.
say something to what Mommy B said, right?
Okay.
You see,
Yeah.
everything that's been going on here today, like all the information she's talked about that's come out on just by virtue of holding this space today, this is why I feel so bad that we didn't like start on time and like start telling obedience, encouraging people to go and sign up to be polling unit agents, go and sign up with Labour Party. I feel so bad that we didn't push this thing hard enough. And I don't know if it's still possible. I don't think so, but I'm more happy that this is coming out now, that we still have a bit of time to prepare than getting there on that day blindly and, just be seriously blindsided. So, man, thanks again, well-meaning Nigerian. And if you can prepare that dummy, something for dummies for BVAS election, do it,
If
please.
All right. Okay.
I could come in on her first two questions, all right?
Okay, go ahead.
And I think Spotlight and what's the other lady? They raised similar
Nelo.
concerns, all right? Yeah, Nello, yes, please. All right. Okay. I am of the opinion that okay, you could snap the result sheet at the polling units. Of course, you've been told it will be uploaded, there at the polling unit. But what if you have a copy of it? Let's say you snapped maybe from the BO or from your party agent or whatever. All right, and then compare with what is finally uploaded. Do you understand? To be sure that this is actually what I witnessed in my polling unit. Is not, it wasn't changed at some point. All right, that's one. Then secondly, understand that every party has an agent at the polling unit, and that agent gets a copy of the result that was written and signed there. He also signs as a party agent, yeah, and then proceeds to the word collation, where there's also another party. As much as your party agent, if you are affiliated to a party, of course, has those copies, you too, as a citizen, you can say, I want to snap this. I think they should allow you. There shouldn't be a ignorance to that. So you also can track your results up to whatever point to be sure that it is truly taken. All right. So you don't have cases of maybe the result was changed at some point. Then can I remember your second question?
Yes. So K, sorry, let me quickly confirm something from what you just said. Is it possible to go and check when it's now, let's say by the time the results have been uploaded, it has been approved, is now on the portal where everybody can see it? Is it possible for you to go and see the one for just your polling unit?
Yes, you can.
Great.
You can see. You can download it even.
Thank you.
Sorry, one minute. Just to add to what Kate said, is it not better we do a kind of 5-second video than the snapshot? Because these days Photoshop has gone to another level. So the video will be much better than a snapshot.
Then I now go home. Of course, the result was posted there, but it didn't go immediately. Somebody else had to check it, which is Spotlight Sphere. And one of the things we've debated here today is, what's the possibility of that being interfered with? But the truth is that the possibility, it's possible, but it's very low. Like somebody said earlier, the people you have to bribe to get that. In fact, and I'm just going to say this very quickly. I'll say this still before we close this space, but truth is it possible to have an 100% free and fair election in Nigeria? No. If you're expecting a 100% free and fair election in Nigeria, you better start to think again. It is not possible. Like I've always told people, that if a free and fair election of at least 60% is done in Nigeria, 60, Peter Obi will win. Peter Obi doesn't need 100 free and fair percent to win. 60, Peter Obi will win. 70, Peter Obi will win with a landslide. 80, slide. Believe me, just have that at the back of your mind. But let's have this somewhere in our mind, that point that he's talking about, where we are thinking, what if they bribe this? Remember I asked him that question. What if everybody have been bribed? Labour Party agent, APC agent, RATEC, coalition officer, the PO that just arrived to that, they are looking at the result. What if everybody has been bribed? Of course, that case will not happen. I mean, it's possible, but it's a long shot. Let me just put it like that. That's why we have said one of the things that came out from this space right now is the fact that whoever is the ward agent for Labour Party has to be like Jimmy. You see, there has to be someone that looks like this Jimmy's DP. Like maybe the person will be saying it may just be like this Jimmy DP where they say and say, so this person be. You know, get joy. That's why those are the kind of people we should be looking for at world level. But very seriously is that what he just said now is very clear. I don't know why I didn't ask him before now. So if Switchard, for example, after she had voted in a polling unit, saw that Labour Party had 800 votes, right? And she gets home after the entire process, after the noise, the RATEC, whatever, they approve. She gets home, she checks the portal, she goes to her polling unit to check what was shown on her polling unit. If she sees anything short of 800 for Labour Party, if Switchai sees it and she makes noise, my polling unit, I snapped 800, I saw 800, I'm not seeing 800 in the portal. Auntie Bolanle saw it like that. Everybody start to shout, come on. It's going to. So I don't even think they want to do that kind of problem. So I'm glad that you can track your polling units in the result, even though it has gone through a process. I don't know if Spotlight is still awake, but I think that should count as a plus, actually. Jimmy.
Okay, well, sorry, can I just quickly say something on that? I'm about to log off, right? So, like I said before, and this is like very importantly, please, this is not to dissuade anybody or make us feel like what we're doing doesn't matter, right? The truth is definitely it's very possible, right? This is Nigeria. This is the reality that we have. It's very possible that you would hear a collation officer announcing something that is different from what has been counted.
Don't say Balablu.
It is it is very possible. Jesus. So it's very possible that it could happen, right? Now this is it's just the reality. But now this is where, like I emphasized before, right? This is where the word agents come into play. With good word agents, with good and strong word agents, we can get over this hurdle. So
Yeah.
we have our own parts to play in the different polling units, but also push the ward agents, right, to also play their part. If all of them play their parts, right, I can assure you that even if definitely there will be some level of corruption within the system, we can get at least to a 60 to a 70% free and fair election, which for me right now, that's my actual target, right? I'm not looking for 100% because I know it's not a reality currently, right? My
Yeah.
target is 70%, 60%. I'm good because I know that with that, Peter Obi has already won. So have that as your focus, right? And let that be what drives you for whatever you're doing. Please, guys, permit me to
All right. No,
go
Emmanuel,
because
thank you.
I have to rush.
Thing, please. One more thing. One more. You
No,
haven't
no.
answered
Go
about.
ahead.
Well, so you've not answered about where cases of where
Double
possibly
ballot.
somebody is given two ballots instead of
I was
one.
about answering that actually, Aunt Bonali.
I think
Okay.
you can
Okay.
actually ask them to show. If you
Yeah.
discuss with POs, I
Emmanuel,
can
hold on.
probably tell people to show. Well, I don't think it should be a problem actually.
Also,
Emmanuel,
the final thing before I shut up my mouth is
go ahead.
right. So at the end of the voting, right, at that point, the BVAS would be able to reflect how many people were accredited, right? Would it be out of turn for somebody to say, all right, sure, can we see how many people were accredited before
No,
they start
it's your
counting
right to
ballots?
know.
God bless you, ma.
You can
Auntie
actually.
Bolani,
Yeah.
it's your right to know. You don't need
Yeah,
to beg.
The
I
PO
know,
will
but
actually
it's
No,
not
you
announce
like
it.
can.
that
You can.
now.
It's very
The PO
possible.
must announce it.
Right. So they must announce the accredited. Would this be before they start counting the ballots
Yes,
or
before they start counting the ballots, because
or
that's what they would use to make sure that the number of ballot papers that they have tallies with the number of accredited voters. So it would announce that, and then they will now start the counting.
right?
So at the end of the day, you combine everything to be able to make sure that people understand that okay, this is what we had as accredited. This is what the number of votes that we've counted. If you add all of them up, right, they tally with the number of accredited people.
Okay, awesome.
So sorry, Mr. K. For us that have trust issues, is it also okay to tell the PO to allow us to take a screenshot of the screen?
I believe you should be able to do that. There's no
It's
law
not a
stopping
secret,
you from
yeah.
doing that.
It's not like
Also,
something that should be hidden.
because
He
the
he
thing they
actually
reach
has to
200,
he
now go
actually
they call
has to
150.
show. Now remember, before the start of polls, he has to show there.
Yeah.
And then please one more thing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Right.
Hold on. Can we? Okay, Spotlight, you are still here, ba?
I'm here.
Uh,
I wanted
did,
to
did you
tell
hear when he said?
CCA.
Did you hear when he said that
Okay.
you can trace your results on the portal?
No, I didn't. Oh,
Okay.
you can trace your result on the portal.
So,
You will
for
see what
example,
the PO uploaded
yeah.
and what
So for
the
example,
what
in your polling
person
unit, for
uploaded.
example, if maybe after they
Mm.
voted, you knew from the result that was taken as of when you left the polling unit, when everything had finished, was that, oh, let's say for example, Labour Party had 800 votes. Then of course it's not after they send it. Of course, it didn't go to the IREV immediately. It went somewhere for somebody else to approve it. So if by the time it is coming out on the IREV after they've approved it, if you see it that is less, as in, I mean, you can see it whether it's the same that you took away. Did you hear when he said that?
Okay, that's implied now. That's not a new information. I
So,
thought you meant maybe there's going to be like a workflow that everybody will see, like a workflow. So the PO uploaded this, it then became this when it got to the ward level, it became this. Anything other than that, I
but
don't
my
trust
point is
them.
that
I'm
you'll be able
sorry.
to tell if it's different from
When
what you know.
when they were reviewing Osun State, did they ask voters to bring the pictures that they took at the polling units? Did they admit the ones they took at the polling units
No, no,
in
no.
court?
I think the point I'm even saying is that if there's a discrepancy between what you left when you uploaded and what you are seeing on the, you would know that there's a problem and probably raise a voice. I'm just saying if
Of
that's
course, he
the,
would know. He
yeah.
would know now. That is implied. He would know. But what can you do with that information?
But I'm saying if that happens like in multiple places, it's going to become a problem. Because like we said earlier, we are not going for 100%
We're
pure
talking
and fair.
about national election. National
Yeah,
election.
yeah.
How many people would they admit
No, so
their
sorry, Spotlight. The
right?
thing is, if you have videos and pictures of your polling units and it's clear, it could be used as evidence in the
Not
court.
really, actually.
Understand?
Not entirely.
Why?
But anyway, let's get Jimmy. Now I want me Jimmy and on the pin and Jimmy Alpha.
Thank you so much, well meaning. Thank you so much. Spotlight, I greet you. Ada, I see you, Auntie Bolanli. You see Maxwell, Otunke. All protocols duly observed. Right, to start with, right? Let me just say well done to you guys. You've been doing an amazing job since I joined the space. I've learned a lot of things, and I've gotten a lot of information, useful one precisely. I think it will be helpful and effective if we can have a couple of this space before the election, actually takes place. So yeah, thank you so much. It's very, very enlightening and educational. Right. So from what I've heard so far and people's submission, um, I heard someone say, I think it was Nelo. She says it was a situation whereby some INEC staffs were involved in double voting by allowing voters to vote multiple times. The thing is, every INEC staff in charge of the BVAS, they're meant to sign in with the BVAS to be certain to know the exact person that is handling that polling unit. So everyone has been registered on the server, the INEC server. So when you before you start accrediting or doing whatever, you have to sign in. I'm not sure if they have to use their fingerprint or whatever, but each person needs to sign in, and under that person's name is whatever happens during that person's log on can be seen, from the headquarters, from the HQ. So I think that would actually solve a lot of problem if we can have that in mind. Then I think it was Auntie Bolanle that said, how many machines do we have, or how many extras do we have at the polling units? In as much as INEC was giving money to get this BVAS thing ready, they gave them a lot of money to have actually covered 3 BVAS machines per polling unit, but it's actually 1 BVAS machine per polling unit and 1 extra for 3 polling units within the same vicinity. So like 3 polling units within the same vicinity close by will share 1 extra, 1 left. So meaning if 2 polling units has a problem with the machines, they're only going to use one, and it's going to be maybe first come first serve, which is terrible. So all these procedures, all this planning we're having will be fruitless if we don't focus on the BVAS machine. And the reason why I said that is simply because if the BVAS machine is stolen, there's not going to be a voting. There's not going to be voting in that polling unit. That is certain. If a BVAS machine is snatched and deliberately smashed on the ground, deliberately, smashed on the ground, there's not going to be voting. It might be postponed or probably wait for another, backup BVAS machine for them to use. So we need to focus on the BVAS machine. Whoever is in charge of the BVAS machine is part of our jobs to keep an eye on them, just to make sure that no one comes around them to snatch it or whatever. Then another point I realize and I want to call you guys' attention to is, it is true that before they start accrediting, it's our duty to be certain that the whole thing starts from zero, right? So before accrediting, we can demand to see that it's on zero, right? After that, after accreditation comes the voting. The voting, I think we should be able to ask to check the machine before they start voting. Because if we check for only the accreditation and they get done with that, by the time the voting starts, they have the chance of, dialing in numbers or putting in as much as many people they can put into the, BVAS. But here's the problem. Regardless the outcome, because I know definitely if that's meant to be the case, eventually PO is still going to win, right? But the bad side about it is by the time they start counting votes, other party that might have paid INEC staff to put in numbers, when they start counting the ballot paper, it will seem to people that the other party are actually winning because that's the plan. They probably stop the ballot box. And by the time the whole BVAS thing synchronizes and send the results, you realize Obi won, right? Then they will start protest, or they might just start their, wavy all over the place. Another thing we need to focus on is the ballot box. We're not doing e-voting. We're only using BVAS to accredit and to be certain that who is voting has been registered and their details is on server, meaning no ghost is voting, no cow, no underage kids are voting. So that's just the whole important thing. We need to focus on that ballot box because eventually we're still going through the conventional method. All the voting we'll be doing will be on the ballot paper. And the moment that is done, it's tossed into the ballot box. So we need to pay attention to these things. And lastly, as I said, we've covered a lot of points on this page tonight. I would love it if we can carry on like this till election period. Now, from all the issues that have been mentioned tonight, I think it should be beautiful if we can come up with a solution or the solutions we've already come up with. If we can compile them, it could be via tweets, it could be via, we can do, place them on flyers or just, e-flyers basically. We can compile these solutions for people to know. Let's start circulating it. So we coming here to discuss this. We've brainstormed among ourselves to be certain, okay, this is the solution to it, like making sure there's someone there to ask the INEC staff to let us check if it's on zero. If we can do that, I'm definitely sure there's not going to be a problem. And someone also mentioned that can we use our phone to take a screenshot of that? I'm not sure if that is possible because the new electoral law is designed in a way that no voter is allowed with their phone to the kiosk. Because now they've come up with a kiosk whereby you only go there to vote yourself. No one is hanging around you to tell you what to vote for. And the reason why INEC banned, you can take your phone to the polling unit, but when you step in towards the kiosk, your phone cannot be with you because people use that as well from past experience to sell their votes. By the time they go there with their phones, they will have to thumbprint for APC. They need to take a picture to show the APC people that, oh yeah, I voted APC, this is the proof, and they get paid. So INEC cut that one out. So it is our duty to make sure we keep an eye on people taking their phones to the kiosks. It could be in different ways. We just need to pay attention to that. So I think those are the major points I actually want to raise. So it would be lovely if we can actually put all these solutions probably in a tweet or maybe a poster or something and just start spreading it around. So that's just what I've come up with so far. But yeah, thanks for the space.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Jimmy.
much.
You actually give perspective to a lot of things, and I think I know you were quite busy. I know you hosted this long space earlier, and I know you couldn't join from the beginning. A lot was even before you came. A lot. I mean, a lot have been. In fact, me, I think I don't know. I feel like what we got was way beyond what I expected. I just wanted us to have some. In fact, I didn't think we were going to have to even pause and have to continue. But it is what it is. Thank you very much. Then for the phone issue, I think the person that was mentioning that is actually, of course, you can take your phone to the voting center, but you can't take it to when you want to go and vote. It cannot be in your hand. It cannot be in your pocket, typically. So what that person was saying is, you can just use your phone to snap pictures, make videos around, but it doesn't mean it cannot be with you. It's not to go and snap what you voted, please. So that I'm glad Jimmy pointed that out. I still feel like we've not answered Madam Bolali's question about 2 ballot papers, and I'll just quickly make reference to it. Madam Bolali, 2 things, right? Of course, like I said, there's no 100% fair and fair election, but for some reason, the only place where they would want to do, okay, let me put it like this. In a Labour Party stronghold, of course, we are going to be educating ourselves over time and to get to the polling unit that if they will mistakenly, let's say mistakenly, the PO tier 2 ballot paper and give you, return 1. Don't be overzealous and say, oh, I have 2 ballot paper, or let me give Peter Obi 2 votes. You will just spoil everything. So those are the kind of things we'll train people on our own end in our stronghold. If our opponents decide to say, oh, they are overzealous, they now pay people to say, oh, tier 2 ballot paper for our people, we will be happy for them because we know that at the end, it will be against them. So we may not be able to control it entirely, but the truth is that in our stronghold, we can try to, or places that we consider our stronghold, we can try to control it. Then even places where it's like a middle ground, where, oh, this person has power, this person has power. Those are the kind of places I said earlier that when you get to your polling unit, after you've identified people through the town hall app, when you get to, after, like, if I did polling unit, where I go day, it go be like say I be FBI. After we don't vote, feel like 6, 7 of us, guys, 2 of you, go and stay close to that place, be observing the guy that tell the ballot paper. 2 of you, go and stay close. We go position as if we be military officer. So, but those are the kind of things we need to educate people at the polling units, because from what we've observed from this space is that you need like 5 eyes to be able to monitor this thing. A lot of things might go wrong. Just Maxwell, quickly, I must have you as a senior lawyer before you go sue me to court. Just Maxwell, are you there?
Yes,
okay, go ahead.
It's 10 minutes before the hour of 2 a.m. from where I'm spacing from. So good morning, well-meaning Nigerian. Honorable Dora, good morning to you. Spotlight Abby, good morning to you. And to every well-meaning Nigerian, Mr. Jimmy, Madam Bolanle, beautiful and wonderful obedience I can see on this space. God bless each and every one of you. So I've been unable to sleep, so I stumbled upon this space and I decided to come and listen and also give my 2 cents. I think the discussion here has been a worry for me since after the Osun Tribunal judgment. I was on a space last night, Professor Chris Wakobia was, and I said some things on that space. The judgment, Professor Abdul Mahmoud, that's GO, The great oracle sent me a copy of the judgment, and I've continued to go through it to actually highlight some loopholes which may be available during the election. Not just loopholes for elections, like loopholes in the machine, loopholes in the process, loopholes in INEC, and loopholes in court. Yes. So, and I'll just be highlighting some of the things I realized and some of the things that we are to avoid. Now, the issue of double ballot papers is that I actually want to talk about that. We have to be careful that these guys come with the proper ballot papers for voting. If you go through the Electoral Act, any ballot paper that is not marked with INEC or that is not prescribed for voting, please observe when they are counting votes, observe. Let it be weed out from the whole voting process. That is one. Number two is that I have a problem believing INEC at this point after reading that judgment. I have a very, very serious problem believing INEC because I realize that there's a lot of compromise within INEC. The chairman may come on air and say a lot of things to actually negate this belief, but it doesn't change it from being the truth. Because when I see in court an INEC staff agreeing that they give APC a BVAS report that was incomplete, and then subsequently you give, or that was not updated, and subsequently you give a BVAS report which you say or you claim that is the updated one to PP, and these two reports are inconsistent with each other, then you begin to ask, why give a report which you know is not updated to a political party who is about to litigate, knowing fully well the consequences of this thing? All of them agreed, all parties agreed in court that BVAS was not like they agreed a lot of things, but I go on to realize that one way or the other, results were manipulated. So two things here, please, I want us to note this. When these guys are imputing things into the BVAS, polling unit agents are the one that can actually be at the fore of these things. And that is why I say the Labour Party have to be up and doing in advising, in tutoring, creating awareness for their polling unit a guard to watch. In that court judgment, they said that the voters register should not be used to determine overvoting. And I don't have any problem with that. But if there's a possibility of technological manipulation of the BVAS, which we cannot ascertain for now whether it is possible or not, if it is possible to manipulate the BVAS, then there is a need for us to make recourse to the voters register, because we may now even see that the BVAS is showing figures that is above the people registered in a polling unit. INEC needs to be careful. We the people needs to be careful. Remember, result sheets will be given to polling unit agents. Result sheets will be given to the police officer. Is it the police officer? Yeah, I think the police officer that is available on ground, that oversees it. INEC will go with result sheets. The problem is I went through that place. I didn't really see polling agents within the polling units. They claim that there was overvoting, to see whether the result sheets that were given to people in these polling units are in tandem with the BVAS report. So it becomes a problem if you are giving out result sheets to people and you are going to court, and you as a party, anyway, that is their failure as a party, PDP, APC, whoever they are. Of course, they are one and the same. And you cannot make recourse to the result sheets that were given. Please, let Labour Party collect all result sheets from every polling unit. Tell the ward leaders, collect from all polling units under your ward. Tell the state leaders, collect all polling unit results under your state. Have them in check. I'm telling you, after winning these elections, people will still go to court. Lawyers must still eat food. I guarantee you will have court cases. But once you are able to prepare yourself against the litigations that will be coming up in court, you would see that even if they want to manipulate court judicial system, I'm not saying that happens. It's a system that I am proud to be part of. But in case of anything, we can actually survive it. People need to be very, very observant in this coming election. Polling unit agents, particularly, escort them from their points to the polling unit. And when everything is done, they are about to travel back to wherever they are to collate. Let polling unit agents escort them. You must not enter their van, carry your own car, or whatever means that you can use. Pick up an Uber. We will pay for it. Direct, follow the results to the point where they will be collated, gathered, and uploaded. I don't even care about whether there will be two different IREVs and all that. Venue for everybody to see. Tell them to paste it, please. See, you will see it, you will snap it, you are entitled to it. Go and read the Electoral Act. So this issue of you will not be able to snap, as for the BVAS, the polling unit agent can snap the BVAS and he will not be stopped from doing so. So these are some of the enlightening programs I feel should be done for these guys. Some people claim that they are doing it. I don't know. I'm not in party I've refused. I would have been a polling unit agent here, but for so many reasons I refuse. Let these guys have this knowledge. Let them have this idea. We cannot have people working as polling unit agents and they do not know the laws that are backing their actions. I will just hold my thoughts for now.
Yeah, as you said now, we've sort of addressed it to an extent. I think if you check I know why I can say Atuloto raising his hand, because I know why he's raising his hand, because Ito has gone through the judgment. So I'm sure if you even check the judgment, you probably see that what APC went to court with was a preliminary report from the BVAS. And that really, like we've established on this page, that really has little or nothing to do with the overvoting, not the BVAS. It actually has more to do with the technology. So apparently, there was a synchronization. I think even on Parliament, People's Parliament, you mentioned it on Sunday about the definition of synchronization and all that, which maybe the next place that the next place that we're supposed to host after this, because we're supposed to cover that today, but because of the time we couldn't cover it. The next place we're supposed to talk about what happens from, because today we ended at the point where election ends. Like, so we've not talked about what happens from after election has ended. So, which will lead us into export synchronization and all that. But it has been explained here today that, which, and not even just here today, which Mike Igini explained to yesterday, tallying to what was explained today, which, I mean, we've connected a lot of dots today. We still have concerns. I can see OIK, we're almost done. Okay, OIK, you have a question?
No, that's okay. I don't have much to say. I was just going to mention that with regards, because retrieve the old form before you give them a new form. Okay. And I imagine that all the polling unit staff should be working as document CIDs. Okay. So there's no way that anybody at any time should have two ballot forms. That would be totally wrong. And then I want to mention that there's this guy, I see him on what do you call it? Arise TV and channels. Mike Igini, I think he's retired or something, but he seems to be all over the place. He's ready to give information. I don't know if you're able to contact him. I mean, it's nice to hear from the source. You know, just like when I listened to Mahmoud Jega when he was at Chatham House, it gave good information, simple, basic information. But when you get from the source, you know, you tend to, are able to ask better questions and, be more confident with the process. So if you can get him to come to,
I think Vawulence was probably working on that, but like we've referenced him a lot on this page today. He does like a lot of work. So, but at this point, we try to round up.
All right.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have like a closing statement, something. Hope Adora is
awake. So Romini, can I say something?
I'm here. Yes.
So okay, Ivy, let's just keep whatever we have to say till the next place. Adora,
please, I wanted to say, Kay, I know that you walked in here just trying to just say something, one or two things, and somehow we've trapped you here. Please, Kay, you have to.
I'm with Kay on the DMs.
Please, just forgive us, I beg. Then Otumba, there was something else I wanted to say that you didn't get to, carry us go that place where we not know. But we really want
There
to
are
go
many
to that
places we
place.
never go.
He get one place where Otumba we want take us before we will not know, but he needs to come back and take us there. We want all the hard facts
Yeah,
because man, that's what gets us prepared, right? So
yeah,
that after we know all the dirt, we can now plan. Honey, I'm coming. 1 second, okay? Okay, that's good. We can now plan and then strategize and know what to tell people going forward, know how to educate other people who weren't listening.
yeah.
So thank you so much everyone for being here. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you everybody that's been here since how many hours ago and who's still here. And thanks Well Meaning for letting me do this with you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm
Spotlight, I
glad.
love
I'm
you,
glad.
sis. Thank you so much.
I'm glad. Spotlight, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm.
Hey, I
Okay.
saw
I'll
you. You
just.
don't keep you awake all night.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's my time. Is time well spent. Yeah. So just riding on the back of what Adora said. Thank you, everyone. I hope we'll do this again soon. Yeah, so that we can, learn from each other,
Yeah.
think about so many other scenarios, and possibly find ways and basically have more information. For me,
Yes.
it's a novel process for a lot of us, and we need the information. So let's just keep this going. Thank you so much, well meaning. You're really a well meaning
Okay.
Nigerian. Well done.
All
And
right.
good
So
night,
thank you,
everyone.
everybody. I know Auntie Bolali, also I'll just make reference to the third point you talked about having a guide. To be honest, when I thought about things, space, I was like, okay, we'll get up some points, I'll list them, screenshot them, put them on Twitter or something. But I mean, I'll think about a better way to do it. We were able to gather a lot of information from this place. In fact, truth be told, I told you guys I was writing at the beginning. I think I haven't lost track of writing. If you look at my front now, I have like papers everywhere. But it's something that we have to do to get this country on the right track. Don't forget, elections will not be 100% free and fair. Just have it at the back of your mind. What we are trying to do here is to try to increase, if you're a risk management person, you know what I mean. We are trying to increase the mitigation level, as in what you can mitigate as much as possible. Then the rest that you cannot mitigate, you leave it as an act of God or something. You get, but although this one will be act of human beings anyways. But let's try as much as possible to stay put, stay sharp. I'll repeat my 3 points earlier. The overall solution. I don't know if you can tell me the three that I listed. Can you remember?
Yeah, lecturer, professor, I remember. So number one is arrive early. Number one is download the Town Hall app. Number two, arrive early. Number three, be vigilant. Abi?
Okay, Adora, thank you. You listed three. It was not the three that I listed, but I'm glad you listed those other two because it has now made the one I had five. So, same from what Aurora said, first of all, at this point, download the Town Hall app, yeah, arrive early, turn out in mass because this whole thing depends on how much people come out. To be honest, everything that we are doing, if few people come out, it doesn't make sense. Then remain there after voting. Then lastly, develop like 2 extra eyes on that day. Let your eyes be like everywhere. Borrow eyes. Don't go and cut off person somebody's eye shop. All right. So thank you everybody for coming up. I'll look at my schedule. Oh God. I think maybe I'm supposed to be free on Wednesday, but I usually don't like to interrupt like other obedient spaces because a lot of everything everybody's doing in this movement is key. You get so I'll look at what my Wednesday looks like. I'm not saying that for now, but the truth is just the same way we got this information, we will also hear it. Then you can, of course, you look out and you see what is going on and I'm trying to join the conversation. From that next space, right, we'll go from where election has ended. If you have any question you couldn't ask today, you are free to bring it to that next space. But for that next space, I'll continue from now election has ended. What is now going to happen, which is where the rig again starts from what we've discovered today. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. I'm so glad to have had you guys around. I didn't know I can. Before I need to I need to hail Magnific Dude. He's my boss. He's here. Magnific Dude, thank you for being around. You've been here for so long. There's 100 million man match cooking. That one is the killer on the 18th. It's the end of APC PDP. Just have it in mind. So please look forward to it. Contribute as much as you can contribute. When this browsing space, I thought it was easy. I didn't know that Jimmy, well done. People are trying. Saddam, my brother. So everybody that is here, I can see Moon, Mary White. We are still here. I can see Foye. Thank you. Sammy, Ioma, Abia first song. All right, brah. I can see Mazi. I just need to confirm my schedule. I can't confirm it right away. I would have said, look at it. But by tomorrow, I'll confirm it this night, and by tomorrow, I'll probably get to Spotlight, Adora, and maybe some of the speakers. Sake, I must greet you specially. Don't worry, we'll still talk on the DM. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. God will bless you guys. We are doing this in the words of my brother Omar, for God and for country. Thank you, guys.